It's a 340-yard drive back into a crosswind. This from 140. It's turning left and going to fall off that slope.
That's okay. Just putting up the hill, up the slope just a little bit.
Good start by the Texas junior in that anchor match. 2 up through 2 against Cameron Sisk. Longhorns leading in 3 of 5 on championship Wednesday.
Every layer of rock, every line of sediment, every crack in the crust is a journey back in time. That tale has been told for over 2 decades. After 3 years, it's time to wake the Iron Giant. Time for a new chapter to begin. Red Bull Erzbergrodeo 2022.
These steep Styrian slopes are rich in iron, minerals, and most notably, tales of hard enduro heartbreak. And for the few that can summon the will, the skill, and the ability to push oneself to the ultimate limit, this place is hallowed ground in a sport that demands everything to claim victory. Today, once again, the hills above Eisenerz, Austria, welcome the fans, enthusiasts, privateers, and hard enduro elite to Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, stop 3 of 8 of the 2002 FIM Hard Enduro World Championship. We welcome everyone. I'm Pat Parnell, honored to be back at the 26th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and we are also joined by previous competitor. I like to call him grizzled veteran. I look up to you, Daryl. I mean it in the best of ways. Daryl Curtis, everyone. And then, of course, 3-time winner of Erzberg, Johnny Walker, who's unfortunately out with injury. Maybe you can let the fans know the update. How are things coming along with that?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. Obviously, I've done as much training as I can, rehab. I had an ACL surgery, shoulder surgery, so I was in Austria at the APC getting physio and everything like that, and obviously I can't miss coming to Erzberg, so decided to come here and watch the guys racing.
Well, it's good to hear you're going to the Red Bull Athlete Performance Center. I know that's helps on the kind of the quick climb back. Speaking of someone that's been to Erzberg more than once,
over at the 5th.
What time does this mark for you? I know you've been coming back
James
since the early days, Daryl.
Well, I'll tell you what, Pat, when I drove over the pass and I had a look at this big mountain in front of me, it took my breath away. It does every time. You know, your heart starts pounding. And there's just such an electric atmosphere here, having everybody back on the mountain. I think it's going to be a great race today.
Yeah, you talk about the atmosphere. We've got 2 gentlemen at the base of this dirt-encrusted Coliseum, if you will. It's none other than Rob Warner and our very own Paul Bolton. Good day, gentlemen.
You're watching the NCAA Division
Incredible start zone.
Championships
alongside me, Bolts. I know you've raced this one. What's going through these riders' minds right now?
Yeah, what's going through the riders' minds right now is try to find some shade. How the start's going to work. There's plenty of puddles down over there, but all the planes are flying around us now. The crowds are lining the top parts of the hills. It's a mega atmosphere.
It's unbelievable. We know that this is going to be one of the hardest courses ever laid out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got some new sections as well this year. We've got one early on and then one a bit later on the Motorex Highway. That's quite late with a lot of hard sections before, so let's see how they get through that. But you know about it, Rob.
Yeah. If you want to see how hard it really is,
Parker
check this
Cootie,
out.
we had a chance to talk with him about what it would mean to him to win the national title.
4 long years and
So I can hear a little bit of noise behind me over here. Looks like Rob's picked up some slippy tree roots. Let's check out what's further up. We'll leave Rob down there.
Hard work. Remember, Cooties were injured in the race sprint. They injured themselves, so the team has really had to adapt. And maybe that's something that's paying big dividends for them at the end of the season.
He's looking for Rob Warner. Has anybody seen him knocking around anywhere?
Just outside 20 feet, coming up and over the ridge.
No, I'm stuck. Bolt!
From the opposite side of the hole.
I'm stuck. Forever. Probably. Right, Rob, I'm coming.
Refs conceded to
Oh, Bolton.
Summerhays a lot
Oh,
expected of
Bolton.
this young
Oh,
man
yeah.
when he started at
Rob, why'd you
Arizona
bang
State.
down there?
As a freshman, we take a look at recent Pac-12 freshman
absolutely
of
bang
the year from ASU.
I've had enough.
Summerhays winning that award
the
in
location.
Bruges a year ago. Sis,
I've had enough of
in
this whole Enduro
2019,
game.
John Rahm, nearly a decade ago.
I
when
didn't
he
cry
made
my knight in shining
his
armour. He saved me.
college
He
debut
really
here
did.
in Tempe.
Bolt, I know you're going to get on the bike now and do your on-bike reporting all afternoon. Where are you going
Fans
first?
are
Yeah,
out
I'm going to
in
meet
full
the guys
support.
at
Here's some Cootie, chance to go
Wasserleitung,
three
then
up in this
Centrum
one.
Hamburg, onto Machine, and then finishing off at Motorx Highway, your favourite.
Okay, well, we'll send you on your way. And I'm going to send it up to Leonie Zuma, who is in Carl's dinner, and she's going to be telling us who is making a meal of this place all
I
afternoon
was
long.
putting this putt earlier today, Billy Ray. and
Well,
it
let me
really
tell you
difficult.
guys, Carl's dinner
That is
is
well judged.
as daunting as ever. While this
Texas
section is
5,
a bit
Arizona
shorter
State 5,
compared to
Texas
2019, it's
Pearson
gone
Cootie
from
remaining
4
two up. You see
to
head coach John Fields
3.7
along for
kilometers.
the ride on
By
this
no means
championship
does that
Wednesday, and
mean
Pearson
it
talked
has
about what
gotten
Coach
any
Fields means to
easier.
him.
The riders have
Coach
to
Fields is,
kind of find their way through a sea of
it's hard to
big
put into
boulders
words,
and huge rocks,
kind
as
of
you can
the
see
wisdom that
right
he's been
here
able to
behind me.
give us.
And these stones
I
are huge.
think
My
25
camera team and
years
I,
or close to 30
we
years in
were
Texas,
struggling to
something like
just
that.
walk
He
here.
knows a
Now
lot of things
imagine
and has seen a lot
dragging
of
a
great players come through, and,
110
just
kilo
being able to talk to him
motorcycle
about
through here.
golf,
God, that is
life
absolutely
really
incredible.
important. It's
And
been
remember,
kind of a
this
pillar
is
for all of us to lean
checkpoint
back on.
21
The
out
feeling's
of
been mutual.
27.
Fields
So when
getting
the
very
riders get
emotional
here,
talking
they
about the
are
Cootie twins and
exhausted.
Cole Hammer this
And
morning, the
coming
three
next
amigos,
is
as he's
Moto
dubbed them, and
X
what he's
Highway, which is a
meant to them
completely
and
new
they've meant to
section
him
just
as we
added
watch
this
Coot.
year. So really, they don't get any time to breathe. So it's safe to say, Pat, Carl's
He's got a
dinner
big
is
drive
and
going at the
remains
screen
the game
with an
changer
iron.
in
Is
this
it
race.
Short. That's not a bad leave. This whole location set up.
All right,
on a
thank you
little
so
bit
much,
of a
Leo.
bump,
Stay
so
stay in the shade out there as we take a look at the
Jump
skies.
into that first
What
match
a cool
at
way to
7.
kick off this
Troubles
year's
continuing
competition.
for Hammer.
Gives us a chance to remind everyone as the T28 comes ripping through high above the line here at Erzberg. Air Power 22, I should remind everyone, September 2nd and 3rd. You'll see planes like
Anderson,
that and
is,
a
win
whole
both
lot
his
more. We all
matches
love
yesterday in the
aircraft,
quarters
do we
and
not?
semis. It never had a 2-up lead
What
in
about
any
Carl's
of those
dinner
matches.
as we
so
look at the rest of the air power coming through here? Alpha Jet coming through.
Remember, he was
and
two
we should
down.
point out
He had three to
Marco
play against Dylan Benetti,
Buttenspiel
Burko
and
came
Marco
back and
First
won
of the Red Bull Skydive team. They're going to be making the jump into center stage here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Just a cool way to kick things off. Great energy. The season
All
so
kinds of
far
trouble
has
here
been
for,
interesting,
for
has it
Cole.
not? You got the defending
Just
champ Billy Bolt, bullseye on his back, but kicking things off for the first time at the minus 400 in Israel. What were your guys' takeaways? Obviously, heat was playing a major factor, but it was great to see Jarvis
troubles
back as
continue
well.
for Cole.
Yeah, obviously he went out halfway through last year to Romaniac with an ACL injury, and for him to come back and get on the podium was insane. You know, like obviously he's a good age, so come back from something like that's a big thing.
Are you calling Graham old?
Nah, he's not old, but then already Mario winning.
Yeah, Mario Roman, and it bodes well for him because also hot temperatures today. Then we went on to the second stop, and the big story there was Lettenbecker coming back, but the young gun, the Bulgarian, Theodore Kabachkian. Daryl, what do you make of Theodore?
Well, I had a chat to him earlier on, and he's like young, he's
super
super confident, super talented. He's got a good prologue, he's got the speed. And I really think he's going to come through as a contender. You know, we're going to be really looking for him on our screens there. I'm expecting good things from him.
You saw Graham Jarvis there taking a little POV approach in Serbia as he was able to find the third and final spot on the podium. And by virtue of his 2 third-place finishes, as we watch Manny signature, little nose Manny coming in, taking the top spot. We've got a tie for the current standings. This at Erzberg, the third stop of 8. It is a season-long march. Too soon to get ahead of ourselves, right, Johnny? I mean, anything can happen at this point in terms of points.
Yeah, that's it. You know, there's obviously been 2 different winners at 2 different rounds, so I think we're going to see a big change in the championship. Maybe even today, you know, if Manny
Texas
could pull through, if he could get a
up
win.
in 3 of the matches,
obviously, all the other races are so different.
by more
so there's
than
definitely going
one.
to be different winners through the series.
Couple commanding leads early.
It's an interesting time when you're early in the season. Then you have all of these riders dealing with injuries. And it's good to hear that you're kind of back on the mend. When you see riders like Jarvis kind of climb back the way he did with his injury, kind of gives you a little bit of hope, does it not?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, he's he's been riding for so long and he's not really been injured his whole career. So for him to get injured and to come back so strong straight away was incredible.
And this is looking back last year at Jarvis and just his ability to kind of get sneaky from behind. What is it that he does that people can't just figure out, and he can continue to do it into his 40s?
It's his trial skill. You know, he's so strong, he's so fit. He rides every day, all day. You know, he gets so much bike time, and he doesn't really work on his speed, but his technical abilities probably the best in the paddock.
Yeah, I mentioned last year, back in 2019, it seems like last year we want it to be, but man, it was a long 2 years now coming back here to Erzberg. We talked to the riders and we talk about how important this mountain means to them, or what it should mean to them and what it does. Let's hear their thoughts.
We are in Erzbergrodeo 2022 after 3 years. Going racing around this mine is quite special. It almost feels like we're back home. It's just been a long time, but everyone's excited to be back.
It's true, I don't believe that we are here yet.
This race is so important for us because sometimes if you tell people and they're like, I don't know what hot enduro is, and you say, yeah, have you seen this crazy massive race in Austria? And the people say, yeah, it's this huge pyramid where people just throw their bikes up, you know?
It's one of the toughest races of the world for sure. Big challenge.
It's intimidating. It's big. Everything's big about this place. Even the machines are just crazy. It's so unique that like one race can literally explain like the whole sport, you know? Family and friends and everyone pretty much around the world can watch it live.
We have a few journalists from Spain that they only came to this race in the whole calendar, so it must be important.
Yeah, it's not just a race, I think so. It's a big festival.
So many people are coming out here from all around the world. We have even Japanese riders here.
The atmosphere in the paddock's incredible, you know, so many riders, so many fans.
They look forward all year just to come here and
sixth,
camp out,
Parker Cootie,
have fun in the beer tent, just go a little bit crazy.
They definitely know how to make a festival out of it, so I think it's such a cool
all
vibe.
the way. Dean is really firm up on top. Didn't quite get up there, but that's not decent.
Well, you heard
lead.
Wade. He said working machines, and if you check out the size of these trucks behind us, what I'd give to drive one of these things, right? It's always been a dream.
Hammer was able to get
We'll see if we can make that happen. As we check out things here at Erzberg, it's an interesting thing. It is a working mine. You just got to keep that in mind when you're out there. They keep safety. Definitely, it's in the number one mindset. Let's take a look at Erzberg and the working mine that it is.
4 up against a former top-ranked amateur in the world, and Mason Anderson in his 5th season at Arizona State. Go back 3 years ago, Lambkin gripped
Mining iron at the Erzberg goes back to at least the 11th century,
hammer.
and it's still a working mine
also
today.
in the mix
biggest
there, and then
iron ore
Hawaii
mine in Europe.
in 2020, beating William Mao and Andy Ogletree. Well, there's Pearson Cootie yet again. Sahib Thagala, former Fred Haskins Award winner, presented by Steeple.
In 1986, the last underground mining tunnel was closed, and the move was made to open cast mining. And that means the shape of the mountain is constantly changing.
He's played here quite a bit, so he knows what this cut does. It does go slightly up a little ridge. This whole location right on a little bit of a bump.
So, every edition of the Erzbergrodeo delivers a new track, new challenges, and never-before-seen sections.
Good
which
effort.
is especially true for this edition, since the last time we raced here was 2019.
At the 5th, Summerhays first to play. 2 birdie putts coming up.
Yeah, this is a big putt.
Yeah, it's so cool. You can feel the energy when you're walking the course. You can see that, how much has changed over the years. And speaking of that, it gives us a chance to talk about just that, Daryl, right? As we take a look at the augmented reality of this mountain, because it does change that much. Take us through some of the things that we should be looking for.
Tie up this
kind of
match, JP Bear alongside. He's been a huge
there's quite a lot of changes. In the 3 years,
man who committed to Texas in 8th grade, and from about his sophomore year of high school into his freshman year, John Fields told me he really struggled,
at the top,
but he never lost his vision of what he could be. He said his game left,
if you look at
but his
places like
identity
Part of Honor,
didn't.
where it's completely full of water now, you can
with a
take
lot
a
of hard
closer
work
look
to
at
get
that.
this man back
It's
on track.
impossible.
That putt just broke
all
right
over the
across
place,
the hole.
really. This is the old Badavana right now. It was heaps of
Opportunity
fun
missed.
always. We went to go and
one of the
have
top
runs up the hill,
assistant
testing our
coaches
bikes
in
back
the
in the old
country,
days.
former Longhorn
And literally
standout
third
player
year,
in
the guys were
early
jumping out the
90s
top.
back at his
Probably one of the
alma
most
mater,
funnest
helping out
climbs
head
of the
coach
course.
John Fields.
And
You
of course,
can see
there's
a
no more.
couple
It's
years
filled up
ago,
with
JT
water.
Hebert
There's
winning
a lot
the
of
James Strickland
really, really
Award,
soft
handed out to the
mud
top
at the
assistant
bottom.
coach of the
It's
year,
full
Armin
of water. It's going to come into the picture just
Arizona
now.
State
There we
assistant,
go.
who was on that match
Impossible
as
to
well.
ride through, so it would actually
Winning
ruin
that
the
award
race.
3 years ago.
And instead, we're going to skirt
Green at
around the
7,
edge
you
on the
have to
top
think
side
this
there
is
by
gonna be a
the green.
concession.
You can see all the trees there. They're going
It
to lead
is
up into the
official,
forest.
so Mason
And
Anderson,
it's always wet and slick in that forest. Johnny, I mean, the
setting
forest
the
is
tone
really
for
tough. right?
ASU. We'll see if there's any trickle down effect as his teammates could use a little change
the
of momentum.
pipeline early on, but after Badavana you go straight into the wood.
tie the hole.
It's difficult.
Can I talk about the next section, Grunahella? You've had some experience there.
A lot of
Pray
grit
tell,
right
Johnny.
there, those two.
Yeah, it's a gnarly
Matching
section. You know, it's
long par putts.
I've heard this year it's a bit shorter, right?
Couple
I've
par
had to
putts
I've been
at
able to walk the track.
sixth.
Well, they've actually
Lee
filled
out
in the whole
first.
bottom. So, like, in many, there's Grunahella right now coming into the picture. This is what it used to be like. And I mean, how difficult was this back in the day?
It was bad, you know, you never got a good run in under the tunnel. You had to duck under the tunnel and then it was like a long hill climb. It was so muddy. And yeah, it like peaks at the top, it got super steep. So the last year they turned it out.
Well, this is what it looks like right now. So if you remember the bridge that you guys had to go under, well, it's completely covered now. So there's a little jump there. Well, it's not a jump. The guy's going to roll over and they're trying to try and get as much traction as they can at the bottom. It's about 30 or 40 meters up. And they're probably still going to have to push out at the top.
And another change in the mix.
Anderson on the tee at the par 3/8 of that big lead. We'll take a look at it with our top tracer technology.
They've moved it over
177 and very little wind. And guess what? Right at it.
Orange netting now dividing the old blazing in on the right. And that will always could be a game changer, always at the end of the race. If you didn't get
John,
a
when
clean
you're
run
feeling
up
it,
it,
put your foot
then
down
you
on
have to
that
come
gas
back down
pedal.
again
Free it up and
easily
let
lose
it
your
go.
position.
And that's
So
exactly
it was
what
one
Mason's
of the biggest stresses in the
Back
old
at
days.
the 6,
And,
Parker Cootie.
I mean, Johnny, have you ever had to turn around and have another run up that one?
Nah, I've always been pretty good, but I've heard this year that they've moved the pace closer, so there's not really a good running. You know, if you lose a meter of the track for running,
He has been
then you really
outstanding this
struggle
week for the Longhorns. Had a chance to win the individual
try and
title.
get
5
grip
up
on them.
through
You know,
6.
you're gonna have to get a good run because there's no
Now
chance
over
of stopping
at
halfway and going again. You need to go from the bottom.
So the guys now, we used to be on the
One
right-hand
up
side,
in
we're
his
now on the
match.
left-hand side of that barrier.
185 to the front, 195 to the hole location.
Not much grip out there.
There's two great birdies in the
And there's always those
group ahead
situations
there
where
by
you walk the
Pearson
course,
Cootie
you
and
think it's going to be
Preston
one way,
Summerhays.
you show up on, you know, the
David
game
Cooch had a
day,
good
and it's
shot,
entirely
got a
different,
little
right?
That's
deep in the
exactly it.
green.
You know, you have in your mind what you want to do, but obviously you
to
get to
hold
some
on. There's a
sections
little bit of
and
a
it goes so
fall-off,
much
but it
easier.
does.
So then you get to another section and you think, oh,
Back
I'll fly
over
over
to
this,
8.
but then
See
it's
what
totally
Cole Hammer
different.
can
You know,
do.
you
Needs a
really
good one,
struggle, you get
Bones.
no traction.
Yeah, just trying to keep it
One
small
little
out here.
rock
Get
early on,
something
if it
on the
moves you
back
back
shelf
wheel,
and
then
give
you
yourself
lose
some kind of
traction.
quality look.
And not to get ahead of ourselves, we're
Good
expecting a
sounding
fast
stripe
race
there.
today with
A
conditions.
little bit
Would you
right
say
of it.
that?
Yeah, this is what everyone's been saying, you know, because it's
Gather
so
a
hot,
little
everything's
bit.
going to be dry early on.
Might get on that
I think
slope,
from the
but
start, the Carl's Dine is going to be
okay.
a sprint
First good
race.
swing of the day.
Well, speaking of fast, you know, things
Mason
always
Nome
kick
missed
off
a
every year. We love it
great
with
chance to
Rocket
get this
Ride.
match all
Always a
tied
good
up.
way to kind
That
of get
birdie
things
putt on
started
the last
here
hole on
in
the tee to
Erzberg.
5.
As a little different line this year, right?
Yeah, it wasn't like a straight hill climb. This year they had like, I think there was 5 hills and they turned a little bit in
little
between,
left of
so
the
you
hole
couldn't
location.
really carry your speed out the top.
Pretty well
You
done.
had to
Just
come a
past
little
hole
bit slower,
high.
turn across, and then
cut
out
going
on the
down.
next hill.
And I have to
Down the slope and down
just have to
valley.
make mention, Daryl, thank you so much for getting me down at the ride at Eisenerz.
college
Just the
memories
smell of two-stroke and the taste of
by
beer
Steve
simultaneously. I'm forever a changed man.
Yeah, we had so much
Match
fun.
play era.
We were like pretty much close to where you can see these guys now. And they were burnout.
Texas lost to Stanford in 2019, trying to win their second
Fans just come out in
national
songs.
title
And then, of
in the
course, the
match
prologue.
play era,
Johnny, your
joining
previous winner. What does that do to you
Alabama
mentally?
and
Having that
Western
success in the
University.
prologue
Right now, they're
leading
up
up
in
to
3 of the
main
matches,
race.
and with some
Yeah, it's
sizable
definitely good.
leads.
Every race
Arizona
that you enter,
State
you
with
want to
some
win.
work
You
to
know,
do.
the top 10 guys obviously wanted to try and win the prologue. It doesn't make a massive difference because you start in a row of 50, but if you can pick first gate pick and miss all the puddles early on, then you might be able to stay dry. You've got more tear-offs for later on.
We were having a conversation just before we came on air air today and just the ups and downs of being a hard enduro rider, just on the injury side. It's not an easy thing to handle mentally, physically. One rider who's been doing just that is none other than Manuel Lettenbichler. Let's hear from Manny.
Daniel Lettenbichler, the 2019 champion and last year's runner-up, was once again one of the big favorites for the season. But before he even touched the throttle this year, bad news made him miss round 1 in Israel.
I broke my meniscus 5 years ago, and it kind of made some issues the last couple of years, and I knew it's time to get it fixed. At the beginning, the scan said the knee would be fine after 2 weeks again, and then I was in the wake-up room, and there have been like 3 doctors just telling me, yeah, man, you will be out for like 3 months, and I said, perfect. I've been at the Red Bull APC almost every day, just working out and trying to get back on the bikes. It definitely was a bigger progress than I was expecting.
That progress showed in round 2. Lettenbichler was back on his bike and ready to race in Serbia.
It's a little bit jump into the cold water because it's a pretty long race. You can easily make a mistake and maybe go like a big step backwards, so I definitely don't want to risk it.
Nice to have you back, man.
Thank you very much.
Back at the par 3-8.
Right from the get-go, Lettenbichler showed he could keep up with the top riders. And then, on day 3, in the most difficult section of the course, he took it to the next level and jumped into the lead.
Now he's just got to stand there and find a bit of a firing squad. This will work. Take his right off the back and try and hold on in the last couple of feet.
4 days later, after a total ride time of 11 hours, Manny crossed the finish line of the X-Ross Hard Enduro Rally in first place to make a comeback of the coolest kind.
Just flattened out on him a little bit.
I came into this race with no expectation, and yeah, to win it is pretty special after such a long time.
But now he needs to face the mighty Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, a race he has yet to win, and he'll be gunning for every point he can get to make up for missing round 1.
Probably the most pressure for me at this race, and I'm always going to go into a race and say I'm going to give my best. The mountain is just insane, the atmosphere is insane, and at the end it's still the biggest race in the year, so yeah, definitely stoked to have it back.
College World Series beginning on Thursday from Oklahoma City. For more information on game times and listings, visit ncaa.com, home for all.
And here I am with Manny Lettenbichler. Manny, it's super hot down here. Any tactics for today?
Flat out, man. Just having a good start, and hopefully we can manage it quite good. Like, I'm excited, and it's always pretty nerve-wracking down here. So yeah, really excited to get out of the mine.
Ready to get going. The knee injury all behind you, all good. Going to be strong enough for today.
Yeah, I hope so. It should be enough. So I think I'm 80% now with my knee, but I already had a good comeback in Serbia, so I'm definitely wanna try my best also here again.
Absolutely, Manny. We wish you well, mate. Good luck. Let's go back to the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. We always like to speculate. How do you feel, Manny, in terms of his mindset, where he is physically?
Yeah, Manny's he's not going to come back unless he's fully strong. You know, he's not going to want to come back and finish fifth. You know, he wants to win every race.
Yeah, well, there's one thing that stands in his way, and that is this course. We were talking about things that have changed, but also things that have changed we think are going to be a little bit of equalizers. Are they not, Daryl?
Yeah, there are going to be a couple of little tricky places, like Vassalating, for example. A little bit of a twist there, so rows 3, 4, and 5, I think we're going to get hung up there a little bit.
And kind of earlier in the course. Normally these kind of challenges come later, so we could see some bottlenecking, do we not, Johnny?
Yeah, I think definitely early on, especially water pipe with the way it is now, the way you come down, you go up, down, and up again. You know, if you don't get a good run off camber to get up the top, they're going to be coming back down. Riders are going to be trying to go up, so that's going to be
Matt Thurman had a 30-minute conversation with David Pooch this morning.
So much course to contend with, and then you take the stamina factor of these things, the challenges that get thrown to these riders at the end of the race, if they should even be lucky enough to make it that far, right?
That's correct. And then this is another really tricky climb. So this used to be called Three Kings at Centrum am Berg, and you got to be committed to your third gear all the way to the top. Not easy to get up there. It's very steep, but the same one coming down, you're going to sit right back on the bike, and you could easily get a runaway down there. It's very, very
I
steep on the
felt
way
there
down.
might be better opportunities for me to
I
play
remember
in Europe.
doing that
I
years
want to
ago.
get
It's like
experience
real
as a
steep, but at the
professional,
bottom there's only
and I
like a
thought this
2 meter
was the
path. You know,
best
you've got to
path
stop
for
before
me
then you go down the
personally
next hill. So
to eventually
it's super
become
steep.
as good a pro
I mean,
as I can
there's so
become.
many highs and lows on this mountain, and they're forever changing, as we keep pointing out. One that always kind of garners a lot of attention is Carl's Dinner. Well, I mean, it's a beast, is it not?
It is, and I remember the first year I did it, we just went along the bottom. Now we go along, you come back along, you turn through it, you just go into the biggest hole.
The bikes are getting better, the riders are getting better, and they have to continually up the game if they want, the challenge that is Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's super difficult to set out because obviously not many people can ride Carl's Dinner like within an hour. So like to set a track out and do it must be super difficult.
And that doesn't look like much, but that's 3.7 kilometers of rocks. And then they got that steep climb back up at the end of it. And before they start heading out to the ski resorts, which you'll see in the far distance there. And then they'll come back into that new section called Moderates Highway. I did have a walk. That's actually the video earlier on with Rob and Paul. That's where they were at. That's the entrance to it. So it's like a typical Romanian uphill river section. With lots of logs and roots and things like that. It's quite slick, but not too difficult. And then at the top, they've got a left-hand turn and a very, very steep off-camber. That's actually where Rob slipped down and he lost his bike in the bushes.
Slipped down. Slipped down. Is that what you say? Rob Warner got straight up stuck. Is what happened.
Do
you understand that you can hardly walk there? So, the guys, and they're lucky because it's not wet.
Yeah.
If it was wet, it would be a completely different game changer. After that, you're going to make your way all the way back down to Dynamite, and you've got another couple of twists over there. Every year they try to surprise us, and it's not just straight up. They're going to go in, and up around that steep section, there's lots of shale there. It's really tough before they go to the Red Bull Arch.
Yeah, it's super deep around that tree. They've rode that for like the last 4 years, I think. We went around there, and it's got so dug out over the years. I know not many riders get there, but yeah, it's pretty savage.
And lots of different lines, so like it all depends on how they're going to shape it up for the race there.
Talent.
Yeah, you're going to have to find everything in the tank, and we made mention of the Air Power 22 show September 2nd and 3rd coming in. Also with the jets and the planes, of course, Red Bull Skydive team, Marco Vattenspiel and Marco First. Man, what a view! And I want to remind everyone as they make landing right front and center here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Be sure to download the Red Bull app, and you can bring this mountain into the palm of your hand, or even better yet, right into your living room as you're watching. It gives you some great insights, local knowledge of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Red Bull app, a must download. And gentlemen, we are minutes away. We can hear the engines just on this other side of the building. Are you guys ready?
I'm so excited.
Yeah, dude, I can't wait to see this.
Bigger question. I hope everyone's ready. Stay close. We're about to kick off the 26th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo right after this.
Pedal to the metal on Red Bull TV. Motorsports at its finest, all over the globe. Download the Red Bull TV app for free and sign in to watch all of our content offline. Download the app now.
Tana, are you excited? CCC.
Welcome to Nuts and Boltons, your inside guide to life at the West.
A vlog journey through the 2019 World Enduro Super Series.
It's going to be fun.
Oh yeah. Ride motorbikes is awesome.
Nuts and Boltons, now available on Red Bull TV.
Won golf championships, Texas against Arizona State. Texas up in 3 of the matches. Parker Cootie up 5.
Welcome back, everyone. It is Red Bull Erzbergrodeo here in Austria. As we get ready, a look at the start list. 500 riders, and we whittle it down, starting with the first 50 based on their success throughout the week. A lot of the usual suspects, but we've been having this conversation. So many young riders. What do you make of these young riders making the front line?
Pretty good
It's good,
from the right first cut.
Obviously, the way
Anderson now feeling a puff of wind in his face, going back for a different car.
It bodes well for the sport of hard enduro, as you can hear the engines. And there is none other than Carl. You've got some good stories with Carl, Daryl, as we...
No question about it.
I mean, man, what he started with here in the early days in the 90s, such a special event.
If you look there, you can see Manny's got 2 sets of goggles on. The pressure on your opponent so wet, so as soon as he gets out the quarry, he's going to pull the second goggles off, the first set of goggles off. He's got a brand new set underneath.
The start is everything here. I'm looking out for Caleb Russell. I'm looking out for Paul Terrace on that big 7. I know he's on poles on the second road today.
Yeah.
Anybody, there's so many good riders here. Johnny, what's your feeling? Who's going to get the whole shots here?
I'm gonna put my money on Manny. I think he's going to be good off the start. And also Billy. You can see Billy in the middle there. He's fired up. So
just throw me a dark horse.
A dark horse. Walkner.
Okay.
Walkner for the whole shot.
Okay. For Austria. Here we go. The flag is dropped. We are off. 2022 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo underway. Some carnage already.
Something heroic here. Make some kind of
Tio's got the whole shot there, followed by Manny, and then there's Billy on the right. So Billy's gone coming through there.
Short club in your hands.
Unbelievable. As we see a lot of the favorites making their way out, and you know what it's like to get out early and take and hold that lead. It can basically spell success.
Yeah, it's so important. Look at them all fighting to get to the front, pulling tear off. It makes such a big thing. If you can get a good start, there's Caleb Russell there coming through in 4th. So he's going to push. He's going to go for the win early on.
Notable mention to Caleb. Yeah, so fast. But this is, this is an endurance race as well, mentally and physically.
Yeah. So I think with Caleb, he's gonna be good super early on. Because it's quite fast all this section. So if he can get out front, he's going to make a little gap. But then as soon as I think he gets into the wood, it's going to be a little bit.
This spot here, he's coming off of this hard desert.
Just getting to that first checkpoint is a battle in itself.
Bounce it into the bank.
Multiple lines.
Crawl up and onto the green.
Yep, so you can see that Manny's now in the lead. These hills change so much because these are from the rocket ride. So you can see how deep the ruts are. So it's you could picture, if you catch a foot peg on them, you're going over the handlebars.
Conditions here, very demanding.
You're going to have a big crash early on.
Already some early action there. They're not quite sure which way to go. Looks like mayhem out there. Look at all the dust.
Trying to pitch into these banks.
Visibility is an issue right now, as you can see.
Oh no, there's something gone wrong there.
Yeah, I'm going to say
back around and back up the same
College
hill.
Golf
Tape
Talk,
was
a
down.
weekly podcast.
Okay, we've got issues.
Yours truly and Brentley Roma.
Oh no, that's not good. The tape's wound up on the wheel there. I hope that doesn't bring a problem there. They're going to tear it off.
That's Manny with the tape in the wheel. I guess they'll have all walked this section, so they'll have an idea where they're going early on. Because obviously they all know how important it is off the start.
That's a nice effort there for James.
Yeah, needs to settle in a little bit. Note I
Did
touched
seem
on
to
the
be
fact
a
that James
bit of
Lee, I was
confusion with
25
Manny
years
and the
old.
rest
Right
of the
out
pack
high
that
school,
were
he
at
had
the
a
front,
22-month
coming down.
mandatory
Visibility
military
wins
service because he's from
on the
Singapore.
stronger
He was
side
a
today,
fire
so definitely
specialist.
picking
When he
up a
got there,
little
he was in
extra
the
dust.
zone of state. It almost
and a
didn't
little
work out.
Looks like Manny's gone down under there.
Already
into some big boulders.
But Matt Thurman saying he
He's got the
always
tape wound
had
up in his
great
back wheel.
self-belief.
Yeah, you
Never
can
got
see all 3 riders there with the tape in the wheel. That's not good, you know.
Yeah, he's showing some signs of being
When you're this early on in the race, what are you keeping as kind of that focus? What are you aiming for? That first checkpoint, or you look like is it farther down?
Yeah, it's basically just straight to the first lot of hills. You need to get them out the way as fast as possible, and then it's obviously to pipeline. That's the main focus, is to try and get there in the lead. So these guys are going to be pushing so hard to stay in front. Obviously, you've got Billy there, you've got Manny who will be trying to catch him, but Billy's in a good position here because he's making the dust. Everyone else is going to have to go a little bit slower behind him.
40 feet coming straight down the slope.
Setting a blistering pace right now.
Very fast putt. It's about
And Billy's also got another foot injury. He hurt his foot again, the same foot, his drop foot. He wasn't quite sure if he was going to do the main race, and as the days have gone, the last couple of days, he's felt quite good. It's feeling a lot better, and it certainly doesn't look like it's affecting him at the moment.
Nah, Billy's an animal. I don't think he feels pain. I've raced him for a few years now, and he comes into something, and he is genuinely really injured, but it doesn't bother him. He raced the Super Enduro Championship this year, last few rounds with a fracture in his wrist. So.
Amazing amount of resilience. Just to remind everyone, Billy Bull tied with Graham Jarvis right now in the overall standings of the FIM Hard Enduro World Championship.
Tough putt.
And as placings start to come in, we will deliver those for you.
Arizona State, who's pretty much walked every single
now they go
in the postseason.
from what we used to do. You drop down, you go into the wood. This isn't super difficult, but it's quite fast, and then you'll
couple of decades at
pipeline, which is
and now
obviously
here was a good player as well at BYU.
That's different.
He told me this morning sometimes
now
you question, are you good enough to ever get here? So there are moments every coach has them. He's had his opportunities, lost to Texas and John
4 minutes
Fields in the quarterfinals a decade ago at Riviera, but he
maybe
believes
a race time,
he's ready
a little
and
in
his
the
team
2
is
hour
ready to
plus
capitalize
zone.
on this
they
moment.
say around 2 hours, so I think it'll be close to that. They won't get it wrong, but these two now, especially when these two are out front, they're going to ride together. They train together. They're going to push really hard.
How much pushing and pulling, that elastic factor, it almost actually makes you go faster sometimes.
Yeah,
you see, depending on who your rivalry is with.
Well, with them two now, the person at the front, Billy now, he'll be pushing as hard as he can. Manny can kind of cruise.
Looking back at the start, we had a little bit of carnage.
What's going left? It appears to have some.
All about getting that whole shot
coming off that, but it doesn't.
Yeah, them puddles look deep. Imagine getting the ones. To be honest, getting splashed by the water was probably quite nice for them keeping it cool.
We talked yesterday a little bit about playing Arizona.
The big question is what happened higher up. We saw them take that first hill, redirect on the turnaround. So
it's so easy to make a mistake, Pat. It just depends on they change it, and it's been so written out from the rocket ride. You can very easily, a piece of tape could have just fallen down, and they would have made a wrong turn.
Especially with the dust, you can see the dust now. The riders behind there have to take it a little bit easier because they can't pull it because they don't really know where they're going.
How about that for Cole?
Back to live picture.
That jump starts
it. During the 6-minute mark.
Perseverance right there from the senior.
Now back at the 5th, Cameron Sisk.
Okay, so
has a putt
delay for that second row. Remember, 500 riders,
a little bit more.
So 10 rows of 50 riders. No easy task getting out of the bottom of that quarry pit there, especially with the water from the recent rain.
Source is just a great kid.
And this was a section we thought was going to cause a little bit of bottleneck, and we're going to see that with the lines coming up to this. So probably second, third line. This is we're going to see a little bit of a backup.
So these guys will need to have a clear run over here. It shouldn't be too difficult, but this is where they drop down. They make a little loop at the bottom, and then they've got to go up this new fresh shaly section.
Look at the gap that these two have got on the other riders already. These two are on such a good level at the moment that they're going to push so hard. So Billy will go as hard as possible. If he makes a mistake, then Manny will take the lead, and then Billy will follow. So that's what it's going to be like for the full race, is these two going back and forward.
Exactly, just like this. This is what you dream of, the rivalries that bring out the best in each rider.
So this is a super difficult section. I mean, we're going to get rows 3 and 4 start stacking up here just now. It's going to become absolute carnage, but these guys have just made it look so easy.
And I did see a visibly very, very calm and collected Manny Lettenbichler this week. He seemed, there's just a freshness about him. Compared to, I'd say even previous Erzbergrodeo. It just seemed, and you have to imagine too, getting a second place in 2019, that kind of stinks for a little bit, that you came so close.
And he must be super confident. He's gone back from having like an injury 4 months off, and he's come back, straight back, and he's won a race. So he's going to be confident, and he's definitely going to be fired up.
But how much? Theodore Quebec Chief, he's doing really well. He's right up there.
Well, Theodore, I mean, just in terms of coming out of virtually nowhere this year and then having success at the first 2 stops, and now currently like in the top 5, in the hunt for an FIM Hard Enduro World Championship. That's just unbelievable at his age.
Yeah, he's been, like the last 2 years, he's always been one to watch. He's always been in the top 10. He's had like good bits here and good bits there. And I think this year he's just starting to bring it all together. He's a fast rider early on, so I think he's going to be good now. When it's technical, he doesn't really have the trials background, but he's got long legs, he's strong, he can battle.
And it's great to see all the new countries popping up. Bulgaria, Israel, with the minus 400, there's talent coming out of Israel, and we hope that new generation, that force de resistance, as they say, just keeps emanating for the sport, because it really pushes the established veterans as well.
So you can see the dust now already early on this hill. I think it's going to be difficult for the other riders. Obviously, you get the rocks rolling down the hill, so that makes it harder when you're following someone to pick a good line.
So all the competitors had a chance to assess all areas of this course, but a few changes. Just near the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, that's not an easy hill, you know, the way you've got to come up, turn and go along, and I think it looks very difficult. There's
row 2 is off.
And there's Paul Tarres on the outside on the 700.
So for the viewers that are new to it and they just break down a 700, the weight, the upside and the downside of a bike like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure the weight, Daryl, of his bike, but
well, he shaved off. I think stock there about 178 kilograms, and he shaved off 15 kilos of that bike. It's he's trying to do what he can. He's beefed up the suspension. He's done a lot of work. He's built that bike himself, but he knows that it's going to be an absolute mission to get that beast around the track. And on the prologue, there he is there, riding picture 9 frame. I mean, that's a monster of a bike. I mean, you bring an adventure bike to Erzberg. I mean, you got to be nuts, right?
Yamaha 700, it's fast, but man, that is going to be one hard bike to lift up if it drops.
I couldn't imagine it if you're in, like, obviously when you're in the woods, it's super narrow. There's going to be a bottleneck. I can't imagine what it's going to be like on a 700.
Maybe he just
ride around.
Maybe just powers through.
Over the top, maybe.
Yeah, it was fun to watch Paul Terrace last night in the trials. Fun gas trials event last night.
Yeah,
last fall.
Even had someone in a gorilla
out of the gate, bogeyed the first couple of holes, then rattled off 6 birdies in the last 12. Supposed to score
10.5, second
line. Wait. When you hit bunker shots like this at 18, John, you have a sense of just how special this young man is.
No easy task right there.
Top 50.
Last hole has to carry over another bunker. That was a wonderful
their way
shot.
Up this course. We expect times right around 2.5 hours.
And this birdie putt on the last
attempt.
So they would share co-medalist honors.
A lot of concerns that
with
rain
a chuckle.
came in.
But maybe he was laughing even a little more yesterday when he took down Goddard in convincing fashion in the quarterfinals as ASU beat Oklahoma.
That was at 5. That was our first
Let
look at Chris Goddard.
Great
really,
back and forth.
How impressive he was.
Expect still a lot of elasticity.
Right?
A lot of chance for, I think, for the riders that are back in, even like, 5th, 6th, 7th. We've seen that happen multiple times.
Yeah, it's quite good for the riders in 5th and 6th because you've kind of got something to follow. Obviously, it's difficult because you've got dust, but apart from that, it's not too bad.
So World Cup skier, Marcel Hirscher, the Austrian, 8-time World Cup titles. And 20 FIS Crystal Globes, and decided, you know what, I'm going to retire. I want to get into hard enduro. Who does that? Obviously, a masochist for moto. You got to love that.
Yeah, he seems a cool guy. I follow him on Instagram. I've met him a few times, and he loves motorbikes. So yeah, fair play to him to come here. I would never attempt to go to a ski competition.
And a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, so he knows a thing or two about discipline and sacrifice. As Manny in picture, just taking a nice cruise through the forest.
Head saying walk that
not to make like any mistakes, just to save keep your heart rate low and don't get too worked up. I mean, where do you think most of the energy is going to be spent today?
I think they're going to blow a lot now because they're going to be sprint. Look how Manny's sprinting. They've already done like a water section before this. It's super slippery. Their heart rates now will be 190, absolutely flat out. And then I think in about 10 minutes they'll start to relax a little bit in the woods, but not too much. And then Carl's Diner is going to be a big one.
Okay, so Carl's Dinner, we saw in 2019, Manny did have the lead. And then, what's that guy's name, the silent assassin? Oh yeah, Graham Jarvis, out of nowhere. I mean, he's been known to just blast through sections where other riders are putting so much effort. How do you minimize how much energy you're putting out early on?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I've always sprinted early on because my speed was better than my technical ability. So I knew that I had to make a big gap as possible. Look, see how he switches the engine off there. So if anything happens, his bike doesn't set off flat out down the hill. So that saves him a little bit of time.
Championship match.
It's what a lot of riders do now. And there's Walter now in second. So there's my dark horse. He's there.
Your dark horse just moved into second like that.
Jim,
that was a pretty good pull, Jeff.
Well, if Walter can hold on and hang on and land on the podium, wherever it may be, he'll be the first Austrian ever to do so. And I can guarantee you the streets in Eisenherz and throughout Austria will be celebrating tonight.
Probably from
I can imagine his whole family and everything. They've worked hard for this race, and this is where I met them years ago. So this is definitely a big race for him and his family.
A little bit of bother there in the front bunker, but that depends on the line.
Manny doesn't look like he's slowing down. I mean, he's really eating the course up. It's dry. What do you think it's like inside the forest?
I'm not too sure. I think the forest could be quite wet. You know, I spoke to some of the riders. They said it's dry early on. Then the higher you get up the mountain, there's more water, obviously. So
they've just come out of the winter period, so it's been melting and seeping out of the mountains. So, and it doesn't get a chance to dry in these forests. But these early stages are actually quite easy. There's lots of traction. So there's some definitely very slick parts of the track. When they cross over to go to Carl's dinner, I heard the guys talking about a really difficult climb in that forest. So.
I mean, it's such a delicate dance between knowing when and how to use that energy, and then the technique. It's the endurance factor. If the fitness isn't there, you're just going to be
starting to pick up a bit, helping here at this par 3, playing downwind. Actually, just a
unbelievable how this mountain just takes
slope as well, 177
now
yards.
just dropping in there, so he's doing
got
good
this match in the situation now being 3 up. All he's looking for now is center of the green.
If Manny makes a mistake, he'll lose a minute in no time.
So if you could jump into Tristan's head right now, what would you tell him?
He's just got to keep pushing and minimize the mistakes. The biggest problem is if you make a mistake, you're going to lose 5 seconds here, 10 seconds there, which obviously by the end of the race you've got minutes. So if he can just plug away and keep doing it, which I think he will because he's a strong rider, he'll be good.
That slope. Sure, that was.
We mentioned expecting some bottlenecks, and we'll be seeing more of this with the remaining lines of 500 riders. Unbelievable when you really start to quantify, kind of understand how many riders simultaneously on course.
Well, if you think of a dirt bike race, you start off with 1,500 guys, you whittle them down to 500, and then you get like 20 finishes at the end. It's the hardest one-day race in the world, Pat, and you don't really understand the steepness of these climbs. I mean, that if you wouldn't walk down there, but the camera doesn't do it any justice. Stand at the bottom, and it's like, do they really come down here?
Both players will have to contend with that ridge that bisects the green here at the 8th.
Next line about to get underway here at the 16-minute mark.
Love to have gotten that up on that proper slope.
And the cap on time, 4 minutes, 4 hours, I should say. We'll start of row 4. After 4 hours,
just short of the green,
you are deemed a DNQ. Or DNF.
Looks good right here.
I wish I could explain what these guys will be going through now. Because honestly, like, you're just watching this one flag that's lifting up, and you know that there's 50 of you burning into this one corner. It's like, the feeling's insane because they've been sat there now for an hour and a half down the bottom. Like, it just all builds up.
Takes us up in 3 of the 5.
Almost feel the nerves from here.
Today's coverage is
so many privateers and so many just, we're talking weekend warriors what it takes for these guys to get here, as they are off.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about our sport. You know, these guys are racing against us, you know, and it's kind of professional, amateur, it all works.
If they're good enough, they could be banging bars in a corner with you.
Exactly.
What other sport can you say that?
Yeah, exactly. You can't go and play football with Barcelona or something, can you? So.
Yeah, but the only trouble is you guys have set the bar too high now, so it's like...
It is, the way the sport has come on in the last 5 to 7 years is incredible.
Any type of special conditioning you do for Erzberg specifically? Because it's this explosive kind of one-day beast versus Romaniacs kind of drawn out different stages.
That's the thing, like training for hard enduro is so difficult because obviously you go to Romaniacs, you've got 5 days of 8-hour days, and then you come to here, which is a total sprint. So it's like training as a sprinter and a marathon runner. It's a difficult thing to be fully prepared for.
You pointed out the lack of visibility on some of these climbs. You're literally riding by braille at this point.
Yeah. And like that guy there, he's stuck halfway up the hill. It's difficult to get moving from there. You need to turn around, go back down, have another go.
So last time we checked in, current leader was Manuel Lettenbichler, and an up and down year for him. It's great to see him come back at the second stop. X-Ross in Serbia. Checking back in, reassessing that front line of the pack as the rest of the competitive field makes their way through sections that we have to tell you, even at this level of riding, guys making it look way too easy for your typical rider out there navigating through any part of this course.
Yeah, it's a hard one to do. Like them rocks are so early on that your heart rate's so high. You need to be thinking about what's going on, and yeah, there's just so much running through your head now.
And also something that we haven't spoken about yet are the no help zones. So, in the past it was from like machine, like checkpoint 10 onwards. Now the whole race is a no help zone. So there used to be guys in the forest helping out, and it's not allowed anymore. And also there's no line spotting in Carl's dinner. And that's going to be huge. I mean, Johnny, how much does it help to have somebody walking in front of you?
Yeah, it does. Carl's Diner is dinner is a difficult one because obviously you spend so much time walking it that someone walking in front doesn't really make much of a difference. It does help a little bit to look up, but in the woods early on, in the past years when you were allowed help, I remember years ago I'd have like a hook on the front of my bike, and as soon as I get to this section we'd have a rope, and these guys would run down the hill and it would basically just pull me up the hill. So there was one section that was like that because it's pretty much impossible to ride. All the top riders had somebody there.
Preston Summerhays.
Oh, you got to love too that Erzbergrodeo, the guys that hang in the trees and they've got the hand hooks.
Yeah.
Ready and willing.
But I think it's definitely good for the sport. Being no help, it makes it better. There you have Caleb Russell coming in.
And then just moments ago,
he's just gone up.
So Caleb came out to test the new 2023 Erzbergrodeo edition. I think they asked him to do the prologue, and he said, well, while I'm here, let's just give the main race a crack. So, he's going to see how far he goes. I don't think he's going to finish, but he's going to give it his best shot.
All right, right now let's check back in with Paul Bolton, who was at Zentrumhamburg just moments ago.
This should be fairly routine here.
So we're here at Zentrumhamburg, normally known as Three Kings. We've lost Graham Jarvis on the start. He's gone around the first turn, and obviously his bike's picked up some water. He was trying to get it going. I don't know if he did, but Manny's out front with a few behind him. Preston Summerhays got this for birdie.
All right.
Back up the slope. Pearson Cootie still has.
Thank you, Paul. So interesting note on Graham's bike. Hopefully that is able to be sorted, as we've seen Graham overcome a lot more than a little water on the bike.
Enough it was online though, Billy Ray.
Start of row 5.
Getting a bit excited there, the boys.
Steady.
They'll be in the corner
Steady.
in a minute.
Drop back to 7.
I did a little glimpse of Wade Young just now. It doesn't look like he got a great start either, so we'll have to watch, see if he can make his way through the field.
Pick it up, you're good.
But yeah, it really is all about the start. You've got to get off the line early, and if Graham's got a problem, don't know how bad it is, how much water he's sucked.
And if you're looking
you might
at
be able to
Arizona
see him
State,
here if he's still at the start, if he's on the first turn.
To win that match.
Wow.
Oh, we've got a bit of carnage there already.
Front 9. Let's see what Pearson Cootie can do here. Stay 3 up.
Very difficult putt, but he has started off Pearson Cootie. Even at the first hole, he made about a 6 foot for par to tie the
definitely
hole.
A different scenario than back in 2019 on that climb out. A lot more water then. A little bit better to see something that's actually rideable to get out.
Yeah, might hang to the left like it did.
It certainly did.
These hills are super difficult at the start. The rocks are quite big, but also you have to turn into them, which is difficult to carry speed. If you took the front or your back wheel kicks off a rock, you lose your speed and then you don't get up the hill.
So you can lean on that.
22 and a half on the clock here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, as
T at 7 with Vic.
Remaining lines starting to make their way out. These are the sights we're so used to seeing at Erzberg. The struggle is real with the rest of the pack not getting off that front line start of 50.
Solid start there for Travis Vic. Now wheels coming off just a little bit.
So many riders trying to navigate sections that are difficult in their own right, let alone throw 20 other riders simultaneously on the same location.
Be sure to pull high.
You got to be also careful. There's lots of dust and stuff like that, so you can hit a boulder. You can get roosted quite badly. Not everybody wears chest guards here, but I remember a couple of guys putting some plates under their shirts just for the start, so that they don't get any big rocks hitting them.
The tough 9th par 4.
This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier on. So this is a repository.
That was a little generous.
That looked very similar to Vasa lighting, and I expect the same sort of thing that we're going to see.
And maybe, Johnny, you could kind of break down, just you look at that, how that dirt, how you just sink. Yeah, that shale on top, and then it's just almost a pumice.
So that's what I was saying earlier. If you go onto a hill like that, you make a mistake in the bottom, you lose a little bit of speed, and then you get stuck halfway up. The best thing is just to go back down, have another go, try and get as much speed as you can. But obviously riders are in the way, so you can't really ride around them. So you can see the boys are tired already. So you've got to try and carry as much speed up that hill as you can while someone's coming down the wrong way and all the rocks are coming down. So it's quite difficult.
Can we get an update on the lead? Okay. All right. So just nearing the 25-minute mark. As
Manny out front. This is Manny now. So he must be heading round onto the other side of the mountain, I'm guessing now.
Well, he's still motocrossing his way. He's absolutely flat out. I think he's got a commandable lead at the moment. I'm not sure where Volkner is. Let's have a look and see if where Michael is. Also a youngster, Austrian kid. He's been putting a lot of effort in, been doing a lot of riding. And he's had a really good season so far. But look at that.
Oh my God.
Some hill, that one.
Yeah.
And you know, the guys make it look so easy at the moment. But that hill is insanely steep and loose.
Yeah, it's incredible watching Manny when he does have that extra gear where he taps in, where you're like, okay, there's nothing that can stop him. No, he seems like he's right there,
and he's riding so confident lately. And like, if you ride like that, you don't really make too many mistakes.
No, Manny basically is not worried about anybody else. He was so focused. He's completely focused on his own ride. He doesn't care about anybody else.
This one's a difficult hill. I remember this one from the other years.
Up the crossing.
Heading into Machine. 100 meters up the road, he's going to turn right. There's a new entrance into a lead into Machine.
So get that necessary time check. And if Manny were able to do it, he'd be the first son-father winner of Erzbergrodeo. I know it was an interesting year when his dad, Andreas, joined you on the podium. We don't need to dive into that. But
So this is the new entrance into Machine. They used to start with the spectators are down there. They used to come in from that side. It's not terribly difficult going in, but you've got no run-up. Theodore's running into a bit of trouble over there.
Not made that hill that I said.
Show the world what opportunity can do.
It's difficult to turn around on that hill. It's got a lot of steep, eh?
So
he's bringing a lot of fence with him.
So that's a crossing. So Billy also made a mistake a couple of years ago there. So Theodore's going to go back down. Give it another run.
Did you see Walton? Walton was on his way up then as he was coming down. So I guess
Walton want to get it up on that top level. What a shot there from.
It just shows you how difficult these times are.
It is, because it only takes one rock. As soon as one rock kicks your back wheel,
his own
you lose your
last
traction.
year or so.
Take
a look what he's done in the spring. The seniors get so much attention.
And Machine, there's quite a nice lineup there, so there's a lot of zigzags over the years. So not too much has changed in the second half of the time, but it's always
solid
different.
And I think this is the thing that really gets lost on people that don't watch a lot of Enduro is the subtleties that are necessary to navigate through this.
On number 7.
Yeah, and we've kind of learned. We've probably learned off Graham this technique. Like, you just sit down on the back of the bike and you get so much traction, and that's what Graham used to be so good at. That's how he used to win races. And now obviously everyone's got onto that. And as you can see Walton in the background, he's just sat down at the back of the bike trying to get as much traction as possible.
We've actually found it over here, and he's got
although it's slow moving, the difficulty factor on this is at its highest point.
He's got a clear swing.
Unbelievable how these guys can navigate their way through this littered debris of field. And Volkner currently in second. The Austrian, his best showing so far at Erzberg.
A heck of an athlete, not only becoming one of the best golfers in the collegiate game, go back to his days growing up on the gridiron at Second Baptist High School. He was a starting quarterback.
Michael at the moment is lying 8th overall
with the helmet
on.
Enduro World Championship.
And there's Mario Roman coming
Baptist High School, where his
so Mario's going to be really good here. He's really fit at the moment, and he's super strong. So for him to be this close to the front early on, he could be one for a win now.
He ultimately realized the future potential on the ranks in the game of golf.
This has been really good on a lot of these sections.
Tremendous athlete, loves the competition.
And now Theodore. Wow.
But every little mistake the guys they make, it just sucks that little bit of energy out of them. And so far, it doesn't look like Manny's made any mistakes so far. He's cleaned everything. And that's going to help him so much later on.
I wonder if Billy's had a problem because he's just come into the picture now and he's like just past Theodore.
Johnny Vegas,
he's pushing hard by the looks of it. So I hope he doesn't
Still
burn
fairly
himself
tight
out.
pack though, fair to say.
Yeah, it is super. There's Manny out front, but not far. So it only takes one little slip off for Manny and the boys.
His tee shot now. Parker has lost this to the right. Going to come very close to the penalty area.
Needs to woe down.
Getting checked in.
As it gets going that direction, it gets there in a hurry, Noda.
Hit the 30-minute mark here.
To the
These boys look like they're struggling quite a bit more than what Manny did. Manny rode up there pretty quick and smooth, but I guess he's loosened all the rocks. And then these boys are riding in the loose rock.
You can see all the tape still wound up on the wheels from the start, that mistake they made earlier on.
Right, but it just doesn't. You saw Pearson Coody miss.
As Mario gets out of the hill.
Just in the match before this.
Unbelievable tenacity.
Things are starting to change a little bit in the favor of Arizona State. This could be a big statement.
And dealing with the double fall line section, just adding a little bit more spiciness to the mix.
I wonder if that foot's affecting him at all, but I mean,
I don't think he'll let it bother him.
Yeah.
Read it perfectly. Didn't do much at all. You get behind that, and I was hitting that putt out there.
We've learned so many times you can't get ahead of yourself here at Erzberg.
Wins for no.
We've seen leads disappear within minutes.
Exactly.
It just takes one mistake, and the rest of the pack are just as hungry, if not hungrier, and they're on your heels.
Tristan Hart and Gomez have just come into the picture at the bottom, so they've got pretty good starts as well. So they're not that far off it.
What was your first experience? The year that you got third here, when you had to battle the rocks.
Yeah, I honestly came here. I didn't really know much about the race.
That was the
I'd seen like YouTube videos, and I remember riding around thinking, what am I doing here? Like, I was stuck on these hills, and I was just like, oh my, what is this? And then when I finished and I got into it, I was like, yeah, this is what I want to do. So that's where it came from.
So Wade Young is also in the mix, so I've just had a glimpse of him coming in there as well. And I think there's also Dominic Belzawi there. Finished second in the prologue.
Yeah, so Bulgarian rider along with the Polish rider.
I think Tristan Hart's going to be a good one. He's up early on, and he was 7th or 8th place with the Romaniacs last year on his first attempt. Shot. Super good, so.
And he's already caught up with Theodore struggled. He lost quite a bit of time on that climb.
And should be noted too, the younger riders made a little bit more in the reserve tank.
Moment to go, Pearson.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he'll be trying to push later on.
First play here, 156.
This is where we are on our virtual mountain.
Daryl holds position on the left-hand side of the green.
Just getting over to this point is no easy task.
Currently 2 up in the match.
Yeah, and then they're still looking forward to that slippery piece there as they head over the top of the crest of the mountain.
Shot there from
and then they go around the back there. There's a very hard off-camber section. And then they're going to drop down into the Motorex Highway, the Grunohola.
Pressure on Summer
They'll be doing Carl's Dinner first. My apologies.
149. This is the first time this summer race had the
3.7 kilometers of rocks.
Yeah,
that's what's ready for these boys.
There.
You've got to remember also the drop into Carl's Diner is savage. They do 2 steep hills down. The second one's always in, but the first one's a new one. So I'm interested to see how they ride that.
Right now, let's check in with Leo, who's at Carl's Dinner.
Fordham University, class of '86.
So something that has changed since 2019 is that line spotting help from the outside is not allowed anymore. Graham Jarvis, the 5-time Red Bull Erzbergrodeo winner, has proven time again that he doesn't need this. He just sees the line and goes for it. But other athletes like Manuel Lettenbichler, who used to tag team with Andreas, his father, here specifically at Carl's Dinner, who would just help him to throw the lines left, right and center. He would guide him. Now he might actually struggle with this new challenge. So let's see how he's going to cope with that.
Some impressive players executing some even more impressive golf shots. Also, don't hate listening to my man Bones calling.
To the house as we jump back in and watch our leader just try to distance himself. Manuel Lettenbichler. Currently
Justin Anderson, Hammer
in the hunt
on
to grab some
11
coveted
Bones.
points.
It's been a magical ride for you and
2022
Justin. And,
FIM Hard Enduro World Championship, but most notably, he has yet to win a Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
He's got a TV out there by the pool. where he's relaxing with Jill, Frank, and
looking like a good day so far for Manny.
He's certainly earned it.
I mean, this is the kind of distance
happier he gave you the week off to let you come out here and join us.
His race has gone pretty much perfect.
Yeah, no,
I'm
so happy to be here. I'd be happy to
kind of
watch
thing.
it, so to be able to
He's
walk inside the
put
coach
time on the
and
other
you guys
riders,
is
which is
an
what he
absolute
needed to do.
And any
an update
tricks
on this
you tell
one.
yourself when you do have that lead is not to think about what's in the rear view.
Nah, to be honest, you don't really think that. You know, you just focus on the next set because you kind of know with walking the track what's coming next. So your main focus is thinking how I'm going to do this, how I'm going to do that.
And some competitors are better when they have to like reel someone in. Then there's those that are just, you know, if they're out front, you can't catch them.
Yeah, I think you've got like Graham. He's a rider that would love to come through the pack.
See if that happens.
Well, I guess he would love a good start, but he is good at coming through the pack.
So at the top of machine there, Michael Volkner was a minute 15 behind. So that's actually nothing in the terms of a hard enduro race like this.
Not at all. And this is what we did expect with Vasa Lighting.
Get this match to
just debris field at this point. Carnage and Moto Melee everywhere. And just the serenity, too, of being out in front of the lead. It's almost like, obviously, there's the technical aspect of this because the course is grueling, but when you look from above, it just looks like a beautiful trail ride, does it not? It's anything but.
The camera does these hills no justice. You've got to come here and watch it in person to see how amazingly steep
and it takes hold. It's part Burning Man, part Coachella, part, I mean, probably the best moto event you can ever experience because there's all the family, multiple generations, and the fans of all things moto. Doesn't matter what aspect of moto, how they come out and camp and live in the dirt for a solid week.
It is, it's crazy. I don't know if you went up into all the other paddocks.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many different paddocks. It's insane what goes on up there.
And then there's the beer tent as well.
And then there's the beer tent.
It's a festival of madness.
Now, we should point out, too, this event, it sells out usually within a few hours. And I know everyone was extra keen since 2019 to get Erzberg back. So it's alive and well. And another look at machine here as the rest of the pack start to make their way through.
There's David Knight there. He's the one there with the yellow camel pack on. So he's got a pretty good start. Was he on the front? Yeah, he was on the front row.
Previous winner, David Knight, hit also in his 40s. You would think that David Knight knows a thing or two about this mountain. Been doing hard enduro for so long. Unbelievable rider. Earlier, Paul Bolton was checking in from Machine. Let's have a listen.
So we're here, it's Machine. This is a really tricky section. You can go up it without using too much energy, or you can make a hard job of it. So far, the rocks are really loose this morning, but Manny is putting down the rubber on that tyre. He's making a whole new level of it. Let's see where the guys go next.
Thanks, Foltz. You can just hear the energy in Paul Bolton's voice there as we look live with Manuel Lettenbichler. Live update where he is on the mountain for the first time ever, getting these live updates. Incredible to watch. And for Boltz to say that, you know, Manny just blistering through. Should remind everyone too, as we see that AR and the VR that comes up on screen, be sure to download the Red Bull app, go to Erzbergrodeo, and you can get your own version of the mountain in the palm of your hand as David Knight continues to push through.
And that's Keelan Hancock behind, also a British rider.
Yeah, there's a good group of English riders now, you know, coming to all these sort of races. There's a good ability in England.
Yeah. Notable mention to David Knight too, just his dominance at earlier rodeos, everything from last man standing, just a powerhouse, such a resilient rider.
He's pretty much won everything.
Yeah.
He's like literally he's had such a good career.
There's Philip Schultz now. So, he's done many Erzbergs, and he's got 2 last finishes at Erzberg. And he finished 23rd in 2019.
And let's be honest, just to even say that you finished in Erzberg, that sits with some of the best accolades you could ever get.
Another Austrian rider there was Thomas Hecher. And over there we have Milan Schumacher from Germany.
I think he's just a junior rider, I think. 6'2" he is, but he's a big guy.
And just to remind everyone, this used to be the begin of the help zone, no longer. So all the riders having to navigate this on their own. Which we like to see, that level playing field.
Sonny Goggia there, also had an awesome prologue run, and he's been doing a lot of extreme enduro events, up and coming.
He looks like he's got a bit of a problem. He was looking down before, and he's gone all the way back down, and then he's turned around and come back up. So it'd be interesting to see how long he's taken on this section when he eventually gets to the top.
It looks like he's definitely got a problem. He's fiddling down.
195 yards, asking it for it to go. Back right hole location, got a fortunate kick up there, and what a quality golf shot.
Pretty good. He was on the front row as well.
So now the pressure shifts to Dylan Minetti, Billy Ray.
Certainly does after that shot there from Anderson. 177 now for Minetti.
And there we go. That's what we were talking about.
Balls up the left-hand side, maybe trying to use a little of that slope.
Piling up there, and a lot of these guys are going to go no
Pretty good answer right there for Dylan.
No doubt, he has a good look as well.
And it's getting quite rutted out.
First one in,
getting spun out.
Perhaps.
And you know, the pros made short work
at 11.
Go up there first.
Cameron Sisk
Maybe a
can
little
do.
easier than
Match
now.
tied up.
Yeah,
against
definitely,
Derek
especially
Hitchner.
with the riders. They've got to try and ride around them, but
right to
also
left.
with this guy pushing, it's just digging a deeper hole. So it just
The man
moves
that
the ball
sealed it in the
slow, makes it
quarterfinals
more
this
difficult
morning
the
for
next person coming.
Arizona State rolls that one in. Highsmith for birdie at 16.
Yeah, another great look.
There was him.
I think he's
just English. Okay, look about the Brits.
Guys, look at the bottom of this.
Smith still has a chance to win this hole.
There's no other way you can get up there, so you're just going to wait in line.
Somebody's got to try. Someone's going on the
Saw
left
the wonderful
new line.
second shot by Cole Hammer into 10, birdie putt to win the hole.
Yeah, a little slower, as you said, but that's the right coming down the slope.
Yeah, if you stand on the bottom, you see how steep it is.
Really silky right there, Jim.
And you need to run up, and now those guys have actually blocked the run up.
Before the matches.
Makes it
And they'll
even
be
more
all
difficult.
fighting
Back
for
to
the
11.
Hitchner for birdie to tie the hole.
Wow. Like that kind of speed, there's zero chance of getting up. Is that not Lyndon Poskett down there?
Yeah, Lyndon Poskett.
He's aggressive with it.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble. So Lyndon's done
Right across the hole at the very end.
So
Arizona
couple
State
of
leading in
crashes,
3
carnage that we've
5
seen
one-up advantages.
off line one.
Dylan Minetti
That's how
led
loose the rocks are, eh? As soon as you
by
try and
2
turn on
with
them, it's
3
like
holes
turning on
to play.
marbles.
Mason Anderson
I mean, that shows you how
on the
steep it
last
is, right?
2. Minetti for birdie at 18. Got it!
And this is just within the first 30 minutes, I want to point out.
So that's Brett Swanepoel, South
Good
African
as
rider.
this. Birding the tough
Not sure where he is. We'll have to
18.
look out for him a bit later on. He did start on the second row. He just missed it. He qualified 53rd on the prologue. He was pretty gutted about that.
And now
And
Billy Ray,
these guys are
pressure
just digging
back
a hole.
on
These
Mason
are the
Anderson.
highlights, or you could call them lowlights
Right
of Erzbergrodeo that people are used to
Minetti.
seeing. Just
That was amazing, given the
you know,
situation.
amazing
after
riders
losing
in their own right,
2 straight
literally
holes.
trapped on a
Lit-
mountain.
We need
Now
one more
Anderson.
rider to make a new line, and then everyone will follow that line.
Minetti
Until
has to make it.
people are trying on the left, so that's not too bad. There's Marcel Hirsch.
Hey, he's doing a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, that's oh no.
Seven-time world champ.
How about
So
these
he's
two
already
just
here.
going knuckle to knuckle?
Vacillating.
That's a last little hit up.
What a
So
great
what you gonna
match.
do? Go back down and try it again?
So
Flowers
the
him,
second
straight
time
back down.
today, Dylan Minetti goes to the 10th
But
to
it
play
depends how
extra
the running
holes.
is. You know, if there's a big group of riders down there, and he's not far from the top,
Earlier,
maybe
William
you can
Mao had this
try
to
and
win the
push it, but maybe not,
13th
so he's going back down.
to go
Yeah, the
3 up in
steepness, I
his
think,
match.
when we do try to push up something like this, then the back row just digs in. And unless you really close to the top, it's pointless. So rather go back down and give it another crack. And that's what's making this so difficult. There's no run up for these guys. They've just jammed up the
Also
whole
earlier,
entry.
Joey
And there's nowhere
Versic
for anybody to go. And there's no other way.
I have
the line.
to give you credit, Daryl. This is
putt
exactly
into
what
that
you said
lead.
might happen here when we went over there.
So that is
You
down to
said
1 up.
you're like, just to
lead
get
for
out
Cruz.
of the first half of the race.
Highsmith has battled his way back.
Yeah, I could kind of like envision it because
over to
you
16.
know, the climbs in the old days
Highsmith
were a lot
has
more
this
difficult
to win
than they
the
are now, like
hole,
the rocket
tie
ride
the
and that.
match, and
And there
win
you can see now we're
5
getting into
of
the
the
really,
last
really
6.
difficult
What
stuff.
a comeback
Back to the
from
lead
this
with Manny Lettenbichler.
crafty veteran.
Just a sinuous
Senior
approach to the
Pepperdine,
box here.
5 down at one time.
But
And he was off. He looked a little lost, to be quite honest. Preston Summerhays had won 6 straight holes.
So innocuous and so
and then
challenging.
other than a great par save by Summerhays at 13, he would have lost
between
6
him and the Austrian Wagner in second.
Wow, that thing has changed in a hurry, and it's escalating
minute
quickly
15. That is
in the favor of the
razor hair
Longhorns.
margin.
They lead in 4 of the 5, but still plenty of golf.
That's not a good place to be in Marcel.
Yeah, for sure.
Country spotting.
Catching some shade for the 2-time Olympic gold medalist. Hopefully all is good. Hirscher can give them.
Where's he?
Where's world champion? I mean, that's insane. I don't see any snow here.
It is officially game on with these two tied now with 2 holes to play. Highsmith 5 down, standing on 11 tee. Give the guy some credit. He dug down deep and found it.
Just to retire from ski racing in shift gears and say, okay, I want to test my mettle in hard enduro. It says a lot about your tenacity.
Just missed right there, flew into that bunker.
Marvin did some on the
back
outside.
up against that back lip. That's going to be difficult. That was really close to being a good tee shot.
Not working.
Well, you remember in the panel show yesterday when Manny came on talking about Hirscher, he said he went on record as the most competitive guy I've ever met.
That whole location, that back left corner still makes it difficult even if you're up just short of the green somewhere. You still have to hit a quality
They definitely
shot
belong
to
in the
get up
moto
and down.
mindset.
So a little bit of an opportunity here for Summerhays. Does have the power to fly this all the way onto the surface.
I've managed to walk the track, so I'm not too sure.
Where his mindset is
but
right
look at
now.
Walkner, he's not far off.
Gotta be rattled.
No, so this just below him, great visual there. You can see Lettenbichler just atop this ridge, just below him in the white red. That is Wagner, the Austrian rider, holding on to second. Last we checked, it was just
leave
over
anything
a minute.
in the bag there, Cookie, and what a good shot that is.
So close.
Yeah,
and
nice
it's
low
nice
on that
but it
front
could be
part
so
of the
far,
green and
yeah,
stay
you're
on
right,
that bottom
deceiving.
level.
It's the way that
Tough
Manny
two
fell off there, so
quality
it must be
tee
a
shot.
little bit of the track.
So that can easily be, a minute and a half gap.
What a
I would
finish
say.
we have. Highsmith battling back from
Manny's struggling
5
on
down to
that.
get his match tied.
Super difficult bit. All the rocks are so loose.
Yeah, it's try to help us understand just knowing when you have to come off the bike, kind of walk it up.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because you need to be on the bike to get traction. If you stand up on the bike on a hill, you take the weight off the back wheel, you lose traction. So you need to be sat down with your weight as far back as possible to get the traction. But then when it's so loose like that, if you're too far back, then you start to dig a hole in the loose rock. So it's hard to know where you need to be on the bike.
It can quickly stop migraine.
But Manny knows what he's doing.
Okay, so now the distance, Wagner slowly approaching Lettenbichler, now about just 50 feet behind. Slowly reeling Manny in. This is unbelievable.
I'm super impressed with Michael Wagner. To be at this level now,
Are the liners on those
it's
bird
insane.
dogs shorts really that comfortable?
And he's always been close. He's always been in the conversation, but to be this close is another thing. And obviously showing his prowess when it comes to that the trial-inspired and working his way through the boulders.
Doesn't that mean you have to wash them after every wear?
You can see Manny.
That's a dumb idea.
In the not Manny. You can see Mario in the background there, so he's also come into the picture, and I expect him from Carl's Diner to come in strong because he's not much of a sprinter. He's more of a long distance man.
Can I report that? Okay, I'll wait. How much can you tell just from body position, body language on Manny, how he's feeling, how he's navigating?
Yeah, he's looking strong, but it's difficult to tell because if he's making little crashes, he might just try to save his energy.
So this just coming in right now, this is not good news for Graham Jarvis in the start area. So potentially a mechanical. We'll get the information as soon as we can. But unfortunate for Jarvis, who was going on record saying feeling the best he's felt in a long time. Definitely in good spirits, good mentally, good physically.
We're back at 11.
Yeah, it's a nightmare for him. He's come all the way here. He's kind of he's running his own team now, so he's obviously put a lot of effort in himself to get here, to be out in the first push a little bit.
That's crushing news right there. I know there's a lot of Graham Jarvis Fans out there, little tangle up as Hirscher's trying to make his way back up, find that line.
Come on, he's got it this time. Nice and smooth in the bottom.
Champions there, Long getting the job done.
Just keep it pinned.
Now he needs to just keep going. Look ahead. At the line.
Hirscher. He's up. Just like that.
Man, I bet that feels like a win.
So the Olympian makes his way to the top of the peak. Well, the first of many peaks. There's a lot more to go.
I wonder if he's ever that tired when he was skiing.
Yeah.
Just going to hold it up.
So a good virtual hole where Mario Roman just behind Faulkner, but a very, very tight battle. Elastic connection, just about a minute and 49 separating Lettenbichler and Faulkner. Current standings, just under the 50-minute mark.
I'm looking for Wade Young right now. I want to know where Billy is, and I want to know where Alfredo Gomez are, because I think at the level we're at the moment, I think they should come into our picture next.
The worst thing is for them if they're fighting in like a little group and they're losing time, because if one of them's getting stuck in the tight woods, so they could lose a lot of time if that's
missed that little slope.
I'm pretty confident
there.
we're going to see Wade come through. He's in such good condition.
Just a hair too far out.
He's not scared of the heat.
Over at 17, the second for
I
Joe
expected Wade to be out the front early on. I expected him to get a real good start.
Yeah, that was going to be difficult, just up against that back lip of that bunker.
Right now, current top 10 right now.
Yeah, he had a
50
good
on the
tee shot.
clock.
Just missed
Mario
being
Roman
great.
rounding out the top three.
16.
Theodore
from high
in
above.
the fifth position. So
job the last 2
unbelievable.
weeks here.
Alex Rider Azawi
Versage on the
in
green.
10th place. Unbelievable for the two young riders to be hanging on like this.
That's interesting because he's in the Junior World Championship, right? So we need to see where Matt Green is, because he's leading the championship at the moment, I think.
Yeah, that's right. In the Junior Championship, there's 4 rounds this year. And they're going to do all of the rounds.
47 yards, taking dead aim.
Matt's very confident at the moment. He's riding well.
A little bit of a backstop. He gets used to the right.
Really does
a
think he really wants to win the Junior Championship.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll come through later on. I'm guessing he's just had a bit of a bad start. There's nothing better than some ice cold water. Yeah. I don't know if you saw any video footage of Billy when he went to take a glug of water and it was petrol. Did you see that?
I did not.
Oh man, it was
a couple of
the top of that green hiller. He got to the top of that and someone passed him what he thought was a water, and he took a massive swig because it's like close to the end of the race.
Summer Hayes has
and it was a mouthful of
to win the
petrol.
hole at 17.
Coming from the lower level, just got to get the
he'll
pace
never
right.
that.
This one's got
he's
some
a bit
heat
fast
on it.
his bike.
Yeah, they can climb back up.
Pretty good effort from down there.
So Machine has definitely been
Pressure on
a
Joe
big
Highsmith now
decider
to get this up and down.
in filtering out the pack here.
Pearson Coody playing
At Red
his
Bull
second
Erzbergrodeo.
at the 10th. Cole Sherwood.
I'm just looking at the timing system, and I picked up Matty Green actually in Machine at the moment. So I'm not sure if he's running into some early trouble, but maybe we'll get a glimpse of him here.
Backstop. He just hit a beautiful shot. Didn't need the backstop.
And Highsmith's third does not get on the putting surface. Highsmith was 5 down through 10. In WGC match play history since 2016, any player in match play that was down 5.
I think number 11 is Aussie Rising, that's just behind him. So he's like a local dude, and he used to come just for the prologue. He used to ride 450, and all he wanted to do was win the prologue. He's won it quite a few times.
Really and the rocket ride. He used to smash the rocket ride.
He needed to get something a little bit higher, but obviously wasn't
Finally making
comfortable with
the
that.
jump to the main race, jumping
make a
on
little shorter
our
abbreviated
virtual
swing, get it to run
mountain here
through
as
the,
we look at our
rough, which
current
is so
top 3. The
unpredictable,
distance between them
consequently
as
didn't make it on the
Lettenbichler out
putting
front, followed by
surface, and now
Faulkner
he's
and Roman
dropping
in
his hole.
third.
And he got a bad break with his tee shot. It was almost perfect.
Much more racing
Highsmith
to go down here.
has this for par, at least.
So Manny's dropping in there. Manny's dropping into like more of an old, that's like an oldish section in the woods, so it's like a long camber, but usually there's snow there, so I'm interested to see if there is
that was a very
pretty dry this time here. I mean, dry this time around, I should say.
Bladed it right out of there. So
we talk about the rest of the pack. I mean, it's safe to say they would need a little help from Manny or Faulkner or Roman for that matter to fall through.
Yeah, but it doesn't take much, you know. If you mess up one hill, you're stuck. You have to turn around. See, Walter's.
You see the gap?
Him, yeah.
Yeah, it is very
it
tight.
Looks close, but that could be super steep.
We saw how quickly Faulkner made up through that S-turn in the lower part of the machine.
The good thing is for Walter now is he'll follow where Manny's gone, so he'll see that Manny's made a mistake there. He can go a little bit of a different line and ride around.
Look at how perpendicular that is where Manny is. This is where, you know, it's really hard to understand the precipice or the sheer steepness.
And just go to the next tee.
If they're struggling like this, these top guys battling like this, then, you know, for the rest of the field, a lot of them, this is going to be totally impossible.
I would give him this.
The clock's ticking, so
I feel like a section like this will get better for like the riders in 10th, 15th position because there'll be more of a line. All the big rocks will have moved.
And we can see it's a brand new section. Like machine, when they put it in.
Summerhays makes the birdie.
Like this.
Yeah.
Goes one up, heading to 18.
See, Walter can take a breath now. He can look what's going on.
Clawed his way back into this match.
He can
think
watch
that
Manny, see
emotionally
where he's making a mistake.
spent all that energy.
So this is that new section.
We'll see coming up on 18.
Playground. We were talking about getting
Cole
up to the top
Sherwood
of
of
the
Vanderbilt
crest
has
of
this
the
putt
So this is
par
one of those new
at the
sections.
10th. Pearson Cootie has a short
It looks
putt for
really,
birdie.
really gnarly. Nobody's ridden it before.
I mean, to see Manny like this, just trying to calculate
pressure
and
on
figure it
Pearson,
out,
making him putt it
in real time.
And just before this, I would have gone through
up to 11 hammer to go 3 up.
Yeah, Sargent made a really good save, had it way right the third shot. It's got to stay up.
2 checkpoints. And soon after this, when they cross over, they're going to start heading down towards Colston.
There you can see Mario coming in. So this is what's going on in front of Mario now is good because obviously Manny's stuck.
Camera in control there.
Walter
we go to
has
10.
to sit and wait. He can't go around it. So they're both going to lose a little bit of time. So it's good for Mario.
Really
he
nice
can catch
approach
up
shot. Takes advantage of that.
And Faulkner's going off a good amount of momentum too with that 6th place at X-Ross. You know, just being in that conversation.
Over at
you know,
16,
Ramon
Versic
too, and
already
then,
in with par and Booch to go 2 up if he can make it.
So it's a good, nice little kind of like, I don't know, say just like a confidence nudge for Faulkner.
Yeah,
to
definitely.
stay in the mix.
And I guess it is like, look how
Versic
close
can
he's now.
see
This
the
is a
rest
home
of
race.
Booch,
So you can
so
see
David will
Mario
maintain
is
that
in
one
the
up
same
lead as
picture
they head
now.
to 17.
I don't know, I've still got a feeling about Wade Young.
We go to 10.
Yeah, I think
fingers crossed for it.
so
will be
Wade,
first
Buddy,
to
and
play
Alfredo.
on the
It's safe to say, I mean, Wade
19th hole of this match
has been looking
over at par 14.
incredibly,
Yeah, coming from the right-hand side, 153. That's Anderson from Arizona State.
Sound
He's just in the first cut of rough on the left-hand
We've seen a
side.
hunger out of Wade Young this season.
That's going to come up short and feed down to that collection area.
That's a pretty bad miss right there, Billy Ray.
Summerhays on the tee, one up at 18.
Yeah, staying aggressive here with the driver.
Now Manny and Faulkner
Bunkers up the left and down the right are in play. Lost this one out right, so
a chance for him
depend on the kick
to
here.
join the party. Our top 3 riders
It'll depend on the line. We can see the ball, so it's not too bad. It didn't go down to the bottom like we've seen before, where you just have to pitch out.
Faulkner and Lettenbichler leading the pack.
All is not lost here.
And I just want to point out too, you look at the speed and how meticulous and how difficult this is for them.
Downhill, playing about 13
what is this going to say for the rest
from
of
this tee?
It doesn't bode well.
No. Call on a good one right here, and he's a good tee shot.
I think that was one
this is ideal here, Cookie. This is going to get a nice little kick forward.
He's got the worst time. He's got all
Chasing all the way down there,
The gas tanks always have
perfect tee shot.
So nice.
Oh, that's all right. I'm okay.
Last year, Joe Highsmith in the semifinals in his match against Aman Gupta. His second shot at 18, and this was his shot of the NCAAs. Having to cover all that water.
So this one you need a good
Kicks
run-up.
onto the
Like
green,
a couple of guys
uses
in the
that
way, but
bridge,
that's a 3rd gear pin climb.
and hits it to about 10 feet. Joe Highsmith went 3-0 in the NCAAs last year and helping Pepperdine win the national championship.
How are you going to get a good shot there? Let's see.
All he needed was 2 putts to win that match after that brilliant shot.
There is quite a big rut at the top. So
Anderson
I think he'll be really
second
interested
into
to just know, get a bit of confirmation about which line to take.
Came up short.
And probably catching his breath at the same time.
This
It's
is
a
out
good
to the
idea
right.
for him to go and ask which
Huge
line to go, because if he
there.
flies into it,
Put that behind the whole location there. It's really slick pitch shot.
Arizona State leads the defending champs.
Should not enter hard enduro.
Of the 5 matches.
Definitely want to take advice from those that know the sport and have learned over the years. Marcel Hirscher,
automatically.
eyeing up Zentrum Ambert.
For the couch.
your best sleep.
Taking a quick
all
breather.
night,
Like he's having a good time.
Yeah,
For a limited
the
time,
conversation,
save up to $500
you know,
on select
Moto talk.
Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets.
You may have more cash than you realize in your home's equity. Unlock it
And,
today.
we jump
Cash
back
out
to the
refinance
lead.
from Rocket Mortgage.
Our three
Pay down
leaders,
high-interest debt and combine your balances into one simple low monthly payment. Call 833
steady,
today or go to rocketmortgage.com.
stay in the course.
Employers and talent want the same
That's Udo's
thing.
playground.
The choice to work
This
with
is
anyone,
really what hard enduro is all
anywhere,
about. You know, you should be on a
anyhow.
trials back there,
Velocity Global
and we've
makes
taken our
that
enduro
happen.
bikes and we're
Its
going and
global
riding
work
up a trial section now.
platform
But
spans over
I mean, the level is
185
just
countries and
absolutely
50 states.
insane.
There's your boy Wade Young in fifth.
as my director.
There we go. I knew he'd come through. We're looking for Billy. We're looking for Alfredo Gomez. So, yes, they've come through. Now, this race is about to get extremely exciting.
With
If they come into play here,
Watch the rest of the pack.
Number one rated
them
brand in cordless outdoor power
point
brings
too.
you the select
That must
cut
be so.
motor
They're going to
built
burn
exceed
so
the
much
power of
energy in
gas.
this one section.
Customize
How long?
the cut with
Manny's
Ego's
been there for nearly 10
revolutionary
minutes
dual
now.
blade cutting system.
we've got Tristan Hart's going to be on his way as well next up.
Featuring
So,
Ego's patented lithium
things are really going to hot up now.
technology. It cuts for over an
Some of these
hour
new
on a
talents
single
now, like
charge.
Michael,
And touch
we haven't
drive
seen them in a
self-propelled
condition like this
technology
before.
makes it
It's been a bit of a break since we've had a really tough hard enduro like this.
Exclusively
So this is about to get real.
authorized dealers.
This is a really, really tough section.
Udo's playground. What type
Right
of playground?
now,
It's like a
it's
jungle
time
gym
to make a move.
laid vertically with barbed wire. Like come on. Wow. So great virtual picture of where our three leaders are on the mountain. Another chance to remind everyone out there, be sure to download the Red Bull app. You can have this actual model in the palm of your hand or virtually AR style in the living room of your home watching from abroad today. As our top three leaders right now just battling for Udo's playground. It is proving to be one of the most vexing sections. There's a lot of discussion about other sections, but man.
There's your boy Wade. He's coming into fourth now, so he's got to this my year.
Yeah, he's in such good condition at the moment, and he was really confident when I spoke to him about this race.
Wade will be super good up here. He's so strong.
And you know, he hasn't got a trials background, so like most of us South Africans really had to like dig a lot deeper and muscle our way up
Back
stuff
at
like
the
this.
10th,
Where Graham would have that
Pepperdine
better trial
this
skill,
putt
and he would
for
be able
par.
to just somehow get up
Mason
and
Anderson
same as
also
Benny.
has a par
and
putt.
Manny has also got that same technique.
Pulled
Speaking of Graham, I just got word that Graham Jarvis is racing
ripped
now.
it through the break.
So don't rule out the silent assassin. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, if
he's come back, hold on, he's come. What was it, third row? Where he
away now. As for his.
I mean, this is going to be. It's yeah.
Mason Anderson still has a par putt.
I wonder what the problem was.
Just trying to gather himself. Stake on that second, coming up short.
And Manny Green, I see he's coming through now as well.
So
I reckon he's going to come through with Tristan Hart somewhere around there.
Bogey from Manetti on the 19th hole, and now Mason Anderson of Arizona State has a par putt to win the match and put a point on the board for the Sun Devils.
And you can see them all in picture there now. So Manny looks like he's nearly at the top, or Michael.
I can see Vautner right.
So I guess Manny's up and out. Here we have the skier.
Hirscher back at it.
Go on, son.
Here we go.
Easy.
It's up Central Mumberg, and now he's going to go on that steep downhill.
He's not used to going up.
Mason Anderson,
definitely used to going down.
with 3 to play.
Let's see how he handles the down.
Dylan Manetti.
See how he's swapping camo
19 holes, a point on the board for Arizona State.
yeah, huge point too, as these other matches are all going down to the wire.
Got quite the support crew right now. Let's go to the
18
scene.
second for Preston Summerhays.
Still 198 out.
It looks like he's having fun.
Steam line over here, so contact not an issue. Put a nice move on this.
Yeah.
Depends on the rollout.
You can imagine Marcel Hirscher here in Austria.
Really well played, Nona.
If you're an Olympian, you're FIS.
Been fortunate on the tee, having a lie like that
definitely
in the
revered,
right rough.
and it's great to see him show his prowess.
Quality
in
golf
hard
shot
enduro.
right there for the
It's so good
freshman.
for the sport as well, you know, other people coming over and having a
Joe
go.
Highsmith.
I reckon Manny will just be managing his
One
heart rate
down.
right now.
It was 5 down
After that
through
section,
10.
and it's like try and focus,
Now
get your heart
playing
rate down.
second
If you get flustered, you start
1
making
down,
lots of
having
mistakes.
lost the
And
17th
we'll start seeing,
by making
I think,
both.
quite big gaps now
After that
coming
big
out of
tee
this
shot,
first
guys,
background
only
section.
165.
Yeah, what do you do for that refractory period when you've just gone through a section like that? That's really difficult that Manny had to push through. How do you allow yourself to bounce back a little bit and watch it?
That
Just
slope to get
unbelievable.
The guy's bike.
Oh my!
Skip back there. Well played
It's
shot.
intensity. No, but how do you
Yeah, you have to just reset yourself. You know, take it easy, sit down, take in the air, take in as much liquid as possible. Yeah, you basically spent everything you have
on the
at that time.
making that, but
that's a nice line.
Bit of a ghost ride.
Not acting like a
Oh, it's coming back at him. Oh!
Highsmith down 5, got the match tied, but a poor bunker shot at 17 led to a bogey. Speaking of 17,
For him, though, best day of his life.
Eagle putts
if you were to
there.
ask him.
I have so much respect for these guys.
And the struggle is real, and they love it. They wouldn't have it any other way. It's difficult by design.
They spend their own money to come here.
Stefan Lodoff.
If it's easy, why do it?
What's he on a 350 there?
Assist. Birdie putt to go two up
choice for extreme races.
Will you ever come ride on a 4-stroke, Johnny?
Yeah, honestly, I would. Yeah. Like, I think you could
bit of a momentum
really good
switch here in the last
a 350 on the hill
30 minutes.
He'll fly up them.
In favor of
Arizona
State.
The rocks, that'll be the worst.
has this putt for Eagle to win the match.
It's crazy, too, how far the bikes have come in just even 10 years.
To be honest, the tires have made the biggest difference.
So that birdie will be conceded, and now Versich must
been a game changer.
This putt for birdie, or a second point goes up on the board for Arizona State, just like that.
Hey, there's nothing better than a can of Red Bull when you finish this race. A nice ice-cold can.
The host university
do 2 or 3 cans.
punching their ticket to the finals in a matter of minutes.
You have to stay aggressive with this. Just right of center.
So we just received some footage from Grant Jarvis back in the quarry. And, this was the situation. Mentioned there was rumored to be water in the bike, so a little bit of a mechanical they were trying to work through.
2-1.
I feel for him.
Yeah, this is filmed by one of our floor managers.
Now comes down at 18.
I mean, the last thing you want is something like this. Everything else is been dialed in.
Preston Summerhays.
If it's a walk, surely you could have got the water out and gone.
Yeah, flooding normally a minute or 2, and you would be able to get that water out.
Definitely looking for that.
So it must be something
miss scenario.
The headlights off, everything's off. Maybe it's an electrical.
A little bit of an advantage, though, I think, is Highsmith does get to go first, just to maybe a couple feet out.
Could be.
So he is able to knock this down with a measure of added pressure on the Summerhays to hold on to that one
we'll
up
keep
lead.
you updated on Jarvis and his situation as we jump right back to the top of the pack.
Comfortable with this.
Manny Lettenbeckler still leading the way, but just behind him, last time we checked in, Wagner, Ramon, Billy Bull, Wade Young. We'll see what happens with that mix. They were going through a very difficult section of Udu's playground.
So right now, Manny's been able to pull a 2 minutes 49 gap on
advance
on
Arizona
Michael,
State.
and Mario's another minute 19
finals.
So look at that 2 minutes. Just what 3 minutes ago, they were about
quite a bit of
I'd say 2 seconds next to each other.
Position,
literally neck and neck on that rock section.
But still super tight. 3 minutes.
And then losing that lead is
4
tough
minutes
on the
separating
mind.
the top 3.
We've all been there. Everybody recovers a little bit.
And they're going to head into Carl Dinner now, which is
step up to that 17th win the hole.
Going to tighten everybody back up again, or Manny's going to be able to extend his lead.
Yeah, just, if you're hungry for more suffering, well, there's more to come with Carl's Dinner. As we take a look at that virtual snapshot of the mountain, allowing us to see live, real time, where Wagner is, where our leader, Lettenbeckler, is on the mountain. And gives me a nice chance to remind everyone to jump onto the Red Bull app and
makes
on
birdie
the virtual side as well.
Arizona State
and the Connies continues.
Advanced to the finals tomorrow. They have knocked off the defending champion
really,
Pepperdine Wave, getting points in their first 3 matches out.
The races will basically be over.
And how about
wow, there's Paul Terrace coming into picture now.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk on
while we have a moment,
the
let's send it down to Billy Ray.
All right, Bob, here with David Pooja. Happy to be in right now. I'm
could
Coach
muscle
Thurman. David,
beast around.
tough match you had out there today. What was the difference in
so much skill, but he also has the size.
Well, he's a massive, he comes from the trials family, so his uncle Jordy Terrace was a 7-time world trial champion. So, and you know what he's been able to do on that T7 is actually just mind-blowing. He's got a massive following, and if you aren't following him yet, go and check out and see some of the stuff that he's doing on that adventure.
I'm 100% back in it. I talked to him, I said, man, just keep doing what you're doing.
Coach Thurman, Sun Devils advance to the finals tomorrow. Your thoughts on that? Great victory today.
Thanks a lot. I'm so excited. Looks like all the guys played really well this afternoon.
Once again, we check
in
with Leo,
which tells me
in
it's
Carl's
for sure
dinner.
that we're advancing. I was with Cam all day. He was really steady, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
All right, Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck tomorrow, guys. Let's go to Noda.
Accurate because we are cooking here right now. We are clocking temperatures about 29 degrees Celsius, which is about 84 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's only going to get hotter, probably
like you said, I had a big lead early, and it was weird. I lost it, but Joe played great on the backside. And you know what? I was still hitting good shots. I was still playing good golf. I was the same player I was on the front nine, so I was still confident that I was able to hit good shots and make some birdies coming in.
For the riders
You're 2-0 through these first two matches.
It will come down to the
first year in match
who
play,
can preserve
taking your
his
team to
energy,
the finals.
who can eliminate
what are you looking for out of
mistakes,
yourself
to
tomorrow?
really battle here
Just kind of do the same thing I've been doing.
the section smoothly.
Just stick to my routine. Just hit smart shots into the greens and
thank you, Leo. You're there the calm before the storm. Be sure to get some shade because I know it gets extra hot at Carl's dinner. Not a lot of shade actually on tap.
Thank you, Noda. Arizona State, the 7th seed, won national championships in 1990 and 1996. They'll have an opportunity in 2022.
Because Manny just seems to be distancing himself slow and steadily.
The world's first Bluetooth speaker with
full gas Top Gear.
And Bike magnetic mount.
I guess he just swapped his camel pack there with the boys. Bit of water down his back and here we go.
So the two downhills Johnny that you spoke about earlier on, Manny's coming into them now. The first one's not too bad, but the second one I would probably say is the steepest downhill of the race.
And that's from the other years, right? And there's only like 2 or 3 meter run out at the bottom.
It's so much easier to stick to, so you can keep on living your life.
I mean, you've really got to enter slowly, right?
Plan today at www.com.
Yeah, you've got to keep your weight back as far as possible because if you pick a rock, if he gets to the end and a rock goes under his back wheel, it'll take his weight off the back end and he'll just carry speed then. So he needs to keep his weight as far back as possible on the steep hills.
A lightweight interior hammock provides superior daily support to nestle you in insanely soft comfort. It works by eliminating the swing and cling that causes chafe while allowing for breathable, sweat-free relief.
And you'll notice him, he'll come along.
Check out our 5-star reviews online right now. Because here's the rub. With hammock pouch underwear, there is no. Get 20% off your first order at TommyJohn.com.
I mean, already on camera you can see the house.
My son Dave Jr. is busy, but I watch a lot of financial news on Sling TV. Don't store all your crypto under your mattress.
With Sling, be confident you're getting the TV
and he gets some good POV. We'll get to see that later. And wow,
that's interesting that he's
stepping off the bike in that section.
That shows how steep it is because he pretty much rides down anything.
Wow, that's telling.
Well, if you get a runaway there, it'll end you because I mean, look at that. It's insane. You can't believe how steep it is.
I mean, that's saber-tooth tiger.
Dial in your short and supercharged.
That's the exact section where I'm looking at if things went wrong. Wow.
What can you expect from Butcher Box? 100% grass-fed beef.
So how many liters of gas did you throw in here, Johnny? I mean, the course isn't long. It's 32 kilometers.
They'll only put a splash in. They won't want to put too much in because that'll make the bike weigh that little bit heavier, and you don't want to. They're fueling up literally before Carl's Diner, where they're going to have to move the bike as much as possible. So they want as little weight as possible on the front of the bike.
Wagner refueling, and we're getting word Jarvis on course. We're able to catch up with him at Vasa
Jr. William Mall has this putt for par to tie the 13th and keep this match tied.
Texas just caught him. This was Jarvis
3 other
on
matches,
course.
2 up and 2,
he's reeled in some pretty big
another.
distances, but this would have to be the biggest if he's able to do
incredible.
it. Yeah, early here.
Just goes back towards the mountain.
But it just shows how much he wants it. If he's back out, he knows he's lost. What is he, an hour behind?
The match is tied.
Yeah, he's even started. So
that match remains
tied. He would have to go. He would have to tackle the Vasalatin. So with that whole bottleneck jammed up, so So
would have been good.
Well, you know what's going to be interesting too is watching Jarvis have to navigate his way through the rest of the 500 riders that are littered throughout the course, starting an hour behind.
Well, GoPro will be interested.
Is that not the top of Vassalating right there?
Yeah.
Then he would have got out already.
Yeah.
Again, we talked about Hammer as a freshman taking down.
It's going to be incredible. He's literally got to overtake 500 riders.
Wow, this.
Going to take down the 2022 individual champion.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, break down what we're seeing here in terms of the bike, the weight. Not in. Wow.
13.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
So there's him. He's in front. That's Caleb Russell in second.
Really good save
second behind him. So he's done incredible. Because Caleb was what, second, third off the start?
Yeah.
And Caleb won't be happy with a Tenere beating him. So.
These guys been freshmen the whole year. They're almost sophomores.
I'm just amazed to see the bike this far along.
They play way above their age.
I mean, even everything he's done to reduce the weight of that 700.
I honestly couldn't think of anything worse in my life than riding that thing.
All the way up that false front. This is going left.
Yeah, I guess,
get up too. Wow.
Going down the straightaways.
Gather all
best
the way
ever.
back.
Yeah, but nice seat. You've got a little fairing in front.
Absolutely.
So jumping on the virtual check here at Erzberg. As Leckbichler still out front, followed by Faulkner.
Good
so
news
there was
is
talk about this hill
tickets.
actually coming up into Carl's Dining. The guys did say it was difficult now.
So this is double fault. So that's where Graham missed the checkpoint twice. He lost 2 of his wins here. He still had 5 official wins.
I'm still curious. I want to see what the kind of the melee that we witnessed earlier. Hopefully there wasn't
Mario Roman coming to the picture now. So Mario currently in third, and we're going to be looking out for Billy Bolt and Wade Young and Alfredo Gomez, and everybody will be able to see each other on the stretch. There's 3.7 kilometers of rocks, and they'll be able to try and manage themselves to try and make time or keep their lead.
It's trying to stay, and it did. That's amazing.
Soon, and we'll see exactly.
Send it down to Billy Ray Brown.
All right, Bob, thanks a lot here with the head coach of Pepperdine, Michael Beard.
Here. You're going to see.
Well, the year didn't finish like you wanted to, Coach, but what's it been like all year long
you'll be able to
being
see
the reigning national championship?
A good chunk of the field.
It's been awesome.
So important to see how they've bunted off Carl's dinner.
You know, to come
they
this
could have
close,
made it really easy and just ridden down, but they've actually bunted it
Arizona
off.
State played great
and
today.
they forced him to go in a certain direction.
All 5
and
guys.
not having
so,
a spotter
hats
now,
off to them.
it'll be quite easy to fall into a hole, into a trap.
In my opinion, our guys, all 5 of them are superstars. I'm just so proud.
What did you learn as a coach, with really the target on your back being the #1 team coming out of last year? What did you learn as a coach how to coach a team like that?
Carl's dinner is probably the most important part of the race, I would say.
When we got too far out, we just
the other bits you can make a lot of time, but in here's like a real crucial bit.
Yeah, it was a great experience for our guys, for myself, Blaine, and it was a great year for us.
Congratulations, Coach.
What do the guys mainly do with their tires?
Pepperdine winning the national championship last year.
They won't have gone for a super
in the
soft
quarterfinals. They knocked off Florida State 3.5
the forest
to 1.5. Beat Oklahoma State in the semis 4-1.
Moves, but that will also
and then in the championship match against Oklahoma.
Because of the heat early on,
came away with the victory
later on in the race.
And they certainly
Jarvis on Center
played last year with a lot of fight. Joey Versic, that great run down the fairway at 18 for his team to be able to celebrate together. Second program history, capping off just a great run. They had that mojo. A little something extra.
At the end of the day, it's also a championship.
They were able to get it done last year. This year, maybe it's Arizona State.
It's
Vanderbilt through Texas.
He's a smart competitor. He's so tactical, so calculating.
Our passion for innovation.
So remember, Graham,
That's
at the
why we
moment,
partner
he's sharing
with
the lead with Billy Bolt,
the leader in on-course data and insights.
So he needs to get any points he can.
Clubs, you can get free
and points
sensors
starts
and a
off
free
from
trial
15th
to the
place, you get a
Arcos
point.
Caddy. Visit
First place is 20
ping.arcos.com
points.
to get started.
Drops down 17, 15, 13, 11, 10.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic.
He's going to try to get as close as he can to the front to try and recover as many points as he can.
And those of you watching, you're new to hard enduro, your eyes don't deceive you. This is the course. This littered boulder field.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save unbelievable how they can navigate.
So you need a combination of skill.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
What else do you need?
Here at the
Techniques, just a massive thing. You can save so much time if you just keep. If you watch Graham, he sits down a lot. He just sits down and paddles through the rocks. Where
it's not because he's lazy; it's because he's smart.
He's just saving his energy. He's got 47 years of experience.
I had to do something.
It's almost half a century.
Cosentix can help you move, look, and feel better.
So the top 5 look like this: Young, Bolt, Roman, Bachner, and Lettenbichler still leading the charge. Minute 18 on the clock. As we watch, Manuel Lettenbichler, second back in 2019 at the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and a chance to finally grab the coveted win. His father, Andreas Lettenbichler, also won back in 2015, a very unique year where it was awarded to 4 separate riders. You were one of them, right?
Walter's just come in now, but he looks like a little bit tired, to be honest.
Here's to the golfers.
That's a little big mistake. It's going to cost him energy and time.
And the escapists.
But it also just shows you your management of your energy levels and everything else. I don't know if he was pushing too hard earlier on.
I think he's pushed hard, yeah. Like, to close that gap on Manny, he's pushed hard. Because obviously Manny will have been pushing. I know he's got to kind of make the track, but he's pushed hard to keep with him.
To rise to the top. The French Open continues.
And Roman still close on Bachner. We're going to watch the elasticity between Bachner and Roman. But Manny at this point is staying on pace,
trying to win the national title.
Keeping those wheels rolling through these rock sections.
There's his dad there.
Back to the finals as soon as possible. But until then, one match has
no line spotting, but a potential chance.
James Liao, and a very dominating performance by Cudi indeed. So let's take a look at how things went down. Cudi here on the third hole, his second shot. He was contending earlier this week in the individual championship as well.
Manny having his dad at this race is the best thing that any rider could wish for, because his dad's done it so many times. Unless you had Graham as your dad at this race, there isn't a better dad to have than Manny.
Manny is dad.
He's done it so many times.
We stopped by their tent the other day, and Dad was just he was pouring the beers off the keg and couldn't be cooler to all the fans. Manny even jumped up and poured a few. But it's such an incredible relationship. And he's so respected.
You took a commanding lead
with all of his success. Just such a humble guy.
Trying to close this thing out and getting the first point for your team.
I mean, be able to go to your dad. Hey, Dad, what do you think about this line?
But it's cool. Like, he can go riding with his dad, and his dad's pretty much the same level kind of thing. His dad can do whatever he does. Maybe it takes him a little bit longer, but
you're that much closer to winning another national championship for University of Texas.
Incredible.
How do you stay focused when you're trying to work your way through the certain shots and the pressure that's associated with a match like this?
You know, generation-wise, you were able to compete against him. Oh, and right now, Roman right on Bachner. Roman right on the back tire.
This is what I expect Mario to do.
Great play in the day. Thanks.
So
I ride
a good
with
start
Mario
for
back in
Texas with
Andorra
Parker
quite a
Cudi
bit, and
clinching
he does some long days on the bike,
Texas.
so
As it stands,
he'll just be coming into his element
is also
now.
in control of his match at the moment. Two
See,
up
there's a
through
lot of dabbing over
11.
there,
So if those top 3 matches at the moment stay as they are, Texas will just need to clinch 1 point from those final 2 matches. But Arizona State, they will need to clinch both of those final 2 matches. So the tension is building over at Greyhawk. But let's get you back to yesterday's coverage of the NCAA's men's semi-finals. We'll see you later.
Yeah, I think when the dust settles, we're going to understand the actual script that is being written
Hammer,
here.
2 up in his match,
when we hear what actually happened to Graham, and then you have Wade Young. I think there was so much kind of melee going into that front line that took off from the water to the dust cloud. And I'd like to find out too, where you had all that confusion on the turn. That's the part that I'm
watching the NCAA championship.
At the start, you like literally try to follow the track, but you try to hook gears. You try to go as fast as possible, so for them to make a wrong turn is an easy mistake to make.
Will it be
Somebody else we also haven't spoken about is our 5-time winner, Teddy Blaziniak. So also suffering from a recent wrist injury. Cody Webb as well.
He has to feel like he had
both on the same obstacle, same track.
Yeah, clearly being from the States, I'm a Cody Webb fan.
Slow play early on.
I'm a Cody Webb fan.
Yeah.
Might slide a little right.
It's quite tight on the track there, so like to pass someone's quite difficult there.
Judge the pace correctly, and he did.
To fitness, really, yeah.
Hammer remains 2 up as they head to bar 4-14.
taping on bars onto their handlebars
Back
and
to the
gels
12.
and all kinds of
Mason Nome
things.
from Texas.
They'll have
This one from
electrolytes
par
in their
to
camel
tie the
packs,
hole and remain tied against
just to try to
Vanderbilt
replace all of those
Terrace
fluids and minerals lost.
It's really hard to convey just the technical ability needed to do this. I think people that are new to watching this sport, they can't even understand it.
So
like
much
they're
attention
barely
given to the
moving.
three seniors,
I don't see what's going
rightfully
on.
so. Pearson
They want to see,
Parker,
high
Cootie,
speeds,
Hammer for
lead
Texas,
changes,
but
this and that.
Mason know what
it's
he has done this spring.
one of the
Awfully
muscles. When you take
impressive.
hard enduro,
Catching
you have to have
bit of a
every
heater
single
about
tool
2 months ago
in the
Augusta,
toolbox when it comes to
Pasatiempo,
riding. And
Conference
this is one of the most
championships and arguably the best performance of all.
Yeah,
the two-up
this
win
is
in the
difficult because
quarterfinals
there's
against
so much
Jonas
going on. There's so much
Baumgartner
heat coming off the rocks,
Oklahoma
and you're not getting
State
any air in.
earlier
You're not going
today.
fast enough
Parker
to get
Cootie second into
the air
14.
in.
Noda has
I've
joined
noticed
this
Walter's got
match.
something
From
around his neck,
118,
and I don't know if
stuck
it's
in
maybe like
between
an
the
ice
gap
pack.
wedge and the sand, trying to get the sand there.
It's raised. I'm trying to work out what it is.
Something to cool.
Right there at hole high.
Michael
shot.
Faulkner finished the first 2 rounds of the year, so he was 8th at minus.
William
and he was
Mall of
6th at
Vanderbilt
extras.
next to go.
Currently like
Just
8th
trying to
in
muscle a
Body
60
Girl
degree
World
wedge there and
Championships.
it's pulled it.
points.
It will
Just
stop.
let Mario
with the
pass
spin.
then, so I guess he's going to try and follow
But,
Mario's
not all that
line
close
now,
to the
save
hole.
energy.
It'll be going down everything. It'll be tough to judge that pace.
Right now we check in with Leo with
Arizona
a report
State.
on Manny. Leo?
They win their match 4-1. Texas up.
Bickler
Three of
is the
matches
first
against
one
Vanderbilt.
to go through. Carl Stinner here, he's leading the pack and he's
The
looking
Fred Haskins
solid,
Award,
almost
presented by
surgical.
Stiefel.
How he keeps his wheels moving,
his first
quickly
year at
assessing and
Oklahoma
then
after
gets
transferring
going.
from Rutgers,
Absolutely
Chris
insane
Goddard
and really good.
established
When I
himself as
talked to
one of the
him
best
earlier
players in
this
the
week, he
country.
said that
The
he's
fifth-year
missing some
senior
training
made the most
time,
of
but
his
he
final
wants to
season
make
in
up for it
college golf,
with
as
his
he
knowledge of
recorded
the
9
mountain
top
and his
10s,
knowledge of Carl
7 of
Stinner. And
those being
clearly,
top
this is
5s,
working out
including 2
super well
victories.
for him.
Those numbers
I just
propelled
want to
him
point
to
out
win the
he has
2022
been leading
Haskins
here in
Award,
2019
presented by
as well,
Stiefel.
just to be overtaken by Graham Jarvis. But with Jarvis so far behind, the playing field is his, and he's looking very good. And chances that he's taking it is looking graspable for him.
Thanks a lot, Leo. Yeah, good point. He's been in this position before. We made note of it earlier, but the fact that Graham Jarvis was able to come back and snatch victory from his grasp back in 2019. But this is a substantial lead that is building. You see Mario Roman and Faulkner. Roman in second. They are behind him, but it bodes well for Manuel Lettenbichler right now. A little bit closer. Jarvis, like I said, if Jarvis comes back from this, all my money's on Jarvis Racing. Here moving forward.
It's super interesting to see if he can recover points. But right now, Mario Roman is lying 4th in the World Championship. He's got 26 points. Only 4 behind the leaders. He won X-Ross and he was 10th at minus. But this could put him in a very good position in the World Championship.
Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness.
Following Red Bull Erzbergrodeo will be off to Italy for Avistone.
I just want to correct you. He won minus. He won minus. He was 10th at the X-Ross. And minus was in the 43 heat. So it's hot out there now.
Another look at our virtual mountain here in Austria, and Lettenbichler out front. But look at the distance between Mario Roman and Faulkner, the Austrian, making the biggest Austrian push we have ever seen in over 26 runnings of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Michael Faulkner very close on Mario Roman, but we jump back to the lead. And a meditative Manny making his way
Greyhawk Golf Club in
critically
Scottsdale,
difficult
Arizona,
sections
home of the
here.
men's NCAA championships.
Trying to conserve that energy,
for the technical difficulties
not
at the moment. We will
overexerting
get you back to the finals as
when
soon
necessary.
as possible. So
and definitely showing that high mountain IQ here.
First national title since 1996, or Texas looking to send their senior class out champions looking to hunt for their 4th national championship in program
riders
history.
cooling off. Mario Roman taking a little water break as Faulkner just behind him.
Closed out in style over James Liao, 6 and 5. Those top 3 matches looking pretty convincing at the moment. So Texas in control. They'll just need to clinch one of those bottom 2 matches, which are tied. Arizona State will have to claim both of them. So once again, we apologise for the technical difficulties. We'll get you back to the finals as soon as possible.
Back at 12, second for Pearson Cootie.
Yeah, from the right-hand side of the fairway, coming back up the hill.
They've got a really
Cole
sizable
Sherwood
lead,
has played
and they
his
just need to manage themselves.
second shot, and he's just behind the hole.
Get through the section, and one of these
Good golf shot right there, Billy Ray, right underneath the hole.
Very good.
At any point you're going through
Let's go back to 11.
you start to question, why am I doing
down
this?
against
Come on, be honest. There has to be some weird mental gymnastics.
The first time I ever came here, I was like, what am I doing?
Shot right there, and an outstanding one.
After that time,
Vandy rallied this morning in the quarters, but this deficit
an absolute slog to the
a little
finish.
bit different.
Like, you do enjoy, you do stuff, and you think, oh, that was
birdie
mega,
putts
and
coming
then
up
you'll
at
fall into a
14.
hole.
William
But I want to
Malls,
point out, is this a true story? You
Vanderbilt
came here, your
first
first
Coming
ever,
down from
you were
the
the
high
young,
side of this hole is going to carry just
the youngest,
touch of speed.
well,
and it's
youngest
just gotta
competitor ever to
respect
win
that, but still
the next year. But
give it a good
when you
run,
got third, that you
including
left
in
the
there
race after
decent
getting third at your
history.
first time at Erzberg, straight to the factory to sign a sponsor deal.
That's exactly what I did, yeah.
Really?
It's the same, yeah. Same also
to the
happened
right
with Taddy,
there.
but I think now it's more
Good
difficult
effort.
for somebody
Enjoyed our stay
say
here
that,
at
someone else to
Greyhawk
come
with
in.
women's and men's
I think the level's
NCAAs and
gone so much that
different
it's harder for
quality
another
of
rider to come in
programs
now and get a podium like
the
I
amount
did.
of schools
I think
that
Taddy came in
sent
and won
both
on
the
first
women's
year, right?
and men's
Yeah,
team
he just podium.
Yeah,
here at Greyhawk,
and he got
qualifying
picked
for
up,
the
he got a ride anyway
NCAAs.
after that, but, you know, I
Tremendous
think
list
if
at
Tony
Arizona
Bowe had
State,
come here, for example,
men
I
in
think
the
he'd probably be the
championship
only guy that
match.
could
Oregon
come
women
in
were in the
and give these
championship
guys a run
match.
for their money. I would
Texas
love to see
trying
him
to
out
punch
on this
their
course.
ticket as well.
But,
Travis
you can
Fick
see
at
this
11
is pure
for birdie
trials
to tie the hole.
section, so if you've ridden a trials bike from an early age, I mean,
Pretty
Michael
good breaker
started
from
riding when
left
he
to
was
right.
3 years old. He started off with a little bit of motocross, and just recently he's hopped onto a trials bike. So he wasn't,
Stayed
he
3
wasn't
up.
brought up riding trials.
Just looked like it got right
But he
off the
certainly has
strike.
been doing a lot of preparation for hard enduro because
Yeah.
he's all in.
The conversation's always there, and we've seen Faulkner. He's been, like I said, on the outskirts of the conversation and always mentioned, here we are in Austria, there's Faulkner. But slowly but surely, we're seeing him climb the ranks. And
he's looking
He's got a little work left there.
But the
Now
trials, I
Cole
mean,
Sherwood
you
has a
can
birdie attempt coming
get
back
that
down the
experience,
hill.
but if it's not there from a long time ago, there's
14.
muscle memory and things that are innate, right, that don't come naturally that you have to work on.
Yeah, when you've done it from a young age,
more
you just,
uphill in this,
it just
give us
happens
just a
naturally. You
touch
just
more
do
speed
things and you don't even think
than
about
the
it.
putt Maul had.
Like when you start later on it, yeah, you lose hours. Like think how many hours
It's just creased
we've
the
done as
left
kids
edge there.
riding
Noda.
motorbikes. 'Cause when you were a kid, you just ride around.
Two
and
pretty good
round and
efforts.
round.
Yeah.
Whereas when you're older, you don't do as much. That's Graham, not Graham, sorry, Alfredo coming in.
Opportunity.
Alfredo
here
Gomez,
at
another
12 Billy Ray for
rider
Cole
much
Sherwood.
like Graham Jarvis, starting in his own racing team,
Coming down the hill. It's a really tough
AG89.
read. Head coach Scott Limbaugh helping Cole with the read here.
And
Valley
talk
off
about
to
the
his
heat.
left now.
I believe
John,
Alfredo,
I
not a
can
fan
see
when things
just
get
a
overly
little
hot.
balls
No,
going
it's just
just
surprising.
a
Obviously,
bit to the
being
left.
Spanish, you thought he would be good
have
in
to
the
think
heat.
so,
But
Billy Ray. There's
I don't
not
know.
a
He's had
whole
a
lot
few
of
little
break in this
experiences, like
part of the green.
one
but
day at Romaniac.
definitely have to
last year,
factor in a little bit of the valley, so it's going to go
2019,
a
I think
little
it was.
to his left.
He hit a wall and like
It is very, very
he didn't even finish the race. He
A virtual wall. He didn't run into a wall.
No, yeah. He hit a physical fitness wall.
Quite interesting as well is that Alfredo's got his own team. You'll see the AG there.
Yeah.
So
Really difficult
Alfredo
to take a
Gomez
run at
racing
that one.
on the gas gases and Graham Jarvis as well.
Par
Got his
conceded
own
to
team.
Sherwood,
Graham
the
Jarvis racing.
sophomore out of Austin, Texas,
That's
playing for
great. That's your
Vanderbilt.
boy.
Take a look at what
Tristan.
he's done this past
These
season.
boys
A
are
win
coming
in
in.
Mexico.
Tristan's
Top of
strong,
collegiate
eh?
four-shot
He's
victory
like,
over a very strong field.
At TKO,
And backing it
super
up
hot
at the
league,
Mason
but,
Rudolph Championship.
really motivated
Also a
this morning.
four-shot victory.
But he
This
should
is
be
part
with
of a
these guys as well,
tremendous
so I'm
spring
not
for
sure
the
if they've got a problem
Commodores.
with that
7
negatives.
stroke play events. Vandy lost
TKO
to one
will
team. As
be
Scooty
a
cleans
spot
that
again
up.
on the 2022 FIM
John, you go 7
Hard Enduro World
events
Championship
and only lose to one
Tennessee. We
team.
look forward to that.
Heavy
Yeah.
stuff.
It's pretty much domination.
Really able to muscle his
John
bikes
Fields,
around.
the Texas coach, said we're looking to
So
be the second
Tristan's
team
going
to
to do
beat him
4
in the
rounds
spring
this year. He's
earlier
going to
this
do Erzberg,
afternoon.
he's going to do Romaniac.
Jim, the lie okay for
TKO,
Cole?
and
It's
he's
a
gonna do
little
Outlander.
knuckly. It's
So nothing but
162.
whole
Probably going to carry it
But,
right 130 to get into that
2023
bunker, but I don't
he's
know
gonna
that he can hold this thing if it
Great to
comes
see
out
him
with
do
any.
Romaniacs. That's a good,
It's going to be knuckling when it hits.
good one to add.
Tristan, did he come from a trial Charles' background? Or
Got it up in the air. It's out to the left. Might be a pretty good kick.
Then he broke his femur, and then he started jumping into the Enduro cross.
That's well played.
From about 2012.
Regardless where this ends up.
Putting through
And
a
he was
little
the
bit of a
2021
bowl right
AMA
there,
Extreme Off-Road Champion.
Too bad
he
for
was
that
third
line.
in the AMA Enduro Cross Championship.
Sargent got a huge break over here. He went through the desert. He's getting relief from the cart path. And he's actually
You are
going to have a
looking
shot.
at
He's
your
only going to have 94
current,
yards.
or I should say defending,
And it looks pretty clean. So
FIM Hard Enduro World Champion.
Spin it just a
Billy
little
Bull.
off this
Which
slide.
is a bad foot.
It is downwind.
Actually, about to ask you that. I think it's the right one. right one and his left wrist, I'm thinking.
He could have gone anywhere with their job with.
I mean, it just shows you how brutal the sport is. There's so many injuries. It's yourself, it's Teddy, it's Cody,
as well as
it's Billy,
Gordon
it's
Sargent
just had his
has
knee done.
played throughout
It's Graham
this
just
whole
had his
week.
knee done.
He has
in the middle of the
some
Super
loose
Enduro
shots.
Championship this year, me and Billy were
this morning and
track in Spain
some this
training,
afternoon.
an indoor track,
he has
and
kept his
he
composure.
hit a
That's the
wall
most impressive
with his
part.
elbow, split his elbow open, and he got infected.
Gordon Sargent is, he might be
he
a
had to have an
freshman,
operation
he
on
thinks
the
a lot older
Tuesday,
more mature than
and then he
that.
raced the following weekend, so he got out of hospital on the Wednesday,
fat.
and he still raced on the Saturday night.
Dude, he's titanium.
His only
tough,
lead
so
of the day
he lives
or
in
the
manimal mode.
semifinals was when he won
Taking a
the
look
fifth hole to
as
go one up.
our lead
But then
group,
lost
we look at a
the
chase
sixth,
group
the
trying to
eighth,
catch our
and the
top
10th.
three.
And
Faulkner
in
in
some
third,
trouble here
Rahman
at
in
14.
second, and Lettenbichler still leading the charge, trying to work their way out of Carl's dinner. It is grueling torture for so many, and so few even get to Carl's dinner to say that they got through it. Following, there's going to be more challenges, but right now all focus is making their way through this rock art.
So Mario Roman at the moment is still holding second place, and he's 3 minutes 53 behind Manny. So he's past Faulkner, he's closing. So Manny will be trying to manage his energy levels, I'm sure. But look at that. I mean, that's not an easy section. That's going to drop down. They do another 500 meters on the bottom side.
This thing launches, and it just doesn't
There's a long way to go here.
I can't believe how far this thing
You
goes.
could easily drop
you have risers,
break your gear lever
That's the thing, like, there's so many big rocks, you can catch your gear lever, knock the end of your gear lever off, and then you're going to have to change gear with your hands for the rest of the race. So the worst thing is if you do a back brake, because there's so many steep hills.
Comes close.
So that's his dad running with him, and of course he's not allowed to show any lines, and he's not. He's just letting Manny finding his way.
Nope, we use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios.
And there was a lot of discussion this week is where was the big equalizer going to be, and Vasalaitun seems to be the place. Everyone got the invite, they showed up, you can see they're there, and everyone's hanging out. And
only when your clients,
I mean, this is...
Yep, we do better.
So it looks like they're letting the guys just like have a crack up the main drag now, and even with that, they're struggling at the moment.
But is it or is it not kind of the essence of the sport when you see that? You see the dedication, the love of these guys, and just the rawness of it.
Challenge.
Look at how many riders are littered on this section.
8 riders on the one hill.
Well, we start with 500. There can only be one champion.
Dropping a lot of
Red
money
Bull,
on
Erzbergrodeo.
I'd wear them a few times, and then I'd lose them or break them. That's why we created Shady Rays.
He's gonna do it.
Polarized
He's
shades at a great price. You can try for 30 days.
Yes, he's up.
Throw it.
Even if you lose a break, just let us know.
He's
We'll send you
always
a free
waiting
pair.
for him.
Yeah.
Plus, every order helps fight
That was a
hunger
good
in
effort,
there.
that.
And thanks to you, we're making a big impact. Visit
There we go.
shadyrays.com
There
and
was
get 50%
Great
off.
to see the
Another
gear.
Austrian
With
rider.
code TV50.
I mean, I think it shows you too when you watch
Great
a guy like
Golf
Manny or
Club
Graham
in
Jarvis
Scottsdale,
head up that
Arizona,
hill.
home of the men's NCAA
And then you see someone
Championships.
still
We
a high
apologize
level
for the
of
technical
riding,
difficulties. We
but
will
how
get you
difficult
back
it is.
to the finals
I think there's
as
so
soon
much
as
respect.
possible
Like,
as the tension
these guys know
continues
how
to
good
build
Johnny
in
and
this
everybody
championship
else
match
are.
as host school
I know
Arizona
it's super
State
hard for a
compete
viewer that
for their
hasn't ridden a
first
dirt
national
bike
title
before,
in 22 years. But the
it takes a
Longhorns
really special
are
kind
not
of person
giving them an easy
and
run
lots
at
of
the moment.
technique and
Let's check
skill
out some of the
to get through a
highlights from
course
this
like this.
afternoon in case you've missed some of the action so far. Parker Coody from Texas giving a very convincing performance against James Liao. This is how their match was wrapped up. Parker Coody
Attempts
now
keep
on the
coming.
third hole.
This
His
is brilliant.
Here at
second
Vasalaitun.
shot.
We should just stay on this
And he
one
just
hill.
missed out on the individual title earlier in the week. He's been playing some great golf,
he's got a
but
good
Grey
drive.
Hawk
He's done
absolutely
it.
sticks that and would win the hole to go 2
What do you make of that? What do you make of that, Johnny?
Good effort.
Pretty good in this stretch here on the fourth hole. Short par putt to tie.
Yeah, he's up.
And he would miss that to go
I think that
3
cameraman,
down.
there's
So
nothing
Parker
worse
Coody would
than
ultimately
when you're
win
like
this
stuck
match
on there like that and
6
there's just a
and
cameraman in
five.
your
And
face.
Texas, they have their
He's gonna
first
pitch you in
point
your
on
face.
the board. Well, how about
He's dead
Celia
tired, but I can tell you, he's like so stoked to get up
Anderson,
at
a grad
him.
student, so a lot of experience in this matchup. So let's take a look, shall we? Anderson now on the first hole birdie putt to win the hole.
It's a great, just a great visual of the rest of the pack. Just remind everyone, we start 1,500, whittle down to 500, and then 10 rows of 50, and some trouble.
Off piece.
Yeah.
So back to Anderson now on 5. Birdie
Tree
putt
skiing,
to win the
little
hole.
tree riding. Same. A little different.
Almost where Marshall Hitchell was stuck, I think.
It's tracking. That's more like it. Mason Anderson, so he would win that hole to go 2 up. So Anderson now taking control of this match.
you can
now on
you can
7,
appreciate.
his second shot
You
from
can watch it.
So much
right?
respect for these boys. So much respect.
And what's incredible when you see them around, just here in the mining pits throughout the week, the camaraderie between all these different campsites. These guys helping each other fix one another's bike.
And he'd make it just holding on here.
Just the support as we jump back to the lead. Lettenbichler still out front, and we watch that lead, albeit slightly still elastic, just under the 4-minute mark. Mario Roman, as we look, trying to reel in at Lettenbichler. And let's not forget, Roman, third back in 2019, much like Johnny Walker here. You got a third and then came back and won, so anything can happen.
He's looking very strong.
Congratulations on your win today. That was a dominant performance by you, I thought, featuring some world-class ball striking. What were your emotions going into the day, this particular round, knowing this is the last time you were going to represent Arizona State University?
It meant a lot. He's carrying a good bit of speed.
To be the first person
really
out
too much.
Just to get out there, get the early lead.
What do you predict once we get out of Carl's dinner? Then, in terms of what's coming, that's the big question. There's going to be a chance for Roman to kind of.
Well, terrific performance, fantastic play. Congratulations and best of luck in the future.
Like so many little things, like it all takes.
So if things stay as they are on this leaderboard, Texas will need just to clinch 1 point from those final 2 matches, but they're both a must-win for Arizona State. So tension is building. Once again, we apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll get you back to the finals as soon as possible, but for now, we will head back to semi-final coverage from Tuesday.
Not the same way.
Earlier at 13, Harrison Ock, 5th-year senior from Vanderbilt. His tee shot at par 3, following it, the top tracer technology.
Let's watch the technique. Feel free to kind of point out the obvious here.
I said he just sits down,
golf shot.
his legs.
When that hole, you heard John Fields saying nice shot.
I guess he's going to have to have used a lot of energy to get to where he is now.
Third.
Remember, there's been sections where he's done it in 20 seconds and others have taken 20 minutes.
He's going to have a chance to save his par. It's pretty well done.
Pushing as hard as possible.
Look at college memories presented by Steve Full. So where did we go to school? Yours truly, Fordham University, class of 86. In the Boogie Down Bronx.
We predicted some
Steve Burkowski,
some mixed up madness at
now we get to the real players. John Cook won
this
an
is next
NCAA
level.
title at Ohio State. Jim Gallagher Jr. starred at Tennessee.
It might be a bit
Nota
of
Begay, a national championship at Stanford. And Billy Ray Brown won 3 with the University of Houston Cougars, plus the individual title as a freshman. Hammers birdie putt at 14.
450 up the hill.
Yeah, it was a good flight. He's been good with the 25, 30 footers with the speed.
I don't care.
That was not that easy of a putt there.
No.
Up that slope.
And to remind all the viewers, there is a cap. You need to finish Red Bull Erzbergrodeo under 4 hours.
Was Gomez just concede that putt, but didn't he?
Yes, he did. It took a little time. I don't think they hurt each other. Nothing. No gamesmanship or anything. Just didn't hear anything.
It was just an in-camera shot, but I don't think it was.
Surgeon hit a pretty good chip shot. It was not that difficult. I was really surprised, John, out of the desert. That was not that difficult shot to come up that far short.
No, you really have to maintain your balance. Looked like his feet were moving all over the place there. Once your feet start moving in that desert or even in a fairway bunker, you're in for all kinds of trouble. You're probably going to hit it fat.
So Gomez
really more of an arm
still
swing,
trying to navigate his way through. He's found the top spot before. And it's interesting to see if Faulkner and the rest of...
They're on him now. They've got him pretty close.
Heat exhaustion is a thing. We talk about the temperatures to remind viewers up in the 30s, up in the high 90s Fahrenheit. Michael Faulkner
Cole Hammer now
can hold
3
on to
up
it.
as they head to 14.
So whatever part of the podium, he will make history here today.
15, excuse
being
me.
the first ever Austrian to podium
to go at 15
at a Red
with
Bull
the second.
Erzbergrodeo.
Coming at this whole
He's lost
location
6
from the
minutes
left side of the
on
fairway.
Mario. So the
As
guys
we know,
are
whole
definitely
cut
running him.
against
I think
that
he's
bunker
really,
up
really
front.
tight.
Got to carry it.
I think he's gone hard early on because it looked like he was.
He did.
Catch Manny, he's pushed hard. Manny a little push.
So to catch everybody up, I know around the world we came on air with the race today a little early. So let's get everyone caught up here at the 26th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. It started off with our first 50 riders out of 500. That coveted front line saw a little bit of carnage, some mechanicals, and a couple usual suspects out in the lead earlier. What are your guys' immediate takeaways? What we've seen so far, how the day unfolding?
Sitting on the flat part
obviously
of the
the
fairway.
carnage early on.
Just all up to him to get it close.
Pretty much rode a perfect race so far. So
Pull it off.
His to lose.
Spin too much.
Yeah, the
Check and
surprise for
hold.
me
Nice
was
shot.
how hard Udo's playground was. I'm quite glad that it's in. It's a really gnarly section, and it's going to separate the men from the boys.
And then you had the likes of, Theodore keeping in the mix early on. He slipped a little back, but the big, I think, story, especially if you ask anyone here in Austria, is Michael Wagner, the Austrian rider, in the conversation of the top 3 and going back and forth with Mario Roman.
Vanderbilt, the number 1 seed.
Like
the number 1 seed since we've gone to match play. In 2009, has only won the national championship once.
Mentioned the confidence Mario Roman having with that win at the minus 400, the first stop of 8 of the FIM
Arizona State.
World
They took care of the defending
Championship.
champion.
But Manny Ledvickler, there's something about his form, his confidence.
Arizona State since 2016.
Looking awfully calm and collected.
The 3rd host school to make it to the finals. Oregon won at home.
Manny looks in complete
2016,
control over there. I mean,
Oklahoma
he's
State
on the pegs,
2018.
choosing his lines carefully, trying to save
Second
energy.
for Pearson Cootie.
He's really got such a good style
right
on
on top of the club face.
Yeah, and he's so strong. I've been at the APC this week, and obviously Manny's been there for the last 10, 11 weeks.
Just on
and
the
they
top,
said he's
took
done
some
so
steam
much
off.
training. Like his fitness is probably
to
at his
15.
best now than it ever was.
Three up against Gordon
with a solid,
Sargent.
I know he's had time off, but he's had a good 11 weeks
I like to do this down nice and low, maybe try to hit a little bit of courage, get the driver
3 weeks,
back into the
and
wind.
you're walking around, you've had an ACL repair, and I cannot believe how well you're doing. How long has it been since Manny had his ACL repair?
So his happened, I'm sure it was just before Christmas, but his was meniscus, but I think in the end it was worse than what they thought, and it did take a lot longer to recover than he thought it was going to be, but I think he's come back at a good time, and being at the APC, the Red Bull APC, is just like, it's next level. The amount of stuff that goes on there, like just to work on your fitness and everything else, it's really good.
Future medicine and getting
Division
right
1
into
men's
that
golf
PT is
championship, Golf Club in Scottsdale, Arizona. We apologize for our issues that we had. Our power was cut out, but we are live as we crown a national championship today from Scottsdale.
But his
Mason Anderson went out and defeated Cole Hammer 3-2.
And that's something to be, maybe we definitely should mention.
He was dominant, a 6-5 victory.
What you have to put in on the fitness side. It's not just spending time on the bike.
Yeah, that's it. You do you've got to get the hours in on the bike, but then you've also got to work on your strength.
Is with this
you need to work on
match
your
as the
mobility, because obviously we crash a lot, so you need to be able to
chip
move
into this lead and maybe
all these
get this match all tied up.
Yeah, it's pretty much everything has to go into this. It's not like it's, you can ride on a weekend. You need to be riding all day.
First to putt here with 2 birdie
As we
putts
jump
here,
back
14.
high atop the mountain
One up in
here
the
in
match.
Erzberg, and our chase group, as we look at it on the virtual side of things, chase group getting a little bit closer to Michael Wagner, the Austrian rider, still holding on to third.
Good read there from the putt.
Quick question: how about in terms, speaking of all things PT and recovery, what's the prognosis of when you think you'll be back on 2 wheels?
I'm not too sure. I'm going to say I want to come back and race the AMA Enduro Cross. It's my main goal. But I don't want to push it. I don't want to, with the ACL, I don't want to push it and then re-break it first month back. So I'll just come back when it's right. But I'm sure with having help from the Red Bull guys, I'll be back sooner than I actually think, and in better shape than I was before.
It's funny, as fans of whether you follow snowboarding, freestyle motocross, supercross, and hard enduro, you're so used to your heroes. They get hurt, and then you expect them to come back, and they all do. You just don't take into account how hard It is.
It's so
mentally.
It's so with birdie at the 8th.
So in picture there we've got Tristan Hart. So we're actually watching the battle for third at the moment
14
between
Tristan
Summerhays and Mario Roman
chance to tie up this match.
Billy
Got
Bolts.
a wonderful read from the putt of Pearson Cootie. We saw that ball at the very end straighten up and
Alfredo Gomez, my apologies. We've got Alfredo Gomez and Billy in the fight for third place.
Billy was in front of them too before, so maybe he's got a little bit of an issue, or he's maybe just
Billy Ray, he made
energy
a couple of these
I just can't help
yesterday
thinking he's in pain
for
because
halves.
we know the level that Billy rides at.
That free look
He would
off
be neck and neck with Manny
Pearson
normally.
Cootie's putt.
And
he's turned this match
I can't help
around.
thinking that
He's
he's
really the tempo go 3 up in the match.
And, having the confidence if you do need to dab.
Get it outside too far.
Wanting to injure
Just
it.
won't come back.
No, it won't.
Almost identical
Billy
putt
Bolt
that
currently
Pearson Cootie
5th.
hit.
As I mentioned, defending
Neither one of these are
FIM
good either at this stage
Hard
of the
Enduro
game.
World Champion.
Not a chance I would give
And
it.
Do
it's
not
just a
at all
great
breathe your
perspective.
coin all the time.
Depth,
What's on the
cutting
line
back
right
across,
now, I want to see
little
every
double
putt
fall line
hold.
in sections.
So Walton's dropped back a fair bit there, look, so he must have hit a wall.
Texas last won the national championship 10 years ago at Riviera, defeated Alabama.
And that's
3-2,
where it looks like he's stuck in
State's
a
last national
bit of a hole there.
1996.
Maybe help us understand. I mean, something as deceiving as just even a 1 foot, if it's in the right spot, a 1 foot hole, can completely lock you up.
The worst thing is here, like the rocks are too short,
To
so
the
your
12th.
front wheel's going to either go into a hole or your back wheel's going to go into a hole. So you need to try and hop across the rocks. You need to pick your way through, because if you lose the front wheel down the hole, you've got to fight, pick it back up, then your back wheel falls into another hole. So
And you
use so much energy.
And we keep bringing up Graham Jarvis, but you watch Graham sometimes, and he just literally tap dances across.
Careful.
And he keeps that momentum.
Easy.
He just basically that. He just keeps momentum, just keeps plugging away. So that Walton's off the bike again.
And just like that, from
that,
third
go to
to 7th place, Michael Wagner slips back. Carl's dinner, it eats people. Sometimes just kind of takes the best of the best. It definitely equalizes
Texas 4,
things
Arizona State 5.
Big break.
time and time again. So we'll have to
Texas.
see if Wagner can battle back. I think the body language says a lot, too, about Wagner.
His dad's rebuilding the track loop. What
So
a
just
nice
like
guy.
that, John, a couple of wins at 14 for Cootie and at 12 for Vic. That's how quickly it can change.
A gift at 14, that is for sure. Preston Summerhays, that was
he'll
shocking he missed
He'll
that
make
putt.
it through. He's just got to conserve his energy. But you can see that he's spent.
At the 13th has this putt to tie to keep this match tied with Mason Nolan.
Good view from above. Want to thank all of our entire camera crew, staff out in the field.
It's been an incredible week for Parker
images
Cootie.
of this
He has
massive
been
mountain.
outstanding for the
No
Texas
easy feat.
Longhorns. Won his
And
match
this aerial
6
view,
and 5 in
really,
match
you
number
talk
2.
about those holes.
Parker
I
is
think it
with
gives you a good
Bones.
perspective.
Thank you, Bob.
Just
Here with
how,
Parker right now. Parker, an absolutely dominating performance by you today. What did you feel
impossible
were the
for
key
that matter
holes out
for
there
I'd
today
say
in terms of your win?
98% of the riding.
I got started off with
the riders out there
3, and that was
wouldn't be able to go through this.
really good.
No, maybe 99%. Like it's that hard.
They were good holes to get off.
It's like a trial section that one.
So obviously you carried a lot of momentum. Did you feel like at that point, being up in the match, it was all about fairways and greens?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
trying to pick a line.
I was
through that.
up enough to
Yeah, I
where
really
my
hope it does get
mistakes.
there. It'll be super
There's no way I
interesting.
could lose an match
There's
without
Tristan
making
Hart back in the
mistakes, so
picture
it
with
was all good.
Alfredo.
Thank you for your time. Get out there and root on your teammates.
Thank you.
And you're basically
Over at
looking at your
14,
third
David
place now.
Pooch with iron off
That's
the
such
tee.
a good
Yeah, a
performance.
little conservative in my estimation.
Wow.
But you gotta
He was not-
keep
he
the
was
club in your hand that you
not
think you
in
can
the
get
top
in
10
play.
early
Keep
on,
it
I
in the
think.
short grass. Holes are
No, it just
not
shows you
very
the skill set that
receptive
he's
to
got.
iron play coming out of the rough.
Fairway does pinch it just a little bit.
So a little bit of a
goes a little bit
change
off
up as
balance,
we've
but,
seen the chase
play
group
the wide
able to
side of
catch
the
up to
fairway now,
Wagner, and a
turn this
tight
hole into
battle
birdie
for third as we
opportunity.
focus on Lettenbeckler and Roman in first and second.
And these are
How
the
is it going to
situations,
unfold as they
where
exit Carl's dinner?
if
That's
you
the
are
big
hitting second
conversation.
off these tees, you can react.
As it's just this
to
slow,
the outcome of your
tedious,
opponent's ball.
patient
So
crawl
this one obviously
that one has to do
right down
in
the
Carl's
middle
dinner.
groove, so
And if
no
you're
now
lucky enough
has
to make it out, then
somewhat
it's, do
respond
you have
and try and
anything
either
left in the tank
play a
for the
little
remaining
aggressive, get
sections?
some a little closer to the
Tank,
hole, or
traction, mental, physical.
I think after the bottom section of Carl's Diner, they've got a good run out
get a
onto the
little
ski route,
advantage
right?
on
So
Cooge, but I loved what Parker Cootie said about, I knew there was no way I could lose this match if I didn't make any mistakes. Fairways and greens, it's so important. Trying to win a championship.
Just don't make any mistakes on those off cameras.
I like this play here, this
back
aggressive play with the fairway metal.
Love it.
George Avenue followed by Dynamite.
A couple irons shorter into this hole. We're cut down on the bottom.
Danny
You have to
is
execute.
making a buffet out of Carl's Dinner here. He's just
fine.
That'll be fine.
taking seconds on everything being served.
Up above, we take
almost
you to 15.
out of this
a couple hundred yards
remaining
away,
lower
Pearson
section.
Cootie on the tee with that 2-up lead.
Current
Yeah,
leader.
that was shocking back there, but
Last
that's
time
why
he
you
was
don't get
in
any putts at all, especially coming down to the
Austria,
wire.
was able to grab
His tee shot yesterday, he hit it in
second
the
place
bunker
finish.
down the left-hand side. This up the left as well.
All
Kicks back
sights
to
on
the
top
left.
spot.
Dead left,
One of the most
Billy Ray.
coveted
Got
titles
that
you
out.
can win
Out of
in
the
hard
bunker,
enduro.
though, but the ball nestled
If
down
not
into the
the
rough.
Ultimate
I would
title.
say it's the biggest.
Yeah, if you
Over
talk
at
to people
13,
that
Travis
just
Vick
love the
will follow
pain,
his
love the
tee shot
struggle,
with Top
absolutely.
Tracer
Well, it's between
Technology.
this one and Romaniacs.
Yeah.
Romaniacs
Up in
is a
his
savage
match.
one.
And right now,
Totally different.
if you have a look at how much time we spent in Carl's Dinner already, there are still only 7 riders that have dropped into the start of Carl's Dinner. So.
Yeah, just wrap your head around that.
Tough golf hole.
We went back to Vasa
They're all still there.
Travis
I mean,
Vick
I see
got
that.
off to a fast start. It was
like a
3 up
weekend
through the
at,
opening 3.
At Glamis, or like going down to Ocotillo Wells.
Summerhays at
500
15.
people running into each other.
I think the guys are piling up
back
with Udo's
downhill. This
background. I
is
think
less
that
than
was
driver.
really
Little went from right to the left.
That was
big-
a difficult
This
one.
Yeah, the big
fairway
new
slopes
section that
hard from right to
basically,
left.
Sapped a lot of energy before
That
they got.
ball's
I think
kicking
Michael
left.
Wagner spent a lot of his energy before he got
Kicking
to
left,
Carl's
and that
Dinner.
will
In
find the
Udo's
fairway
background.
bunker. Just depends on how close to the face he got
But
it.
this section's brutal. I mean, if you walk it,
Cameron Sisk.
you can't imagine that a bike can
Top
ride through
Tracer
there.
Technology
It's
will
just that
follow
bad.
his tee shot.
100% difficult to walk.
A good line as well.
Faulkner
Right over top of the hole.
still
Jim,
trying to
got
stay
a
in the
little
mix.
deep. Needs to
Shame he's
hold
got nothing
on,
left in
or
the
we'll go
tank.
down
You
to a
can see
little
he's
collection
spent.
area and just stayed
That's
up.
kind of how, when I race Erzberg, that's how I race it. I race it to
National championship
and then I try
hanging
and
in
go
the
from
balance.
there.
Arizona
Like,
State and
so your
Texas
motocross
each
is
with a
I would
point
rather
on the board.
be
The
totally
Longhorns
spent when I
lead
get
in
there
2
than
other
get there
matches.
and have a little bit of energy. Because I'd rather just bulldog it
Employers
through.
and
Pedal
talent
away.
want
Yeah.
to
Or
see
just
Can I ask you what victory stands out as the best for you and why? Here at Erzberg.
Probably when I had the victory over by about, was it 20 minutes I won by or something one year. That was by far the best race I've ever had. I think it was 2017. No.
1 hour, 39 minutes?
Yeah, something like that. The whole race just went perfect.
Yeah.
I guess pretty much like what's happened for Manny. He's just having a perfect race so far.
2014, and yeah, it's like it happened yesterday, right? it's been one big blur.
It feels years and years ago for me.
so Manny's lying 7th in the World Championship at the moment. So
2 wins
10
will push him
points.
up.
Well, yeah, didn't
10 points
opted
behind
out of minus 400, and so then jumped in. But he can easily be a contender.
Can you see the spray paint on the rocks? The little yellow dots. That's what the riders will be following. Someone will have put that mark in either this morning or last night. One of the riders will have gone through and just put little dots on some of the rocks, just where if there's a big hole here, they'll try and stay out of it, so they'll put a dot on the rock.
So it's a little rock ferry that comes in at night.
Yeah.
We don't see them,
Nobody
but they're
knows who it
allegedly
is.
there. I think that's what Bolt was calling them, is the rock ferries. Interesting.
Like the other year, I remember coming through, there was pink dots, yellow dots, blue dots over here. It was mad.
You could try to sabotage.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
You always put a stray one off there.
Exactly.
If you know that's a big hole, just put one into that.
But where do you go about buying spray paint in Eisenach? That's what I want to know.
Come prepared. You've got to be prepared.
Look at our current top 5. Billy Bolt in 5th. Gomez in 4th. And big news for Hart in 3rd. The Canadian making an amazing showing at this year's Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Mario's still looking
David
strong.
Puig
And he's riding with
set
a
to
bum
play
leg on.
his second.
Andrew.
well back at 149. Hole is cutting a little bit of a bowl, so
and it's super hot out
we'll
there.
Get a little bit of a benefit
some riders
if he can land it in
better
there.
with heat than other riders.
Deep, carried it
depending
back.
on, I guess, where they come
catch
from.
that little slope.
It will.
Well, that's
it will.
Great to see
John,
when you
we were
follow
out
hard
there
enduros.
earlier today.
Each rider will have their
be
special
shocked
skill
if
set where
someone
they
made
shine.
a 2 at 14 today.
Not
allows
at
you to
all.
kind of have your
This
favorites.
is the
So you see
reason
that
why
green dot
you
that
can
you're
get it
talking about
around
right there.
the
Yeah.
whole location, and you can use that slope and that bowl.
Pretty much. There's one there. You'll just see them
Watching the NCAA Championships.
High or go low.
Presented by Geico.
So taking
Mario's got off the line.
off the tee, 36 yards closer for his second, only one.
And another jump above the mine here.
Options here. Quite a few
Airsberg.
outs for him.
Mine as Lettenbichler still out front. Can see the battle getting a little tighter back for third place. Big question, can Mario Roman pull in Manny Lettenbichler?
I would think with this club
Lettenbichler looking for his first ever victory here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Could be a little bit long.
2 minutes. I'm sorry, 2 hours. Yeah, 2 minutes. That's a lot of racing.
Maybe it's got enough spin to get
Just
further
over the
down
2 hour
that
mark
slope.
here.
I think it's going to
got some momentum. If it doesn't hit the ball,
Get ready for Motor X Highway, the next named feature coming out of Carl's Dinner.
Mason Nome responds to Puja's second in at 14.
And a full pull here through Carl's Dinner.
Up 1 to 15, Summerhays.
Yeah, 117 yards uphill into the wind. The lip of the bunker will not present any issue.
And for good reason.
This
you know,
is a
you say
here, missing left here.
the name Carl's Dinner, most riders shudder.
That got through and
just
into the rough,
like,
makes it even
almost
more
like trauma.
difficult. Mistake there from the freshman. Needed it right at that whole location.
And Pearson Kudu is watching exactly what that ball did from Summerhays now.
Yeah, I'm very impressed.
Pearson Kudu's ball has
I
come
didn't know too much about him going into this round.
opposite side of
A
the bunker.
newcomer. And
yeah,
he's going to do 4 rounds, and I'm really excited to see what's to come. And as if he's riding like this already.
He's really going to have to take it.
I was just super impressed
Sharp angle of attack here. This is right at the flag.
For his first time there to
exactly what he needed to do from that line right there.
Yeah, let him catch that little slope as well and gather just
How about
a little closer to
the
that
conversation
hole location.
turns to Carl's
That was a
Dinner
smart
and
play
Trials
there
inspired
by
aspects
Pearson.
of the demands of
Great tee shot
Erzberg.
by Travis
Where do
Vick
you,
at 13.
yeah, where do you go to
Great look to win the
find
hole.
boulders like this?
Yeah, sure. We could
this
back there to go meeting John.
Why not?
Super hard to do.
Okay, if you don't live in South Africa, you can't just drive into Lesotho like Daryl here. Where do you go to?
It's so hard, you know, to find something that's legal
a little
to ride.
left.
That's
No,
the
that was
difficult
left
thing.
all the way.
So you have to find
Started
places
left and
around
moved
and just
I think it's
session little bits.
hats off to you that you
Missed
care about being
opportunity
legal.
for Travis
Well,
Vick.
no, you've got to sometime.
No, I.
Only
a few
every now and
folks for the other side with some
So Roman
cheering for the other side of the miss. So you just have to
working
kind of
his
put
way
that on your
through
mind.
as Lettenbichler still in front of him. So
Travis, it does
first
go
and
that
second
way.
have
Been there
maintained
10
consistent
Valley
from the
effect is
get-go.
real.
Couple
real.
lead changes early on, and then it's been the Manny, Mario Roman, and then Wagner for quite some time. Michael Wagner, the Austrian rider, was hanging on to third. He slipped back in this tail final section of Carl's Dinner. Just getting the best of him, and the rest of the pack now starting to close
Nome's
into
birdie
that battle
putt
for
conceded,
third.
and Puja's birdie putt misses notice, so
see
Mason
if
Nome
Hart can hang
goes
on.
one up.
To go
I
from
think
that.
his fitness is strong. He's
Yeah, and you mentioned, we always talk about it. It is
down
worth
the fairway to take the
considering
advantage
is
of
that
beautiful approach
that
to win the
momentum,
hole.
having success at something like Romaniacs.
Each
and
team
then
with a point on the
to-
board
just to-
in the
to know
remaining
that,
3
yeah,
matches.
you belong
the
here, right?
Longhorns lead trying
Here's
to win a
William
fourth
Hall. What
national title.
position have you got him in, Darryl? William Hall. He was just on there then. He must be running in the top 10 because he's in Carl's Dinner now.
Let me see if I can find William.
He's got no peak on.
Yeah, we
He must have taken that off for the heat.
well, they had that front row. I think everyone was going to be with the transponders. 2 hours on the clock, and this is a good, just listen and watch. As we jump back,
Boys,
as the struggle continues. Back at the beginning of the course,
Zentrum Amberg, the center of the mountain. And just that straight climb, as you can see, a debris field of competitors.
Too much time in the beer tent last night for these boys.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh, look at it.
Oh. This is so typical of Erzberg. We see this every year. Different climb, and it's just been spectacular there on Wasserleitung.
It's different, but the same.
What a show.
You've been coming here since the 90s, and yeah.
You know, Rocket Ride in the beginning, those were some of the really tough climbs in the early days, but they've really they've been so overridden now that they just become so easy. So,
well, the discussion that continues too about the bikes and the level of riding. They've had to, you know what I mean? Things have gotten what's perceived, you know what I mean? You go back 20 years and you...
No, the level has changed.
I mean, I look at old footage of Widowmaker, you know, it's like, come on.
I was talking to Letty last night, you know, all those years ago we were running motocross tires at Hard Enduro, and I mean, you wouldn't get very far in today's courses.
Yeah.
So special tires have been made, and it's really completely different.
As we can see, Manny Lettenbichler making his way onto the tracks, out of Carl's Dinner, making his way over.
Straight back down the hill.
So, Johnny, to answer your question a little bit earlier on, Will Hall came through double fault, which is the middle of Carl's Dinner in 10th, just behind Theodore Kovacev. So he's still in the game. Maddie Green came through in 8th. So we should start seeing, it'll be Tristan Hart, Maddie, Theodore, Will Hall, Peter Rudolph, and other American rider LeBlanc in 12th at double fault. So we should look out for them a little bit later on.
Austrian rider Michael Wagner hanging on to 7th as Lettenbichler now.
This is entering now the new section that we were talking about, going up to Motorex Highway. So this is
Pearson
the entry
Coody
point.
has done so much for the Texas
crossover
Longhorn, but perhaps the proudest moment for head coach John Field was a conversation
you'll see the
Pearson
river.
had with that young man right there,
typical Romaniac section.
Sonny Santrelli, a young man that is battling stage 4 lymphoma 6 weeks ago.
This is the feeling now. You're on the way home.
Spent 20 or 30 minutes with
that's how I always used to feel it.
His love of the Longhorns, in fact.
So this is the start of it now, so it's like very gnarly, but it's not too difficult, and it's very wet in there.
Sunny Strong. They're all wearing wristbands, and Sunny made the trip
this
out
is actually
here with
right
his
where
Craig and
Rob Warner got stuck, if I'm not mistaken.
This is the exact section. Bolts were having so much fun earlier on.
Bolts left a man behind. But you see how easy Manny makes it look.
The right thing to do is a great young man.
Well, this is just the start. It's quite a long section. Good couple of 100 meters up.
This is Manny's so good at this sort of stuff, like in the Romaniac sort of terrain. I guess that's why he went back and just won Serbia straight away, because that was his sort of going.
About 2.5 feet left for his par.
Do you have a favorite in terms of, just the terra firma, like the wet, the dry, the tacky?
I do. I like it when it's like this. To be honest.
But also all the Brits coming from the Scottish Trials and things like that. You guys have really got this terrain, so like Graham and yourself and everybody else and
big
Bolts,
spot there by the freshman.
Brought up in this kind of slippy terrain.
We literally ride in the rain most of the time. So.
After that short miss at 14, redeems himself there at 15.
So it must be 5 minutes down on Manny, which still isn't much. He's not
Pearson makes
home and dry yet.
Pearson running out of holes, but we've seen what he can do.
We just saw in the previous hole, we saw Mr. Summerhays miss.
So they'll make light work of it. But if you walk up there, you'll say, well, it's impossible for a motorbike to ride up here.
So in the back of Pearson Coody's mind right now, giving this one full attention.
Veteran senior here, number 3 ranked.
The course is a challenge the whole time. They have to just keep raising the level because the riders are so good. They're just getting better and better. There you can see where Letty is at the moment. There's quite a big gap between the rest of the field. Mario Roman there still has to do that easy loop up to the Alpine Resort before he enters Motorex Highway.
And it looks like
Gomez is too far behind.
It looks like Gomez now finishing out the top 3 just behind Mario Roman. So interesting back and forth getting out of Carl's Dinner. So you can see that
Billy Ray was
that
that
band
huge
all the way home.
for
You can
Preston
only assume,
Summerhays.
as Johnny was saying, once you get out of Carl's Jr., your mind is
here going
on the
against
finish line.
Star-studded
You just
senior.
have to
this freshman and Preston
stay
Summerhays,
mistake-free,
he has been
right? At that
impressive
point, you don't
throughout
want
the
to
day
get
and
too far ahead of
impressive throughout
yourself.
the week as
no,
well.
but it's quite easy to
He
do
is
that.
not unfamiliar.
Kind of feel like you're
Preston
home and dry,
Summerhays
but you have
performing
got
on a big stage. He's
3 or
won a
4
couple of
difficult
Utah
bits,
State
but they're
amateurs
quite
in
short
match
sections,
play,
so.
and then a USGA championship as well. 2019 US Junior Amateur.
Carl's Dinner just
Preston
really
finishing it
sending
off in
a
style.
bit of a sting.
Synchronous club taking down Bo Jin 2-1. Bo Jin was here earlier this week for
right now,
Oklahoma
let's
State.
check in with Leo, who's got some information on Michael
Father
Faulkner.
of Preston telling me this morning, and he rattled it off with
I've
these
just
40-4.
serious
Preston's match
exhaustion
play
here.
record
Michael
in
Faulkner
all
looked
his
at some
tournaments
point to me like
over the
he
last 3 to
wouldn't
4
want
years.
to
That's
continue.
90%. That's a
Clearly,
good
his
job.
energy tank
Work to do, though,
is
if he wants
empty,
to
but he
improve on
got
that,
himself
Billy Ray.
back up,
no doubt.
shoved
You
the
run
bike
into a
right back
player
into
like
position,
Pearson
and
Coody,
continued on.
well
What a
established
soldier he
himself.
is.
He's got a
Honestly,
very
I
good
am
match
so
play record
impressed. But
of
same,
his own.
I could witness with
But this
Billy
match
Bolt
now,
serious
2 down
frustration
for
going on here as
Summerhays.
well.
He's
He had
gonna
a
have
bit
to
of a
make something
crash,
happen
had
here,
to get
and
up
Coody
off the
will have the
boulder
key here.
and
16
get
is
up off
par
the
3,
bike
measuring
again,
150
and
yards.
he soldiered
That
on
holds
as well.
position just
So
on the front
we
section.
can
The
really
false
see
front they
here
have to
the
contend with.
temperature
If you
and
go
those big
long
boulders
left, it
are
goes down in
taking
the
their
collection
toll
area.
on those young athletes.
Love this whole location here, Billy Ray. You hit a quality shot, you can get it in there.
Thanks, Leo.
Nice
Great
and
stuff.
close,
Yeah,
and
we we hammer it home. We talk about the tenacity, the staying power needed for this race on top of the technique.
Maybe make a one.
You know, you got to think about strategy.
Wow, just it's incredible to see Faulkner, a rider of his level, just hit the wall like that as
you can't miss short
Manny continues.
I think if I'm Pearson
with
Coody right
2
now,
hours on the clock,
take the conservative route
making
out
his
to
way
the
through,
right. Just put the ball in the
tying
putt
up his
surface and
lines.
force the issue from Preston Summerhays.
Yeah, if you get it out there
some
to the
quiet
right,
time
there
and
is
some support
there is
from
a
the
ridge
fans.
that you can use to gather it towards the hole.
We'll watch this one with our top tracer
Okay,
technology.
this is a little run up through the creek, and this is one of the really bad off-cameras.
Right.
There's a tree up top, so he's going to want to make his way right up to that tree
Carries over
line.
the bunker in the rough.
How is it that Paul Bolton always gets the best seat in the house?
Wasn't his
He
best
doesn't
effort.
look too tired either, man.
Yeah.
He looks...
Back
Yeah,
to
he looks
15,
tired, but he
who's
looks...
getting ready from the fairway bunker.
Not making things easy.
What, they've got to get out the top?
Yeah, this section is really, really tough.
But has found a nice.
Hold on, was that an eye roll? I just got an eye roll from Johnny Walker. Yeah, that.
I actually think they've changed the lines from when I walked it until now.
Distance on
It
got to
looks
get down a
different.
bit.
When it comes back in the picture, we'll have a better look. But almost like they've made it a little bit more difficult than it was
Just be putting up
yesterday.
Manny's good at that sort of stuff as well, and he didn't.
Right.
He got what, halfway up it?
Travis Vick
So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled to Lettenbichler trying to navigate his way inside the woods. If Ramon,
That's a bad idea, isn't it? Have no tread left by the time you get to this slippy hill if he's doing wheel spin.
left and
I reckon this is going to be a repeat of the old Grunerhulla as we saw it. This is going to take a bit of time for the guys to get through
take a little
because of this.
left break. Gathering quite enough, but that was a nice golf shot.
This has changed.
this is Grunerhulla volume 2.
This is a sting in the tail that we've been looking
Summer
for.
Hayes opening at 16.
Oh, boy.
Will he take advantage?
Oh,
No,
no.
he's definitely being 2 down in the
And
match.
just like
He's gonna have
that,
to take a
5
different
minutes
approach and a
becomes
different line.
3.
Well,
2.
exactly.
Hanging up in the breeze.
Manny
Got the
keeps
false
trying it.
front.
It might get a bit of a line in,
wow.
and
That
Mario
missed
could
by
get there and just
Elias
get one
there,
good
Billy
run
Ray.
in, get out the top, and he's off.
This is going to become like vacillating for the pros.
Close. Mason Nome even closer for birdie. Consistent, knock it in tight.
Up to 127. It is also just left. Let's see if it come off the slope like you asked it to.
Manuel Lettenbichler currently in first place over the 2-hour mark. Mario Roman closing in behind him, trying to navigate this section in Motorex Highway. He's had 2 attempts, unable to do it so far, and you can see
Mario's there.
closing in.
Mason Nome getting ready for his
And Tristan
second. He's
Hart
one
this
out.
morning was very concerned about
Nice clean line.
about conserving his tires because
right about
the rocks would have maybe taken the edge off a little bit. And over here you'll need like a really good tire, you know. And
To get down, that'll catch that little ridge, go down on that bowl.
Yeah.
Right next to David
Graham
Reed.
Jarvis in 2019.
But he will get a good
Graham
speed
Jarvis might
read
be back
and a
for the
good
win.
line read.
You know what?
David Pooch.
That's
Arizona
not
State with
so
a point.
crazy.
Texas with a point. The Longhorns leading in the other 3.
this
Coming
doesn't
down the
look easy,
stretch
eh?
on the back 9 at Greyhawk.
There's no nice run at it.
it looks to me like they've changed the course of the last minute and made it a little bit harder here
spectator events in North America.
That's what they do. If we walk the track and make it like a little bit easy by moving stuff, they just fire something else in. Go on, Manny.
Oh!
Oh, no. There's no other way, is there, apart from ride straight up.
It looks kind of dry over there, but I mean, it's just so steep.
Yeah. He was definitely, I think he was in third gear there. So he might come down now.
What's your call on this one, based on what you can tell from here? A little bit.
I don't really know what to say, to be honest.
I mean,
I think after a little bit, there's going to be a line in, but him and Mario are just going to be going back and forward. Mario's going to be there in a minute.
Lettenbichler gives it another go. Not this time.
I guess it looks like there's a level a bit higher than where he just got to then. So maybe if he can get to there.
That definitely looks a lot harder than when we walked it. It's definitely.
Not to mention, yeah.
I mean, so no disrespect
to the crowd.
My mate Rob Warner rode out there.
Yeah.
Okay, he slipped off. Bolt went and hopped him.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like this. I can tell you now.
Yeah. I think he's asking for the tape to be pulled back a little bit. Yeah.
There's a rock in the way, I think. Go on.
Lettenbichler again.
If you can get to that level, level there.
Trying to assess. You can hear and feel the frustration.
He's on a level there, so I guess that's where he's got to get to.
So he might try to pick the bike up and then
zigzag
it, drag it off, get some kind of traction up there.
Adventure more.
I feel for him now.
I mean, if Paul's struggling to run up there, right? Yeah. So that just tells you how bad it is. You can't even walk up there.
Moment ago at 16,
Mario.
second for Preston.
Mario has just arrived.
Very loose.
Just has to commit to
and there you see in-screen Martin Roman back in second, soon to be right below Lettenbichler. What a battle we have on our hands.
The greens.
It's getting excited now.
Oh, race is on. 15. Great shot there. Mason Anderson, teammate. Couldn't
this
watch,
reminds me,
but
it takes us back to 2015 when the four of you guys had to pull each other out.
Don't tell me that.
Battle back.
They must go to the right.
Pearson Coody is second.
So
the
like
if it goes in, he closes out Preston.
Well, it's one that he could make this ball sitting down the rough, but it's a dump and run. This will
just
pick
on
up
a precarious edge. Look at the steepness and the double fall line.
It's trying.
See, now Mario's got there. There's a little bit of a line in. He might be able to.
Wow.
To ride up here first attempt.
For real?
Yeah.
I mean, no, I'm just looking at
the downhill.
Yeah.
It's going to stay high.
Ooh, it was a misread.
There's nothing like a steep downhill with a load of tree roots crossways. That went well.
Up 1 to 15, Pooch, long birdie putt.
Yeah, coming down from this low ground, speed is the biggest.
You ever had the Ghost Rider go the wrong way for you?
Yeah. There's nothing worse.
So up that slope right there,
There's a video of me at España. Have you seen it? Where Luke looked out.
No, I didn't see it.
I've seen it.
I'm going to go look for it now.
To win the whole
so we shift back. We can see Lettenbichler. He was able to navigate his way up and over. It's an interesting line that they've made adjustments to. Mario Roman currently in second. First try.
To 16.
Coody for his par.
Yeah.
Really quick. Summer Hayes has got it
Wow, good job.
Wow.
Good job.
See, once there's a little bit of a line in, then the next rider should be able to
about
get
the
up.
long par putt Summer Hayes made it 15 to tie the hole.
That's going to put Manny under big pressure now because he knows how close Mario is.
Here at 16 now, Pooch for his par.
They've still got a bit to go.
Let's not forget Dynamite
no,
too.
One up in that match.
It's going to be a bit of a push out.
His par. We'll get back to that in just a moment.
So you've been riding,
and Lazy Noon.
2 hours, 15 minutes on the clock. Heat's in the upper 90s.
One down.
Your body had been pushed to the ultimate brink.
Fantastic.
Just in terms of
teach that kind of well short.
Yeah, what it can do.
He's in a bad position now, Mario, because his left foot peg will be stuck into the side of the mountain, and if it's stuck behind a tree root,
he's hanging in. Summer Hayes with 3 down through 10, and players who have been 3 down on the back 9 here this week.
Man, he's had an incredible ride so far.
Really good, solid, and he's good at this sort of stuff. I guess it's like this in Canada.
And he looks really, God, are you kidding? It's like beyond. Like
he's like
easy and wet, and it's all about
we have a moment, let's send it down the roots.
Like just greasy roots.
Thanks, guys. Here with Mason Anderson.
They
first
love
out today. Your last time representing
Arizona
State
It looks like he's in good condition. He's not tired. He's got good technique.
Performance. 3-2 victory, which frankly wasn't that close. What were the keys to you getting it done out there today?
I just stayed really consistent.
I guess they'd be probably the first Canadian
a lot of greens.
That would be.
I just didn't make very many mistakes. There were a few holes.
We've been talking about the international, presence here. There's always, good. Poland, Bulgaria.
We really appreciate your time. Get out there and root on your teammates.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Bars and stuff like that.
Great performance by Mason Anderson.
And if you notice, none of these boys run wrap-round handguards.
2 up in this match.
Kind of a little bit dangerous. You can break a lever, but
Yeah, the baby tree driver on 3 with the ball.
I think he's good.
Definitely in play.
Okay.
But that just gives you a good idea of how steep that little uphill is as well.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Special note, Paul Bolton there. We've been really enjoying all the embedded field reporting he's done from the first stop onward. He'll be going to every stop of the 2022 FIM Hard Enduro World Championship, doing his reports from the field. Such high energy, as you can see. It doesn't get more embedded than that. It's right up in your face.
He's leaning just a little bit.
It sounds like his clutch is slipping there if you listen closely.
Bunker, but not at all. That's perfect.
Like, I guess it's been really hard on the clutch through Carl's Diner.
Coverage of the Division
all the hill climbs.
College World Series begins on Thursday from Oklahoma City.
And they're running these super soft tires, so how much of the tire would have got worn off, do you think, on Erzbergrodeo and Carl's?
The good thing is about these soft tires now, they're so soft and grippy that they're like, they fold and don't rip the knob off. So even if it does rip a knob off, you get so much more traction with that tire than a harder tire if it rips a knob off. So I would always go, I've made so many mistakes here in the past with the wrong tire choice, wrong move choice, that I always now just go for the softest move and the softest tire I can get. I sat with Billy
even on a day like today with the heat?
Yeah, because with the heat, the moose expands, so then the tires feels like it's rock hard.
Alfredo's coming to the
ideally, you want this to drop in, falling a little bit left to right to hold that slope to get it close.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of discussion about Alfredo Gomez and the heat, and then to throw Tristan's name into the, he was definitely in that kind of outsider conversation. Definitely has the skills, but it's been a really unique kind of like the battle for second.
Gordon with driver 320 yards. We talked to Coach Thurman about this. He said they would be going for this green, a couple of his players.
Look at this. Go up and high out
right by the flag
this final section. Still moving on. 2 more
3 down in this match through 10
sections for these guys to navigate. Still ahead for all of the competitors. All the way back as we jump high above into Dynamite, wrapping back around,
that's the direction he
then
likes
down
to
below.
work it.
Down in that collection area.
All the way back to the finish.
After Dynamite, that's pretty much it, right? You've got Lazy Noon.
And Siska 15 with driver Jimmy.
He's been driving it fairly decent.
I think the race is fast from over because you don't know if there's going to be any more twists in the tail. You never know with the route director. So Dynamite, I think, will be quite straightforward, but it's going to be very loose. They've got to get around that big tree at the top. And also Lazy Noon. Could be quite tricky, and that left loose Shaley stuff.
Opening for Pooj at 16, see if he can take
these
advantage.
These guys are tightening. They're starting to pack up a little bit here.
Ball right at this hole.
It all depends on who makes the best job out of Mother X Highway.
Mario Ramon made up for a little bit of time, but not He was dealing with a 5-6 minute gap leading into that exchange.
That will go down in the clutch
Manny
area.
definitely lost 2 or 3 minutes on that one section.
On the down slope, now pitching uphill. That is really difficult as well. 2
Gomez
swings
behind Tristan Hard. What's that?
Texas
Okay, so
trying to close in on national title 4.
It's Mario Roman is 2 minutes 57 off Manny at the MotorX highway checkpoint, so there's not much in it.
And just if you were curious how things are on the course on the first features, yeah, it's still going. The struggle is still real.
That was like Bardavana back in the day, you know. The race ended in Bardavana, and this is exactly the same thing.
Tristan.
No. A bit off the top. I see Tristan on his Instagram riding hill climbs like this all the time, so. Oh, what a ride on the right.
So some highlights so far.
No.
Weekend warriors, pros alike. All trying to help one another out, getting their way to the top.
No.
Dominoes.
Let's get touchy-feely. Keeping it warm and fuzzy on Vasalaitun.
Close to comfort.
Yeah. And I should point out, if you make it up this section, ouch, that's going to leave a mark. You got 26 other checkpoints after this, so.
Gotta keep trying.
Let that settle in.
There's no giving up. The's no give. Oh, that's how that guy got in the tree.
A little bit of a re-entry there.
Wow.
Oh, that's so good.
Unbelievable images, and another just special thanks to our over 30 cameras out there. An incredible crew. They've been out all week bringing some incredible imagery here as Vasalaitun still keeping the challenge alive and well.
These boys are fighters.
Yeah. Masochists, all at their core. Could just watch a live feed of this all day.
Some slow-mo, great slow-mo.
Looks like Tristan's got it right.
He got awfully high up on that section.
That's a really good job. Like you said, Johnny, there's a bit of a pathway being worn there. So.
Yeah, someone's put that in there.
So have to watch Gomez just behind
trying
him.
To cut back, might need to get up a little.
See how close he's getting.
Left of this flag stick, or it will go down.
See, it's a different approach. He's got his front wheels so high that hopefully he doesn't slide.
Too far.
He doesn't slide down.
Out there to the right of this whole location.
It's tricky that.
The commentator's curse.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Tristan. I'm so sorry.
16, Mason Nome is second from over the green.
Yeah, cut a decent line, gotta go full elevation, wide stance, wide swing.
How long until we see someone riding?
Done a nice job here.
Oh yeah.
I reckon
really
Billy,
well
when he gets
even leave it short of that whole location.
Yeah, I think
pretty good.
Wing it.
Yeah.
Bulldog it to the top.
Maybe Graham Jarvis.
Billy Ray Cootie playing his second at the par 4 17th.
Coming back up the upslope.
So still in third place for the Canadian.
Summer Hayes is behind the hole with a really quick pitch.
That was well done there, Billy Ray.
It must be horrible because there's that one big rock at the
nice and long.
If Cootie wins 17, he ends that match back over to 16.
Pooch, his second.
Nice clean line, little on the upslope, should be able to spin it.
Love to see that.
Clipped it nice there, Noda. Great catch. Beautiful shot.
Christian has some ground to make up for. The big thing to watch for here with 2.5 on the clock.
This has to be out to the
is
right.
Gomez. Can he reel Tristan in at this point?
Looks pretty good.
It's going to be close.
Yeah.
Right on. He said it's a better line. It was.
Yeah, you heard Vic ask Coach Fields, where is it? He's like, I have no idea. It's going to end up where it ends up.
I
think they'll be pleased.
It ended up nice.
Muddy.
Now at 17, if Summer Hayes makes this for Eagle, he wins the whole
off the
type of match. But what's very interesting here, he's got the flag stick out right now.
the moose and tyre combo of this stuff is just so important.
Critical, yeah. So if people don't understand, if you're on an off-camber, for example, and you go over a little route or something like that, you want the tyre to be so soft.
Just release down.
There's Wade Young coming in now.
Bike's not sounding too good.
So the moose will absorb that route as it goes over it, and he won't slip down, it won't glance off. So that's the idea.
Come out there like he
I
thought.
spent
Maybe
about
a little bit on the toe.
An hour and a half yesterday with Billy.
Got a birdie opportunity though.
Deciding what moves he was going to use. We had like he had 4 or 5
this
different
would be all
mooses,
world right here, guys.
all drilled differently, all cut differently, because it's just such a
read
perfectly. Manny's got it dialed. Manny and his dad have got their own little thing going on.
I was with Letty this morning and I was watching. No, you was doing it. I was actually standing next to him while he was doing it, and I was like, it was insane. And then they didn't end up going with him, and they went with another one in there.
Really, yeah. So it's not like you even drill it. They drill. I've noticed Manny now. He's drilling mooses on different angles, and like one hole looked like a 45-degree angle, the next one at this degree.
And how good are you? How good are you instantly feeling the difference?
Well, it's that. Like, if you've got a bad moose, you're going nowhere. If it's too hard, you're not going to get anywhere. If it's too soft, you're just going to keep hitting the rim. So.
And also important to run when they run 3 run locks.
Close. I
think really, really soft moves.
A little bit of a breakout here and try to force the issue. I don't like really trying to force one in coming downhill, but I think this situation might call for it.
I agree with you, Billy Ray. I think this is just maybe on that left edge.
All right. Once again, we have the opportunity to check in with Bolts. Bolts, what are your takeaways on Moto X?
Wiggle it in there, but this circumstance right here. We'll see.
So I'm here at Motor X Highway, and by no means does that do it any justice. It's one of the hardest sections I've ever seen in my hard enduro career. There's a really long riverbed, lots of debris in the way, and there's this hard left up this hill that's almost vertical, and they have to swing it across, get the back wheel hooked onto this line. It's absolutely epic. Manny took about 4 times, and Mario Roman came up with a one-shot hero shot. So let's see how the rest of the field go. Thanks, Bolts. Always insightful. And for Bolts to say that, one of the hardest sections, I think that speaks volumes. We're watching as Alfredo Gomez, he'll try to make his way up.
Started on line.
Almost right there.
There's really wasting no time.
He's got his front wheel just over.
Reset.
You noticed before on that other clip, Billy had just come into shot as well, so
joins his brother in the winner's circle.
Billy and Wade are close now, so they're just behind
match 2. Pearson out in match 3.
Wade's back in 10th place, so
he's never trailed
in
this
pack
match.
between 3rd and 10th.
Got it up to 3 through 7. A birdie for Pearson Cooney and a second point on the board for the Longhorns.
Hopefully. Always good for our current leader, Manuel Lettsteckler.
Okay, so that's the camera that I was telling you about. Once you get to the top of Motor X Highway, you turn left, and you can see how much grass bikes while they were pre-running and falling down there.
Congratulations.
And then they're going to go back down to the forest and come back down into the lower level. But yeah, it's really, really difficult.
15 for birdie to go
he's out of the worst of
it.
What's that? He's out of the worst of it now. But that section just before, that was just out of camera, was really, really difficult. Not a big section, about 100 meters. So
it's
all the time that we've been watching the other guys,
he's missed 3 to the left, Burko.
And all of them have been low left.
This is a recovery section, so
away from down the valley. I mean, he's been talking about
back down a very steep
Arizona golf and Texas
golf.
golf.
Have a little bit of time just
he's
to
a little confused on where the valley is.
How much breath can you get back, for real? I mean, at this point, are you?
You're pretty good.
You don't want to
train
keep
your heart rate to go super high
in this, Jimmy.
So it's all about recovery time.
The fitter you are, then the quicker you'll recover, obviously.
He knows the read, and he's just going to execute.
Gomez back down again.
Right in the center.
Hats off.
And we can see Wade coming in the background there. So.
Opportunity missed there for Travis Fick, but Cameron Sisk is hanging
off to Gomez, who doing a great job on this
David Pruitt one down,
heater of a day. Second attempt.
Mason Nome
he's
already laid up safely in the fairway. This tee shot headed right at the center of the green.
That was a pretty solid pivot for a second.
Gets up on top. You know what? if this gets through that little first cut,
I think
it's going to be really good.
That's the thing about a lot of these, like he did at the.
All right, Bob, thanks a lot. Pearson, an emotional match there up and down throughout the day.
He got the worst.
What was the difference in this struggle in this match today?
I putted well. I really.
If he gets to take the win, he'll solidly deserve it.
It's just tough reading these greens, and that last putt, I really knew it was going to go in. I trusted my line, and just that one birdie made all the difference. Preston's a great player.
And he's going to be hitting. He's going to making.
Certainly, it's a family affair. Parker, hop in here next to Dad over here, please. It's been a long time, and I want to address you right now, having the family here. And having your brother here for all 4 years here in Texas, what's this experience been like so far?
Much time now
it's hard not to tear up. It's
without shredding his tire.
It's really hard, especially this year. Just some adversity, and to end up here and watching everyone play like this, it means the world. Something we'll never forget.
Yeah. Kyle, you and I have known each other since the early 80s. We go back a long time, played against each other at Houston and Texas. And Mom, I know it's very tough watching these two sons on the other sides of the ropes. Talk about y'all's journey, in watching these two great players.
The riders before, they said it looked pretty
University of Texas, Coach Fields,
so
Coach
that's going to be interesting just before the
finish. They've done a fabulous job with the team, with my two boys. Section. They made the best decision they could to come here.
The rest of the pack just trying to stay in step with Manuel Lettendickler.
It's been so
Manny
much fun.
keeping a blistering pace. Alfredo Gomez.
From the golf telling us, we want to thank you guys too. Y'all been great. Let's send it over to 16.
Way through the throat.
Cootie family, synonymous with Texas golf. Seems like the ones on Pearson and Parker
the checkpoint at Buderix highway so far, we've got Mario Roman 2 minutes 57 behind Manny, and Tristan Hart's
one of these
7 minutes 41 back.
Out.
So that's quite a big lead for the top two.
There's Graham coming into Carl's Diner.
Wow.
He's plugging away. But think how long was Manny in that?
He started an hour behind, so he should be at an hour 30, not 2:30.
Right, we'll take that.
That means
I think it's just a smooth.
He'd be in the mix.
Oh, he's got so many people to try and pass now that are on the line.
Good.
I think he's going to have to work harder than anybody else here.
I just left edge of that bunkers where that slope is. Everything feeds and kicks to the left.
Kind of open things up.
That play has been spot on since the 11th hole.
Poor guy.
Putter's let him down a couple times, but see if he can execute this one.
And we talked about
yesterday about
younger privateers,
team sports.
Warriors.
He loves this team aspect because
at the level where they can
you have to adjust on the fly.
Say, I was passed by Graham.
Football and baseball.
Yeah,
it's just I love that aspect.
I was in front of Graham for like
that starts
2.5 hours. Great.
A little up and to the
left.
left.
Manny's out of the Gunnahula section now, and he's going on
back off that false front there to Jim.
Section in the old day. And then he's going to go up to George Avenue, which is it's a two-part time, and it's also not easy. To clean it in one shot, there's like a step in the middle. If you don't get it right, you're going to have to turn down and then
Gnome second in 17.
Yeah, bringing it in from 126 to carry a minimum
the next
120.
one, yeah, because the
cover
top
the
section
steep
in like
ridge,
two
cutting
sections,
through the center of the screen.
The last quarter is full of big rocks. So you go
right underneath the hole. Good shot.
So as you come over the rise, you can't really see what you're coming into. You don't know if you're in the right line or not.
So Jimmy needs a good
math here, and had Graham not had the mechanical situation, he'd be about 16, 18 minutes behind if you add up when he got to Carl's Dinner. But then you got to keep in mind, look at what Graham had to go through to get there.
For sure.
This is the entry. This climb is insane.
So if you watch this, like when he gets near the top of the screen in a second, you'll see it flat and then goes again. So when you get up here, you can't
really
see
good one. Arizona State needs a Texas a point away from winning a national championship. We'll see if the Sun Devils can rally coming down the stretch.
Okay, well, he made short work of that.
That's a textbook right there.
Ace now offers free assembly and delivery.
What to do.
So it's never been easier to get it.
So from here, Manny's going to make his way down the mountain and find his way back to Dynamite, Pat.
He looks like he's putting on a veritable clinic. I mean, we talked about his calm approach this week. He looks so, that you got that typical Manny, always gregarious, kind of happy, but there was something extra there. Clearly, every rider wants this, but you have to want it more.
There's the breather that he was looking for. The first bit of gravel road we've seen.
He'll still be pinned.
Yeah.
there's Paul Bolton in the background. Did you see him there?
Yeah. Having way too much fun.
Loving life.
Oh.
He loves his new beater.
So Manny just maintaining that blistering pace. The rest of the field trying to stay in step.
So this drop down now into Dynamite is savage.
I think
you basically drop through the woods and then it squares off and it's a straight shoot down, and then halfway down you have to turn left.
Bolt's lost it down there before.
Oh, really?
When tumbling down. That's been for years and years and years. So it's a really an iconic section of the Erzberg.
So these boys have already done that hill climb, so they've done the most difficult bit.
So that's Billy Boltz coming into our picture now. So just to recap here, we had 2 minutes 57 to Mario, who was in second. Tristan Hart was 7 minutes 41 behind, and now we've got Alfredo Gomez another 6 minutes behind Tristan, just to show you the gaps of the top 4 riders.
Well, good to see Billy Bull just maintaining us there. Talk about the season-long march for the overall.
At 17 to win the hole and tie the match up. Let's get this way out to the right, Bob, and let
so you see all of the orange nets there? We haven't seen Dynamite yet.
Good effort there from David Booge. Puts a little pressure on Mason Gnome now, make about a 6-footer.
Because there's so many different lines over there, so they've got to go up and around a tree.
Yeah, it doesn't get much easier than this. Straight up the hill, a little bit of breaking it, coming to his left.
Any critiques,
left off the putter face.
No, the guys told us this morning they have to go up to the right-hand side first, and then down, and then around the tree.
Oh, wow, look at
that match is tied.
So they said that this bit now
they
is
go to 18.
Difficult. They've got to turn and square up.
We go back to 16, Vic, his second short of the green.
So when the guys walk it, they're not too worried about it, and then you arrive there in the race, and it's like completely changed. It's like a panic station.
Gave it a rip.
That's what I say. It's not over until it's over. And we still got Lazy Noon. If they've done anything there as well, we don't know.
Curious play there,
I'll tell you what, it makes it super exciting.
He must not have liked the lie.
Yeah, unbelievable that.
Or just a little nervous.
He's been able to stay so precise.
Yeah, you've got a chance here if you're Cameron Sis to.
So how do you find traction there when there's none?
Maybe a 2-putt would be good
it's enough. So difficult. He's going to punt to the left, you know, because like the rocks on the left will be harder because you know they're falling down into that V. So all the ones in the bottom of the V will be loose. So he's tried to stay up on the left where it's a little bit harder.
And one of the questions is,
but yeah, it's super difficult to find a line. And you only really learn that with experience.
Almost every single one of them said, this man right here, Cameron Sis.
Can come down to that. Absolutely.
And he's just trying to find as much section as he can there. He's just looking to any inch.
It's not like he's ever thrown a last minute touchdown to win. Same mentality.
Personality.
2.5 hours in, having done everything that we've done, and now going into this.
Of course, he is all.
We've had an hour 30 Erzbergs before. We've had 4 hour Erzbergs before.
Yeah.
We're on the brink
David
of going.
Pooge's tee shot on the way
to 18. The time is 4 hours, right?
This is out to the right.
So this will bring the finish rate right down. I really thought that we'd have a very high finish rate this race because of looking at the course.
It's going to depend on the line, though.
With those extra little things thrown in, it's going to be
back to 16.
Done that once already today.
Sisk for birdie.
It's good that he's taken time to do that and not just thought, I'll keep going.
All the conversations this morning were, everyone was alluding to a fast race. Conditions were dry.
Yeah, I was told it was going to be like a easy.
Get a pretty good read off this putt too.
Yeah, well, it's pretty
definitely wasn't.
Okay, here's what I've got Mario Roman now is 4 minutes 30.
Oh, nice ride that.
Behind Manny at George Evans, so got a 4-minute cushion at the moment.
Gnome on the tee at 18
see, Paul
after
Bolton
losing
there,
17.
Our intrepid field reporter,
opportunity here to try and get something in play.
Here. I mean,
this is quick left, fellas. Heading toward the bunker down the left.
Encourage everyone, be sure to go to Red Bull.
Hits the tree, comes backwards, way backwards into the fairway, but he's going to be a long, long way
2022 FIM Hard Enduro
from this green.
Championship Tour. Paul will be at all the stops, and his reporting is priceless.
Hit the base of that tree,
now that
or
looks
hit one of those
now.
branches.
They're in like the loosest
hanging branches.
That could have gone anywhere.
Bickler still on top.
Back in the
Mario
fairway
Roman
now.
trying to close in.
Long way.
This Dynamite is
Vic
really
now for his
throwing up a
16
challenge.
time.
You see how he's
late in the game.
He's backed up to the solid rock, so he's obviously walked that, realised that rock's solid. He's going to get his traction from there, but that might spit out
Be
now
firm with it.
if he gives it too much, and then the next rider won't have a rock to go on.
Got to go.
Wow, that, don't
goodness. Got one on line, but ran out of steam.
I mean, I can relate to that. I mean, that is insanely difficult. This is the hardest Dynamite that I think I've ever seen.
Multiple opportunities on this back 9.
Yeah, if you go back to previous Dynamites, it was
cannot believe
1 or 2 turns,
and now it's a labyrinth of nightmares.
Longhorns scattered about. They're behind the green at 17.
the camera doesn't do it justice. I mean, it flattens everything out. If you go stand there, it's I don't know what degree time it would be. Probably like
Texas with 2, Arizona State with 1. No one huge making their way down 18.
Sounds like Mario's just come into the picture.
Vic now 1 up on Cameron Sisk as they head over to the short par 4 17.
See, Manny will be stressing a little bit now because he won't know how far he's behind.
Head coach John Fields, 25 years at the University of Texas. Go back a decade ago, led by freshman Jordan Spieth, taking down Alabama at Riviera, and another freshman on that team, Justin Thomas.
Well, it's the same for Manny again. He's in the worst place. He's the one making the line.
His contract was up. He said, regardless of the outcome today, 10 years later, he is going to enjoy this moment.
To where Manny is.
Those of you just joining us, Manuel Bickler, second back in 2019 here at the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Holding lead as we flip way back in the pack.
15 to go.
Graham Jarvis still in the middle of Carl's
16.
dinner.
So now they head to the tee.
But the battle right now
17.
for the lead.
2 points
in the middle of Dynamite. You see to the top of your screen, top left, that's Mario Roman. And then the bottom of your screen.
Here, what do you want to do? What club do you have? What are you comfortable with?
Precarious lead at that. The battle for first.
He's ready to go.
Well, he's been comfortable with that club all day.
Seriously vexing section of Dynamite.
But this is the biggest shot he's hit.
We've still only got 6 riders now out
Jim,
of
I think you made a great point. I mean, the
Motor X Highway
from Vic on the last hole from that spot. We have not seen that all week.
I think there was a lot of conversation
293
about,
front.
Can they make it
320 hole
enough? Nowadays, are they
starts low?
I think that's been answered.
Manny's back down there for another run. I think that's super difficult where he is now. It's so steep.
The green will have enough steam to get all the way up there.
No solid platform.
That's the tree that I was talking about.
It'll come back to the front,
and it's
leaving a difficult 2-putt.
It's just like loose shale. You can kind of get a perspective of the angle there.
That better slow down. That could go 20 yards off the front of the green.
As you try and pull away, you see all those little stones there.
That's a bad break.
They just fall away under your wheel.
It's a much better shot than that.
See, Manny having to make the new track. Literally, Mario will ride down straight onto that track that he's already put in now with the back wheel. See how he's trying to roll backwards and spit the stones out to make a little platform.
Some kind of line.
Yeah.
Wow. But the fitness level of many must be ridiculous. And then Mario, because
or I go ahead and go after it.
Well,
they're not showing any signs of
just watching the body language, the movements.
The green left.
It's a little distance on.
It's pretty doable up and down from that spot.
A little bit higher on that attempt for Bickler.
And Mario's on him now, so now it's going to become, this is the battle for the lead now.
Sure, he wins this hole.
Close together, who can get out first?
Championship.
It's sort of that mentality he has, that football, baseball
2
mentality.
2 hours, 40
Remember last weekend with the women, they chose to lay up.
See how he's just digging a hole.
She had the lead, it worked for her. And they got the national championship.
But that's energy sapping stuff like that. So he's trying to inch his way forward bit by bit. He knows if he goes back down, Mario's going to get probably past him, so he's not going to risk it.
All those sports.
So in a way, he's blocking the line and trying to get up and around it.
He's catching up to these guys because he was a little bit slower.
That's not helping any.
Golf-wise compared to where they were, but he's catching up quickly.
Literally inches on both sides. There's not a lot of options for Bickler right now. You can see Roman is just creeping into picture, just on the other side of that tree.
way up
working
in
his
the
way
air.
up.
Yeah, he did. I lost it up there, unfortunately.
And
to the right.
to the top of your screen, Let
That's not the
Bickler
miss that you want. Short-sighted.
trying to get out.
He's making progress slowly.
Got a little
While that
distance.
was going on, Nome, who hit the tree down the left side, playing his second at 18.
243 yards. Just want something now. Kind of the left front part of the green.
Wow, you just see how deep that trail goes.
It's a hot.
It's a hot one.
Wow, there you get perspective. Wow.
Stay out of that bunker.
There you can see all the old lines.
Yeah.
All the
We'll
old
have
trails.
a
So
pitch
just
down
cut
the
across
hill
everything.
towards that penalty area.
All right, Nona, what about this stance for Pooch?
Oh,
He's
got no
stance
issues.
Very nice lie. Just got to get this
behind
up
here now
quickly, and he has done
difficult.
that.
There's like some
got
rocks
way
that
up
are
in the
wedged
air, Nona.
on
This
the,
should
on the
chance
wrong
to stop
angle,
and get
and then you
close.
like it points
What a
you
shot
into
for
the tree,
David
so you like
Pooch.
both foot pegs get caught on each side.
Well, Let Bickler made good work of that. Seriously, double fall line,
Two on the
very
board.
narrow
Arizona
section.
State with one.
Still a slack job that he was able
Vic
to
up in his match
from a
playing
standstill make
17.
his way out. And now Lamont will have his
Today's coverage is brought to you
take
by
advantage of some of the
Geico.
work that
Switch
Let
today and
Bickler
see
did.
all the ways you could save.
Man.
Stiefel, investment services
well.
since 1890.
And
The Thunderbirds,
He's almost
promoting
like he's
the
out of
Valley of the
danger now.
Sun through sports.
Through the arch. And
Bushnell
if you do a
Golf
big
and the
surprise
new
at Lady
Wingman.
Moon, then-
Crank up your
and then
game.
you will just be able to go down to the arena. But it's not over till it's over.
Are you ready?
it is not.
Wow, that is gnarly, man. That is
He's
like
trying to
that
sneak
is,
across that corner because you don't want to go down to the bottom. Whoa!
It's got to get up onto that top level where the line is, right?
Yeah. Mario's gone straight into the same position that he did to see if he can push it up.
We talk about potentially being one of the longer running Erzbergs in history. Definitely be one of the ones with not that many finishers.
Yeah,
We're nearing the three hour mark.
Look at his tire there. You can see how shredded his tire is.
I think we'll be lucky if we get 10 finishes at the end.
Definitely.
Because of the level, the level is just, it's so high. I mean, almost 3 hours so far. It's an hour longer than the last one. I think the last one we were probably at about 12.
16 finishers back in 2019. I mean, and you take that, what, 500? People can't even, they can't understand.
I tell a lot of people, you start off with 1,500, you whittle them down to 500 qualifying, and then like 10 finish, and they're like, no way. This really is and deserves to be called the hardest one-day race in the world.
For sure.
As you can see, he'll make his way out of Dynamite, wrap all the way back around.
I can imagine he's a little bit nervous now, heading.
Doesn't know what he's going to see.
Because he doesn't know what to expect after what they've put in already.
I mean, something as simple as, I don't know, a random pothole.
There's only one thing stopping many from the win, and that's the little climb called Lazy Noon.
Yeah.
If it's anything to go by what we've got, I think it's going to be different.
You were talking about it earlier, too. I mean, could Manuel Lettenbichler be any other type of person?
Back
I mean,
at
when you have a dad
the
like
NCAA
Andreas.
Division I Men's Golf Championship.
Fighting it there.
Makes it known with Texas.
He's become like the rider you would expect him to be.
Yeah.
And they've got such a cool
way out
dynamic.
there to the right.
And he
It's
makes
really quick.
Such
Struggling
difficult riding. Looks so easy. He almost,
He's got a good 12 feet.
Yeah, I've been racing Manny. Manny was on the scene when he was 15, 16 years old. So what's he now, 24? So he's been around for like,
Texas
8 years.
has been in
so he's been on the scene for a while.
day.
So, and with his dad always racing,
Arizona State,
he's got a good background.
hanging in there.
So how does it make you feel knowing what you're going to go back into? Because
Dude, I'm worried. I'm watching this and I'm like, I feel like I haven't rode a bike for so long.
Yeah. The organisers are brutal because, I mean, the riders are getting so good that the organisers are like, they don't know what to do.
Well, that's the problem. Like setting out a track, there's only so many people that can do it because there's only so many people who can ride it.
And you also want to make the sport look good.
Yeah.
Drive it in there
low. Can't be at a point where you have one or two people able to make it.
And there'll be a lot of top riders that'll never finish the race.
Yeah. I have about 7 feet. Like a little left to righter though.
Dude, that's just a live drop it in now. So
it's not good. The problem with this, I haven't seen a ball that's landed in this overseed that's bounced forward.
So 8 minutes 41 behind Mario.
A foot or so of that grass is a little drier.
That was at the top of Georgia.
The thing here, he's just got to focus on getting on the green, give yourself a chance. Do not try to get cute with this because he gets cute with his fives.
Yeah, absolutely. At all costs, this has to be on the green.
I think the hardest thing with this, John, you try to help this up. Let the club do its job.
Exactly. You're going to put about from 90 degrees of loft on it, so go ahead and swing
and you're forced into that line.
The uncertainty of match play and the ebb and flow. Vic is a shortcut away from going
easy.
15.
That's a nice ride.
And so now 3 minutes back, Mario Roman
trying to sneak through, and what a golf shot.
The lead.
That's pretty good. I didn't think he could do that.
I didn't think he could do that either. He took that chance and landed in that right grass rough like you said.
They've got one downhill just before lazy noon.
Earlier,
if it's in like from the other years, it's a bit sketchy, super steep, with a big drop at the bottom. So it's not going to be a decider because it's downhill. You're always going to get down to the bottom.
Get down one way or another.
Yeah. But then the lazy noon, dude.
He's going to have to putt
that's
that
the only thing might be a surprise for us.
What's this putt going to do for Mason? No.
Putting on your coach's helmet
now.
Putting on your coach's helmet for Tristan, what would you say? When you're this close.
Yeah. Tell him what to do.
Yeah, if you can get into his head.
By and it just catches that left edge.
He's got this one down. I think he's got third.
After missing the makeable birdie at 17 and losing the hole, what a par save by Mason Nome.
Oh my God. They talk about Erzbergrodeo. You can make or break you mentally, physically, and then make or break you career-wise too. You've seen how you find success at Erzberg and you're instantly talked about, respected. It's an event that matters.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, they're coming from America too. It's all around the world. People want to come and race.
Texas wins the national championship.
We've still only got 6 guys through.
2.5 footer got a lot longer.
Highway. So, are we going to get 6 finishes this year?
Maybe not even 6 finishes. Walton's still plugging away.
Look, Pooch got an extra hole.
He's not going to give in.
Man, that takes a lot of heart. He was absolutely spent
in
the Carl's dinner. So, he's still going.
I think this
kid has to finish.
It's testament
Travis Vick of Texas.
to what it takes to do well at this event. You can't come out completely tapped out in full gear. The first hour you really have to play that stamina game as well.
I think you can still get to the finish.
You can.
Well, if he gets out here without spending too much energy, he's got how long? He's got an hour left.
This putt has to have some left in it. It's got some pretty good speed, I would assume, because it's going downhill. Down the green.
Faulkner was
you've got to get this one out
there.
Great
position for quite a bit the first half of the race.
Just a little bit, and then
holding on to that third place position. Carl's dinner.
Back on Graham.
A couple of these today.
I won't write Graham off. I'm going to say Graham can still make the
finish.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, so it looks like Graham Jarvis is in 18th position through Carl's dinner.
Yeah.
So he's going to be in the points, possibly in the points.
14.
Manny hasn't got into lazy noon yet, right?
Short birdie putt to go up 3.
No, so just to run you through it, guys. After our leaders,
and now 2 birdie putts
at
here
Carl's dinner, we got Matthew Green in 8th, Will Hoare, Theodore, Ryder LeBlanc, Jonathan Richardson, Carl Flanagan 14th, David Cyprian 15th, Jack Price, Keelan Hancock, Graham Jarvis in 18th, Dominic Oslo in 19th, Kevin Gallis, and David Knight in 21st. We've got 21 bikes at the Carl's Dinner checkpoints and only 6 through MotorX Highway. Put that into perspective.
Wow, that's steep. Look at the rocks coming down.
Yeah, we were looking at this angle the other day.
The hole.
Kind of opt.
It's good effort.
Try to hang
on.
Out
of position with that tee shot. Put it in the wrong spot.
That is brutal.
He's so close to home.
Arizona State senior Cameron
Just the ability to hold on to your bike when you're 3 hours into a ride. Your body's been pushed to this limit. It's
big rocks at the bottom.
It's a lot of weight.
Look bleak for Sisk.
Lettenbichler, that much closer to grabbing his first ever
line to what Preston Summerhays
win here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Put it out that left and just kind of let it leak in.
You can assume he can feel it at this point.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's got to be a little bit nervous about what's to come. One more.
I'm also nervous.
Wendy, I mean, you said after you get through Carl's dinner, you kind of go there in your head, but when it becomes in vision, where you can see the finish line, you can hear the crowd here.
When you get to the top of Lazy Noon, as soon as you get to the top of Lazy Noon, you know you've got it. You've got it. There's only a few downhills, and you're into the finish.
I'm secretly nervous, guys. He's not far away.
Are you happy with three wins here? You want a fourth?
Nah, I want more for sure.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
I'm excited to get back racing, to be honest.
There's not much in it. 3 minutes 56. So if there is any little twist in the tail here, it could change.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I don't like the way that
in a match that's tied.
Lazy Noon has been marked out with the way that they've got to stay in them big rocks.
Critical in the lead off
on this plastic.
So put it in a nice position in the fairway.
If we're to end now, it would still bode well for Mario Romand with that win at the minus 400 and the overall standing for Romand.
It sure is, Cookie.
Just outside of the top 3.
That is well left. Going to have some rough issues and maybe some tree problems.
Obviously so close. Some great back and forth with him and Manny.
Boy, it's hard to calm down after making a huge putt like that at 18. Get your nerves under control. Come in, keep your sequences together, and hit a good tee shot.
Drive for the finish line.
Already in the
Still
rough.
under the 3-hour mark.
Looks like you're hitting an approach shot to a green.
A little bit more work to do for Lettenbichler.
Should be just fine. Great position.
Advantage.
I mean, when you finish this race, Johnny, every time you spent.
Yeah, you've got nothing left.
You just
a gnome trying to beat
absolutely
the
finished.
ranked player in the World Amateur Golf Rankings. From there we go.
How many days does it take to feel normal again?
Travis
you only have like 1 or 2 days off, and then you're back to it.
Up on Cameron
right after this, we'll be going to the next stop, Avistone.
Manny's off to Manny's coming to the APC, the athlete thing this week, and Billy also.
What?
So we're gonna have a week together. It's gonna be good.
All the broken athletes.
I'm telling you, masochist.
Well, he doesn't look very broken at the moment, I can tell you.
Where's Lazy Noon at? I guess we're coming into that.
Yeah, he's gonna.
But I'm sure he's already passed it.
Yeah, well, there we go. There's no stick in the tail.
There it is.
Get in the rough.
Lettenbichler makes his way in.
And settles down a little bit.
It is official.
Would you rather be in the bunker or in that rough?
Got to make the one final lap.
You pretty much know
cement it into the books.
It's going to be more consistent. And we've seen good lies in that right rough, and we've seen absolute chip outs.
So now
up and around, years in the making, and he has done it. Manuel Lettenbichler, your 2022 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo champ.
Easily. With driver, he might have to take a little bit of something off, and he hasn't hit many drivers today. So
the first time ever, father and son, his dad Andreas Lettenbichler.
This one he can
won in 2015. I think the eyes of Carl say it all. So much emotion as Lettenbichler joins the ranks of a very elite crowd.
Which feels like it.
Fields likes it.
And there's his father, Letty, Andreas. Let's listen in.
Vic leading 1-up with a chance to seal a national championship.
Are you ready? Because
I think the face says it all. Johnny, I know you know the feeling. You've been there, and I know you know Manny well.
Amazing.
What can you imagine Manny is going through internally right now?
I bet he feels brand new now. I can't imagine he feels tired or anything. Everything just like doesn't even bother you after that.
I think the relief is like so big.
He's killed it. He's rode such a good race.
And I mean, look at Mario. He's I don't even think it's 3 minutes 30 behind Manny.
Yeah.
You know, it's like what an incredible ride.
Wait, you're saying when
So remember the World Championship. Mario was in 4th before this round.
Yeah.
And Manny was in 7th. And the only guys in front of them are
Greyhawk, the national championship.
Billy and Graham.
To be decided
So
will be at the 10th.
It's going to be a nail biter of a season for sure for the overall.
Force more extra holes. Travis
Billy
Vick,
Bolt, defending champ, is going to have his work cut out for him. I want to point out that when you won 2014, that was the first time I think when Manny was that was his first, right?
Playing their 19th hole.
Really?
I believe so.
Dude, Manny's old. Manny's been on the scene for so long.
Yeah, youngest rider ever to compete. 16 years old, youngest rider ever to compete. You were the youngest rider ever to win.
Requested he come in.
Still, yeah.
How old's Manny now? Yeah.
Distance measurement.
Well, in 2014, Manny was the youngest ever finisher of the world at 16 years old. At 16 years old, he finished 18th.
For some reason, he's deemed to be away, and he does make a mistake. It gives Noah a little bit of a chance to react to that.
Mario Roman showing
Mason Noah will be declared
his deft touch on the bike. Incredible
would you rather
perseverance.
Go first anyway?
100%, absolutely. He can force the issue right
just
here with a good shot. He
hanging
knows
on.
exactly what it's supposed to do.
Great back and forth. He'll make his way at the last final wrap. Final checkpoint just to make it official.
He knows he has to get it out to the right and on that proper level. That will force David Puig into
And there is your second place finisher. Red Bull Erzbergrodeo 2022. Mario Roman.
A great shot. This is a tough hole.
Sharon.
I've seen a lot of players make big mistakes.
One of the podium spots with Lettenbichler.
Back of the screen, Noda from the top of that ridge actually slopes away.
Them two fought hard this race. They've had a good battle. I can imagine Manny was a bit stressed at some points.
Well, especially when he was in eyesight.
Yeah. And that was a couple of times towards the end of the race.
So who's going to close our podium out, Pat? I think Tristan's going to be able to come through.
Tristan's got it, yeah.
Now that we've focused on the revelry, the celebration,
it is to clear about 2 or 3 steps
eventually shift
on top of that ridge and a little bit to the right.
So,
yeah, JP just
Manny's day in a nutshell. Now that we can get reflective here, looking back on just 3 hours, 3 hours plus of riding.
Perfect race.
Yeah, permission to get critical, but you're going to be hard pressed to do so, right?
He's tough. Honestly, dangerously left.
I didn't see him put a foot wrong. He had to go find his way first through all of those difficult sections, like Motor X Highway. So he had a really tough job to do. I think he nailed it.
Yeah, that
and his ability to kind of assess things early. It was such a bottleneck and a chance to break out early. That really started things on the right path. It could have been a little bit tighter back and forth.
I think this was a huge surprise for Manny. I don't know if any of the riders expected this. But 3rd or 4th attempt, he made it out. Spends a lot of energy in there, I think.
A lot of energy and time.
He has to land it right near that.
But Legacy did this so good.
He'll go out to the right now and try to right around that ridge.
Yeah, he managed it perfectly. He saw Mario coming. He held his line, pushed it out the top around the tree.
That could go off the back of the green. That's really well done. What a good golf shot that is, just to keep it up on that little
coming
plateau.
into this, one of the winningest riders in the sport.
Puig over to 18 though. Travis Vick of Texas is one up. He's got the advantage.
The title,
he's playing for the fairway.
Champion.
194 carries.
He probably won every race now.
The water on the right. Downhill line extends, move this ball from left to right. Sis does not have a very good line in the rough.
Wow. And I think the fist pump says it all. And a hug with your pops.
Puts this ball on the green.
They did it together.
Huge advantage.
Such a great dynamic between those two. Andreas Lettenbichler, as we noted, won back in 2015, same year that Johnny. It was an interesting year where 4 riders were awarded the win.
Proper shot.
Right, because remember, Travis Vick is one up. That's how big that tie at 17 was.
We got old Wade Young coming into picture now.
He is
our first South African.
He's done dynamite.
Super stoked. He's already around the bad bit.
Yeah, it's a terrible line. 191 covers 175. I think if you can just get somewhere left short. It's just
okay, so Tristan have already got him out of Dynamite, so that means that Wade will be in a 4th place.
Drop out of the sky.
It could.
So there's a short run to the finish.
You were asking me, but, I was doing my kind of like my list.
Towards the bunker.
Wade Young was definitely on there.
Yeah, so I had him right up there as well. The heat and the dry conditions.
Bunker shot would be landing on a
the route was definitely more tech than normal, and Wade had to work really hard for it.
All right. Right now we check in with Rob, who is with our 2022 champ.
Cole Hammer.
Yes, I am.
Manny
Lambecker, you've done it. You're the 2022 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo winner. That was never in any doubt, was it?
Sisk battled back.
I'm feeling definitely closer now. Was such a
all
hard push,
but
changes.
I'm completely over the moon.
It's always been on the bucket list, and I've been so close the last couple of years, so
it's incredible.
Yeah, it feels pretty special.
Did you feel the pressure at the end, Mario? You're getting stuck on the highway. Dynamite, he was coming. Was it stressful?
Really stressful. I was the first guy in, and probably got a little bit better for Mario already, because there was just no line, and I had to move trees and just rocks and everything, so to build a line, and that was pretty hard. But the pressure was on, and I tried to keep me behind me. And one point, I was like, I'm done. I had to push so much more, just to build a line. So so to make it happen.
Mate, it was unbelievable to see you, the third German rider ever to win this race. Christian Pfeiffer, and of course your father. What does it feel like for you to join your dad, the first father and son ever to win the Erzbergrodeo?
Oh man, it's unbelievable. I always said I want to get another #1 trophy into the house in the Latin Big House, and finally made it. So pretty damn stoked.
And now they are.
Manny, it's been incredible. I know you're in a right mess, mate. The effort was extreme. You've just won the world's hardest one-day enduro. Brilliant, mate. Thank you. Back to you, Pat.
Championships. Billy Ray.
Thank you so much, Rob. And you can feel the emotion on Manny. He does such a good job, like I said, keeping it fun. But when you hear that raw emotion from him, you know how much it means.
And the pure joy that was
especially after the injury he's gone through, the 4 months off the bike.
I asked about Travis Vick's putt, though, because
unbelievable.
When we were out there earlier,
we talk about what's at stake for every individual competitor. They all come with different hopes, different goals, how they want to finish at a Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. And when you talk about Tristan here, it doesn't get any better to come in like this in the conversation, maybe on the outskirts, but then to find yourself on the podium, albeit unofficial at this point.
Slow that putt down.
Yeah. So this is Tristan's second Erzberg. So he finished 14th in 2019.
Yeah.
And just to come back like this, and he's got it. Wade's 4 minutes behind. What a ride.
He's come on so much in the last few years. I've obviously watched the American Championship, and he's leading at the moment. So it shows how much he's actually improved over the last few years.
You can't always judge what the sand is up against that front part.
We all say you're always racing your own race. Tristan has just put on just an amazing showing, especially in the latter stages of this 3-hour-plus race.
Yes.
You can imagine how tired, how fatigued.
That's Billy there. He's just got out of Dynamite, so he's behind Wade and Tristan.
Okay, he's 3 minutes, 11 seconds behind Wade. So they're pretty good.
He does force
between them. So
Travis Vick now to two-putt for the national championship.
Above, as we can see, Tristan making his way over to the finish arena.
What a battle back he has had. Fallen
Incredible
down early.
Display of just perseverance by all these riders, pushing through some incredibly technical, challenging sections.
Those couple of downhills there after Dynamite, they really
opportunity to tie it.
You could easily drop it and break a lever off.
At 17, Cole Hammer.
I think you're going to hear it after the fact. A lot of people are going to be, I was surprised how much more difficult this course setup was than what we thought when we walked it, the subtle changes that they've made. I mean, it's definitely, when you look at how long it's taken to finish, secondly, and then how few people are going to have actually finish.
I think this is the hardest track we've had since
absolutely. But you just have to react to what is right in front of you. React to the hole. Get that information that hole is feeding
hard.
React to that.
Making that final push to the finish line.
Playing enough sports, and most have no reaction in other sports.
You'd love to see all these riders pay their dues at all the supporting competitive outlets, and it takes, it's a journey. You really have to put the time in, do you not?
Yeah.
There it is.
It's so much time and effort that goes into even just to one race. Like, you need to be racing all the races to be good.
The national championship.
I guess he'll be super pumped with this as well. Not many Americans have got on the podium right here. I think on a Cody.
I think you're right. There've been quite a few Americans through the years, but I think Cody stands out.
How many feelings in sports? Let's go!
Tristan.
Yeah, and I'm going to
like this one.
I think I'm doing my math right, but I think this is for the first time too. That Taddy, Jarvis, Walker, yourself, or Gomez have not been on top of the podium. So, in the last 15 years.
On top of the podium.
On top of the podium. Yeah. On the podium. Yeah. On the podium. On the podium. So brand new. I'm saying brand new podium. I just did it in a very obtuse way. My apologies. So
it's not one of the usual suspects, Pat.
Well, and it's actually with Tristan coming through, a definite changing of the guard. Tristan Hart will take one final pass, that final checkpoint. Quick wall ride for good measure. And there is your third place finisher at the 2022 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, Tristan Hart.
He doesn't even look tired.
Adds his name to such an illustrious list of hard enduro's elite. And it's such a young age. So Roman, as we pointed out, was challenging Letty throughout the race, but it was his focus and persistence of climbing back and staying in the hunt in that second place position.
He rode a solid race because he's come from quite far back early on.
That point where he overcame Faulkner and slowly but surely took his timely approach and paid off dividends.
His team had won a national championship. While we have a moment, let's send it down to Billy Ray.
All right, Bob, thanks a lot. Certainly, everything happens in a national championship. You have to have a lot of inspiration.
Some good momentum.
Sonny, this Texas team has adopted you.
2022
what kind of inspiration
Hard
is this
Enduro World
Texas team giving
Championship
you?
Tour season. Grabbing that win at the first stop and
every time I go to the
place
hospital to watch them and just
here in Austria.
I know it's an emotional time.
I'm guessing he'll go to lead the championship now with 2 wins.
I'm here with second place finisher Mario Ramon. Incredible. Your best ever finisher.
Obviously, it's an emotional time here for Sonny, but since y'all hooked up and you guys have become really close friends, what has Sonny meant to the Texas team?
The whole week, but then we found a lot of surprises during the event. Like we had to push so hard. Like I think
Sonny and heard
it
the
was
story,
the hardest level
his
ever.
team never looked back.
And
he's been
for sure.
It's not like he's been a part of the team. He's been our biggest inspiration. For him to be healthy and come out here and watch us meant the world. We're just happy that we pulled it off for him.
Talk about the text in which Sonny's dad sent to Coach Fields today. Talk about that text.
It's special. I mean,
absolutely.
You see,
brilliant, Mario. It's great to hear that, mate.
Boy,
and you know, at the end. As you said,
if he can fight, we can
there. You were almost on it. Everyone was just urging you to get on his back wheel. Did you think you might have got the win today?
Yeah, it was very close.
Pearson, Sonny, thanks so much for your time. Let's go over to Jim Gallagher.
20 meters away from him, but
Travis, not many people get the feeling of winning a national championship. What's it like?
Give my congratulations to him.
It's hard to put into words what this feels like.
2 wins in a row is fantastic. So
it's been such a long road.
You're right on it though, mate. A win this year, second at Erzbergrodeo, excuse me. Incredible. Congratulations. Enjoy.
So to be able to get it done is truly special.
Thank you, Rob. And
what's it like with the target on your back and playing? I mean, you've played a lot of sports, and now this sport here, one you're loving right now.
Loss as we
the Arizona State fans were pretty
back
brutal
to the
today.
contest,
I was getting tackled out there. You know,
it's unbelievable to think that there's still riders back.
I think the other sports kind of helped with that.
On the first hill,
way deep, still going strong.
Yeah, I kind of leaned a little bit.
A lot of celebration, a lot of time of reflection.
Got off to a hot start. What'd you tell yourself when things kind of got tight because there were 9
goes into just getting here, let alone finishing, and then on top of that, making the podium.
Yeah, I got off to a hot start.
From personal experience, Johnny.
Making sloppy bogeys, mostly
Guys,
because
I'm
of short
looking
game.
quickly at the timing there. It's
I didn't really
Motor
tell
X
myself
Highway. We've
anything.
got
I knew that good golf would take care of itself, and I was
managed to
feeling
get
pretty
out
good
the
about my
top,
game.
as
So
well
many
as
sports you
Matthew
get the
Green.
game ball. Here's your game ball. Congratulations.
He was the first junior now.
Back to you, Billy Ray.
And thanks a lot here with head
Are
coach
they going to make
Matt
it to the
Thurman.
finish? So how much time is there? 45
Coach,
minutes?
45 minutes. It's
Sundell's
going to be tight.
put up
It's a stretch.
a valiant effort
Billy
here
coming in.
today.
So
When you
Gomez
look
just
back
in
at
front
this
of
team,
himself.
what's very special about this team?
Well, I think, for so many of the, we'll say the
just such a
400
here,
of the rest of the pack. I mean, just being able to say you finished.
They're worthy of that. They work so hard.
So
They love each other so much. They did whatever we asked
should
them
be
to do.
our
They
fourth
just
man in.
represented the university in every way that we could ever ask. So
love
these guys. Sad to see Cameron and Mason and James be done.
Really bold too. Also important with a strong finish here when you talk about
winning a national championship.
We'll talk about that then now. You've got something
title
actually to work on in the offseason now. How do you use this loss here?
Culminate in Hispania,
Spain. Use that as motivation coming into next year.
Last season, Billy was able to nab it from Lettenbeckler at the last stop at the Erzbergrodeo.
When you're
it's going to be a battle for sure into the final stop.
Back here, so hopefully
it'll be interesting to speak to Billy at the end and see how bad his injuries were. I reckon they've been. They must have been pretty bad.
I think getting the recap from everyone. I still want to understand what went down early on, and just that all that confusion and
he didn't give them any openings. So
and then just I think everyone has their individual nightmare at some point. You just don't know what they're going through.
Berko told the story of.
But you pointed out the tenacity, the resilience of Billy Bull, I think, speaks for itself. He's
a tremendous story. What a relationship between Sonny and Longhorns.
He just seems impervious.
What a storybook finish for this team.
His wrist must be killing him.
25 years as the head coach.
So they've got how long? 2 weeks now before the next race.
Brookfield wins his second national championship.
In Italy.
That'd be July 9th. And 10th,
since Max
Italy
started 13 years ago.
If you've got a few injuries from this race.
So the timing system is showing me that Alfredo Gomez came through 4th at Lazy Noon, but we've got Billy in picture.
Thank you so much.
So good.
So I'm not too sure what's happening with the timing.
Time for the shot of the day, presented by WM. Travis Vick had 2 putts to win the national championship, and this not an easy putt, John Cook, with the speed and the breaks that he had to negotiate.
Clearly, Billy's coming
on what he was seeing. He relied on feel.
Just outside of the podium.
The challenge, embracing that moment.
And just even having the wherewithal to do that.
Hit a better putt.
At the end.
And let the celebration begin.
Noses it in.
In Scottsdale and Austin.
Billy Bull. Just shy of the podium, 4th place
become the
finisher.
3rd team in the match play era to win 2 titles. Augusta University did it, Alabama did it, and now the Texas Longhorns have done it.
Incredible tenacity.
10 years after their last national title. Arizona State gave them all they could handle.
Harold, did you say you had
Coach Thurman mentioned they made it to the semis last year after winning medal play. This year coming up short in the finals. When we come back, the trophy presentation. From Greyhawk, Texas, your national champions.
Coveted checker flag for finishing. As
you find more distance, you get that much more.
And looking back at Tristan and his incredible display of jumping into the mix and finding the podium. You've been singing Tristan's accolades all day.
Yeah,
seen him. That's okay. You can say you're a fan a little bit.
Nah, I'm a fan of all these guys. Yeah. They're all killing it.
I didn't really know too much about Tristan until I looked at what he'd done, and I chatted to him this morning. And I mean, he's got a serious list of accomplishments. So.
Dude, he's strong and he must be super fit. His fitness must be really high. Yeah. Obviously, bike skill.
One of the biggest days of his life. We hear from Tristan Hart as we check in with Rob.
So I'm here with 3rd place finisher Tristan Hart, Canada's first podium at this event. An incredible performance. Where do you think you made your time today?
Well, I mean, there was a section right before Carl's Diner where I made a huge mistake and I went back to 8th, I think, and I lost so much time there. And I thought that was the end of my race, honestly, because the rest of the factory guys got up and I was actually getting pulled up with the 2 other guys that were privateers. So, and then I got to Carl's Diner and I knew if I was gonna make a run at the boys, it was gonna be there. So I just went as hard as I could for as long as I could, and when I got out of Carl's Diner, I was absolutely finished.
I was going to say, but you don't look absolutely finished. A lot of riders coming in, being sick everywhere. You still look pretty fresh. You've been working hard on your fitness?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't super tired. I mean, I obviously was tired, but the cramps were what really held me back. Like, my legs were cramping so bad. I was having to take breaks and just any food I could get. Yeah, it was bad.
What does it mean for Canadian Art Enduro? I mean, you're flying the flag for him now.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to say anything beforehand and jinx it, but I really wanted to put Canada on the map, and I think this does it, so super stoked.
Amazing. Look, watch out for this man. It's only his second time here at the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. He's a fast starter. We'll see what he's got next year. Back to you, Pat.
Thanks, Rob. As we can see, Gomez finally making it back. We're still calculating all the madness that went down at Dynamite and the previous check-in points. A little bit of a shuffle with those riders that were 4th through 8th. And just the face says so much. And I have to say, Christian, he didn't even look phased.
He looked pretty fresh.
Yeah. Incredible. So we made mention Alfredo Gomez starting his own team this year, AG 89.
Because we are the 2022
more hardware
NCAA
to hand out,
champions.
and of course the rest of the pack as they start making their way into the finish
for the
corral
4th time
area.
in the history of the Texas men's golf
Manny and
program,
Lenbickler,
the Longhorns,
he's our
the
champ.
college golf
More to
season
come.
atop the mountain. An exciting finish
Right
here at
after
Greyhawk,
this.
and please be alongside Connie Hurlbut, the chair of the Men's Division I NCAA Golf Committee, with a very special presentation. Connie?
Been a tremendous week of competition here at Greyhawk.
Meet
On
Jorge
behalf
Prado,
of the NCAA Division I
first
Men's
Spanish
Golf Committee,
MX2 world
I'm pleased to
champion.
present the
At only 18
2022
years of age,
National
his
Championship
success did
Trophy
not come
for
easy.
the University of Texas.
With the support of his family and his team, he managed to become a motocross superstar.
Head coach John Fields, second time a national championship coach. The path to get to this point is seldom a straight line. We have documented the obstacles in the way that this team has faced and overcome. How would you describe the challenges, how they dealt with it to get to this point?
We put our lives on the line.
Well, how I would describe it is what so many mountains that
Inspiring
we had to climb.
tales
And you wouldn't think that you
of
would have to
modern
do
day
that
heroes.
anywhere, but the University of Texas.
The Red Bulletin
provides us with
presents
such
an
incredible
exciting new
opportunities.
series.
But it also
Extraordinary people.
tremendous amount
was
of
a big turning point in my life.
pressure on you
Amazing
because
stories.
winning a national
We come
championship
together
at the
to ride a
University of
bike
Texas
in
is very
peace.
special.
That's more
These
powerful
guys
than
knew it. That's why they
anything.
came
It's
to Texas.
such a
If you ask
rush
any one
knowing
of them why they came to Texas,
mine are the
they'd all give you
first
this
eyes
answer
to
right
see
here.
something.
And today you see a bunch of men in front of you. They may not have started out that 4 or 5 years
in
ago
motion.
as they are today.
Premium
I'm
storytelling
really
from the
proud
world
them.
of
I'm
Red
proud
Bull
of my
and
two
beyond.
assistant coaches, John Paul Hebert, Richie Coughlin, the three amigos, the two Cootie brothers, and Cole, and then Mason Nome and Travis Fick. And Travis, well done today.
Welcome back,
And all
everyone.
of you
You're
guys.
watching the
Everybody played well
2022
this
Red
week.
Bull Erzberg Rodeo,
The final
and
round
we
of
just
medal play
crowned a
was
new
maybe one of
champion.
the best
Pat Purnell
rounds I've
along
ever
with Johnny
seen,
Walker,
and
Daryl
definitely the
Curtis.
best round I've ever coached.
Manuel
And it
Lettenbichler
happened
takes the
right
top
here,
spot,
and-
becoming the
and it
first
gave us
father-son duo to
strength
do
and
so.
energy to come
And
on
we
through
love it.
and
It's
do
a
this.
story for me.
Sometimes
it's a generation
inspiration
story. Like
comes from
all
places you might
generations
not
need to ride, and
expect.
they
You
need
were
to pass
kind
it
enough
down
to share
to their
the
kids.
story
Do
of
they not?
Sonny, who we
Yeah,
talked
they
to,
do.
was
I
out
think
there,
my
and the
kid's gonna be
relationship he
racing.
has
Oh,
with
yeah, we
Pearson.
talked about that
and the rest
earlier.
of
In a
his
different
team.
direction.
How is that put
I
into
love to hear that.
perspective
But
for these
let's
young
immediate
men,
takeaways
considering what
from
that
what just went
14-year-old
down
is
here
up
today. I think
against?
there was a lot
I think
of
the good Lord sent
speculation.
us
I
an
think we
angel,
thought it was going to
to
be a
be honest
fast
with
pick
you.
race. It was nothing of the
When
sort,
I saw
right?
the picture of
Yeah, I mean, they
Sonny sitting
changed the
down
Motor
with,
X Highway at
with
the end, and
Pearson
it was actually a game changer.
and
They
then
made it really
TaylorMade
exciting.
stepping up and
And
sending
also
him 3 wedges
Dynamite, you know, with
and
an
a
extra
putter.
couple of twists.
And
Really
getting to
hard
know the
sections,
Santrelli family.
and it just shows you
They're
the
just
level of these guys.
outstanding,
Manny was there
unbelievable
first.
family.
I think he had to work the hardest out
My
of
wife and
everybody
I,
to make a
Pearl,
line.
just
I
love
mean, Johnny,
them
how
and
difficult
love
is
this
it to
team
get
so
in there
much.
and have to do that from a
I'm not sure why that happened. And
yeah,
Sonny,
that's the thing.
God
Obviously,
bless
you push early on to get a good lead, so then you're not in the dust from everyone else. But then you're hitting all the hill climbs
I'm so happy for
that nobody
him
else has
being
been
out
up. So
here,
you've got to
his
move
family
all
taking
the
the
rocks
time,
basically,
and all the
make a little
members
path,
at UT
make a
Golf
run
Club
in,
that are here,
and
and people that support us, and our director of golf, my director,
I know we
athletics,
expected
Chris Del
great
Conte,
things
our
from Manny,
chancellor.
but the day all started pretty
Texas.
dynamically.
Told me this morning the victory in 2012 was filled with pressure. You didn't maybe enjoy the moment as much as you wanted to. You hope to do that today. How are those emotions challenged over the last 5 hours?
This is pretty cool stuff.
I think,
great
like I told
view
you guys
from above.
last night, they were
Spiel,
freed up. They played
part
some
of
of
the
the
Red
best,
Bull
most
skydiving
outstanding
team,
golf,
and look at the view
that I've
from
seen
above.
out
You gotta
there.
love that POV.
And I think that's just simply because
Doesn't
the
look
pressure
daunting
really
at all,
was on.
right?
They knew that we got to the place we wanted to get, and that
just
gave
a
them the
little
opportunity to just
wingsuit
play golf and
approach.
be who they were. Travis Fick on this last
That
putt.
low proximity flying. We talk
I was
about
a little
things that
bit
are.
nervous. It didn't seem like he was nervous
ever
at
get
all.
me to do
Yeah.
that. I'm
And
so
I
scared
just
of
think a
heights.
calm and a
Look at the
peace came over
angle.
him.
Unbelievable. These
I
guys
think that's
are
because of our support.
the best of the best.
My son got to come in, Marshall, and
just like that.
It's just been an unbelievable
Right down into the
7
pits.
hours today.
Total team effort to get to this point. You were emotional with me this morning, referencing the three amigos, Pearson Coody, Parker Coody, and Cole Hammer. Now that their college career is done and they leave as
So I was
national
talking about
champions,
things we
what have they
expected. We
meant to
expected
you in the
Manny to
program?
do great. Okay,
Well,
he was
they're
one
three
of
of the
like
best
the usual
golfers that have
suspects.
ever
But
played in
what's some
We're
two
gonna miss him.
surprises that you guys were like,
and
wow,
sometimes
I did not
when a guy
expect
moves
that to go
on,
down.
you
Tristan
might
Hart.
not miss him.
Yeah.
He came
You
through
love
very
him, but you
well.
might not
Well, no,
miss him.
I
It's
expected
time to
Mario
go.
to do good, but
With
there's
these
so many
guys,
things that can go wrong at
they're
this
three of
race.
the best people on
I
the
did
planet.
expect him to
I'm
get on the
gonna really
podium,
miss
but like I
him. I'm
didn't
gonna really
expect him
miss
to be so close
and,
to battling for the lead.
and so is Texas.
Yeah, I didn't expect
but they're
it to
going
be
go
as
out there and do
difficult
great
that
things.
late
And Pearl and I are going to
in
get
the
to watch
stage
them on
of the race. I
weekends.
think,
Every weekend is a
so
blessing
many
for
times
Texas
before
golf.
we've seen where the more difficult sections
Chris Del
were
Conte
not
calls us
right
brand
at
enhancers,
the
and
end.
that's what we are.
And you saw the guys struggling, and they're the best
we
of the
get
best.
to bring
I think
it every
maybe
weekend with our
only a
alumni,
handful of
and
other
these guys
riders
are
could
interested in
handle
that,
it.
and
I was also
whether
super
it's
impressed
major
with Michael
championships
Wagner.
or
He had such a good
NCAA
start.
championships, I'm
And
really
he faded
proud
out
of
in
him.
Carl's dinner, but like a really
Congratulations,
good
well
effort earlier
done.
on.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Well, riders still filtering in.
Great stuff from Coach
As,
Fields,
you know,
one of the real
we're
gentlemen.
at the 3
John
hour,
Cook,
almost 3.5
they-
hour mark
with
here.
those three seniors,
As Carl's
much
dinner,
was
they're still
expected
it's
of
still
them, and
eating
that
up
loss
riders
at the
as we
blessings
speak.
in the finals.
So that's so
to
Stellar. So
Stanford,
he's a
but to
junior
come
rider
back and
from
end their
Israel.
career that way,
Right.
So
Yeah.
you
can't
can
write a
see
better
him
end.
still going.
Coach
He's
Fields
on
yesterday
Alfredo's team
mentioned
as
the
well.
fact that
Alfredo
when they
Gomez's
came here
team.
last year with basically the
of
same
talent
team, they were flat.
emanating from
They
all
were
different
concentrating
parts.
a little too much
Had a
on
good
individual
showing
ideas.
at the earlier
He challenged
stops
them,
of-
and they met that
that's
challenge.
another
Even
junior as
with the
well,
Cooties
Nick
missing as
Breitbart
much
from
time as they
England.
did, they overcame those challenges, and they
So
came
when
away
he-
as national
when he
champions.
popped up
Congratulations,
on the
Longhorns.
timing
And
screen
Arizona
for
State
Adrian
with a
Sagan
tremendous
show for a
battle
second,
back.
and we've had so many
They gave it all they could.
disqualifications in the past.
Came up short last
But,
year in the
I see that
semis this
it's,
year and in the
it's back
finals.
in
But
place, so-
it has been a
so he's
wonderful
got a solid
test here at
fourth there.
Greyhawk Golf Club. On behalf
mad
of
that these
all of
juniors
us
are
here
all
at Golf
getting
Channel, we want to
two
thank
Carl's-
all of the
Carl's
coaches
dinner.
from
It's
all
not
the
easy to get
universities
there,
on the
you know,
men's and
there's that-
women's side. Golf
the
Central
playground
is
is
coming
very
up
long.
next.
So you're saying
For all the
this
news and
is promising.
highlights in the
Yeah.
world
Yeah.
of golf,
Yeah.
Hook 'em
It's a
Horns is the
sport.
answer.
Yeah.
Arizona State gave it a run. And while we have a moment, I want to thank all of the hardworking men and women of our
push
crew
from the
for 2
younger
weeks
riders.
in this intense heat here in
remember your
Scottsdale
mate
to
Johnny
bring you the
that's on
women's and
wall?
men's
Well, he's good.
How much has he
NCAA
done? He's done this
championships
before.
and provided
Yeah, he's
us
done
with so many
he
moments
was-
that we'll never forget
some
and
Super
chills
Enduro
and
this year as
thrills.
well.
And a special
Second
thanks
top.
to our producer, Brand
Yeah, he's actually,
Packer,
like, top results
and
in
director
Super
Jean
Enduro.
Del Vecchio for the work that
But he
they've done over the
races
past 2 weeks
every
and our
weekend
entire
back at
crew.
home.
For everybody,
He's doing a
I'm
lot of
Bob
riding.
Papa saying so long from Greyhawk, Texas, your national champion.
This is back open Motor X highway.
Be interesting to see how this has changed now. See if there's like a nice
They
deep
have
rut.
done it. Texas Longhorns can now call themselves.
There's a bit of a run in, but it's not super. It's not a lot easier.
So he's got a possible 9th at the moment because I'm seeing that Michael Volkner came through in 7th and Matthew Green in 8th out of Motor X Highway. So yeah, Will could be in the 9th.
Volkner's there. He's finished Dynamite.
This is an epic ride from him.
Yeah.
I mean, after what we saw earlier, you know, he was already spent in Carl's dinner, and he's managed to push through that. I want to know what he took.
Well, Volkner's approach, you know, early on in the day was unbelievable. How he was able to just hang in. He had the hooks in, and nothing really happened until that one section. That's when we started to see like the elastic fantastic, or maybe not so fantastic. Kind of lost it.
Not for him.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, it bodes well, and he's showing that he's consistently in that top 10.
Yeah.
I mean, once you're starting to, always land in that top 10, that's...
Oh, that doesn't look good.
That's a rough ride.
That's going to...
Well, it's one way to get down, right?
Oh, that's...
actually...
Centrum Berg.
I think I need to take a knee stretch after that. Wow. And there's still more takers.
Yeah, but I mean...
3.5 on the clock.
You paid your money, right? So you got to get your money's worth.
Yeah.
Have you noticed they're queuing nicely now, not like earlier on?
Yeah.
They're still going for the win.
Yeah. All decorum goes out the door when you're in the heat, of the competition, right?
Oh yeah, you don't. Zero respect.
So Zentrum Amberg.
It looks so dry. That rock, it looks like a rock face. Eh? It's so dry the way they're sliding down.
And that iron red dirt.
I still want to know how Graham got past everybody up there. What line did Graham take? I would love to know.
I can't. He'll show that POV. That's going to be some good POV of Graham Jarvis climbing back.
Come on, Will. You've got this one.
Yeah.
He's lost one part of his shroud on his fork. So he's had a tumble somewhere already.
Yes. Turn it. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That's not what he wanted.
So close. He'll have to run it back down, I think. Yeah, he knows it. You've got to get a perfect run up really from the bottom,
Well, I think this, taking this angle camera-wise, it gives you a good idea of the angle, the line that they have to approach, and then, like you said, that pivot, that turn on the top.
And he's lost his peak, so he's at a.
The first clip we saw of him, he had no peak.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Great aerial view here of Erzberg. And believe it or not, there's still riders within the woods there as we check in once again with Leo.
Through to Carl's dinner. You're nearly there. Jonathan, how do you feel?
Yeah, pretty tired. I lost a lot of energy early on, like a lot of crashes and people crashing into us, but we're getting going again now, so.
How many times have you been here before?
3 or 4.
And has it been especially difficult today? What's your experience?
Yeah, there's a lot of difficult sections early on and people fighting so hard, it's a lot of crashes and stuff, but no, just keep plugging away.
Is the heat killing you?
Yeah, not too bad, but keep going.
Yes, keep going. Fantastic achievement. Good luck. Thank you.
So cool to see. Jonathan Richardson, just one of many, right?
Stop in for an interview.
Yeah, just have a couple words.
He's a good rider. He's from England as well. Top rider from England.
We've had this discussion before. What is it about England?
It's because we just ride in the worst weather all the time. Yeah, we're just used to it.
So, yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think these guys have had such an advantage.
Yeah, they live in struggle, therefore I want to struggle.
Yeah, we just live in the struggle.
They find traction where there isn't any. I'm just looking quickly at the points for the overall championship, and it's still going to be like super tight.
Well, it's because by design, you'll get a little bit of a bump, just a point or two.
I could be wrong, but I think maybe Mario and Billy are going to be like level pegged at the top. Yeah. We'll have to.
We're getting some small.
One taking the biggest hit would be Graham Jarvis. Came into this tied for first overall, but that's. Mind you, just the first 2 of 8 stops, so
there's not much time to make the finish either.
Yeah. Oh, there's that corner. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So
that's the thing, when you get tired like that, you kind of just throw the bike hoping that it's going to stay there, and it never usually does.
I'm amazed. Bars are still...
And it's amazing what these bikes take these days. Who do you think that was? Do you think that was Graham?
It could well have been.
Yeah, that could have gone worse.
Could well have been. Let me go back and see before Motor X Highway. No, I would have to wait until they get out of Motor X Highway. So in a couple of minutes.
Has he checked in before then?
We'll know. Yeah, well, the last one was Carl's dinner, so we're going to have to wait and see. And Michael Volkner is, he'll be in Dynamite at the moment. I think he's actually
there
through
he is.
Dynamite.
Graham's there. He's on the screen, so it was him.
That's
Come on,
insane.
Graham. Let's
that
get
is
it finished.
insane. Well, he's got 25 minutes. Wow.
What position will that put him in now?
One man, one clock. Graham Jarvis. 25. Wow. 37 years old. He's got 25 minutes.
He's having a good look at that.
Yeah.
It'll put Graham in about 9th or 10th, so he's still going to get some good points.
Isn't it true when you look at Graham, when he looks at stuff, you can see like smoke and you can see him figuring it out. So. Jumping up from above, this last final push. Only a handful of riders left are going to be able to make that 4-hour cutoff. Yeah. So total race time for Jarvis, 2 hours, 35 minutes.
Yeah, knock an hour off.
Yeah.
What time did Letty finish in?
Right around. Yeah. Graham was. I mean, yeah. We don't want to get too what if, but what if? Yeah.
So many reached the finish. It looks like 2 hours. I could be wrong. 2 hours, 58 minutes. Yeah, that's right. 2 hours 58.
Yeah, Manny finished time 2:58.
So Volkner now, he's going to get his dream finish here.
And this is...
this kid's got heart. He's like pulled everything out to get,
this is
to,
huge.
get to the finish.
I think you're going to hear a little...
If I was him there, I'd be on that main road next to him.
Yeah.
Come on, get over. There we go.
Yeah. And you're going to hear a notable up in the level, the raucous crowd here right at the finish line. Making
home race.
Some good history. Best finish ever for an Austrian rider.
Well, we've got to look out for him in the future because, I mean, he's still only 20 years old, so...
That's the amazing part. He's been putting in moments like these performances, I mean, for the past, 3-4 years. Yeah. So back in 2019 in Grunehelle, that was a tough one for him. But Michael Volkner, the Austrian, that much closer to making it official. And you could see when he was hitting the wall there, just running out of steam. Had to dig extra deep right at the end of Carl's dinner. Able to find the wherewithal. Had a little reserve in the tank.
Okay, so after Michael Volkner, we'll have Matthew Green and Theodor Kabakchev has come back into the picture. He's through Motor X Highway, which will put Graham in about 10th.
So he's got another 20 minutes. Graham
It'll be a big push even for Graham to come through that. I'd like to see Dynamite again and see if there's a little bit of a line going there. What do you think, Johnny? Do you think
I'm sure there will be.
Doable?
Yeah, I reckon there'll be a line going on. A bit of a platform to set off from, and then something halfway up. But I reckon in the middle will just be big rocks.
I mean, if he does still pull off a 10th after losing all that time, I mean, that's like. I mean, how many bikes did he pass? He had to literally ride through half the field.
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah.
Well, he's got 21 minutes to do so. And there is Volkner's mom, Michael Volkner's mom. Look at the smile as she waits. I don't think smiles get any bigger than that. That's
no, the whole family is a smiley family.
That's my boy.
He's never finished before.
And like with so many of these athletes, often it's a family affair, parents showing support, getting their kids to the races, becoming part of it, an integral part. And best finish ever for an Austrian racer. This is
going to be the biggest smile.
Yeah.
Biggest smile of anyone.
Yeah. We thought we knew what big was. This is bigger. Michael Bachner. There it is.
Wow, that is so awesome.
Karl Kadek.
That's really special.
And to get that checkered flag, what an honor. And you told us how good that tastes. Cold
Look
Red
at him,
Bull.
he's smiling. Look at that smile.
He's such an incredible moment. You can hear her say, "I'm so proud of you." And taking a quick look back at just a moto mountain montage. All the moments from today's Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Water on the field of play right from the start. Man, just visual.
Whoa, look at that guy go down.
Oh.
You see in the background. I did see someone crash.
Straight over the bars.
Yeah. And that must be a good rider because he's towards the inside.
Like I said, I think the stories are gonna surface as the dust settles here today.
There's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen out there, I can tell you now.
That's a cool slow-mo, eh?
Wow, look at that sideways.
And just
so there's Graham there with the white helmet on the very inside. So I wonder where it went wrong for him.
Clearly, it was visually challenged for those guys.
Yeah,
you could see. So once they made their way out of that section, and Marcel Hirscher from skiing to hard enduro. Good to see him putting in the effort. Always looks easier in highlight mode, right?
Yeah,
it
slow-mo.
does.
It just looks like, no problem, that hill.
Riding on all levels, and Lettenbichler just on a tear today. Unstoppable. Nothing seemed to phase him.
Nah.
Not one
perfect race.
Yeah.
I was just looking at Manny up there in the slow-mo. There was like zero rust coming off his tire, so he was just...
I know,
full attraction.
And it was on the ground the whole way.
Yeah.
His back wheel, he lifted it and he put it straight back on the ground to get more traction.
It's Billy with the tape that he picked up earlier. I still want to know how they went wrong.
Yeah.
All got the tape. All collected a bit of orange tape along the way. That looks like the entry into machine, am I right? No. I'm not quite sure where that is really.
There's a nice little pivot turn there.
Yeah.
There's McKelly Bossy, so he's the organizer of the next race.
Of Epstein in Italy.
He organized everything there. So it's cool to see him racing.
We pretty much had a lot of, we saw Martin from Romaniacs here, we saw the guys from Erzbergrodeo, we've had Sharon Moore from the Roof of Africa here, so.
Well, an incredible day on all levels of racing. Right now we check in with Rob Warner and our own Paul Bolt. Gentlemen.
Mountain this afternoon. I'm going to say that was one of the hardest Erzbergrodeos we've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely, Rob. It started off hard. The guys were in the thick of it, in the dust, and then when they flipped over to the other side of the mountain, the new sections, Motorex Highway, They had a little surprise in store for them, and it was just a nightmare. They went on a new section that they put in overnight.
And that's kind of fair play, though, isn't it? The organisers always throw a sting in a tail. But that was a hard one. That was a stressful one for Manny Lettenbichler, who couldn't get out of that climb. Mario Ramon was breathing all over him, coming in fast. What were you saying to Manny?
Well, I would say it to all the riders when I'm out there. I'm always trying to help them say, stay calm, you know, all the things that I would have liked to have been told to me. But yeah, he did a good job. He stayed calm. He even had to move a few sticks and branches out the road, and he got it on about the 4th or 5th time, but Mario stomped it straight away.
He did. And talking about Manny, I mean, the physical effort today that he put in, the intensity, like, it is the hardest one-day enduro in the world. He was being sick all over the place when he finished. He was shaking, you know, shivering. I mean, that's an Erzbergrodeo, isn't it? That's how it is here.
That's exactly it. I felt the same after one of mine years ago, but Manny's just dug deep. He thought Mario was going to get him, I think, at one point in Dynamite, but he stayed calm, did the best he could, and then took it to the finish line.
And back-to-back wins in this FIM Hard Enduro World Championship now for Manny Lettenbichler. He's come back from injury well. That's going to blow the overall wide open, isn't it?
It certainly is, especially with G-Force having a bit of trouble off the start. And yeah, Manny's had them 2 wins. And obviously, Mario and Manny have had them wins, and it's been really good for both of them.
And we saw some different names on the podium. You know, is it a change into the guard? I mean, some different names in there. The Canadian getting in their 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, Tristan Hart getting right in there on 3rd spot. I called him for a podium, but it's like, you know, he's got a lot of experience to get. He's getting it quick, and he's learning fast.
Yeah, watch out for him next year. Okay, well, we've had an amazing day. It's been absolutely brilliant. We're going to throw it back to you, Pat.
Thanks, Rob. Wow. My goodness, you know. And I love, you know, that POV that we're going to be seeing from Paul Bolton, you know, on all the Red Bull channels in days to come. I'm telling you, that's going to be the telling tale of really what happened to so many riders out there. We did get a ping on Wade Young's sensors, so we'll have
transponder,
yeah, on the transponder, and we'll have to watch here as 13 minutes on the yeah, careful there. About 13 minutes to go as we hit that 4 hour mark. Did I just condense 4 hours into 4 minutes? I did it again.
Okay, so I've got Matthew Green out of Dynamite, so he's just got to do lazy noon and come home. And then Wade, the timing, Billy also had the same issue early on, and then he popped up a little bit later. So it's very possible that Wade could be coming next, either Wade or Mehdi. And are they going to make it in 13 minutes? That's the big question.
It's a good job he let go of this bike then, because he was going to go down there fast. I'm interested to see if Matt Green can get back. He's got 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be tight.
He's going to have to sprint it. I hope someone tells him to get going.
Well, the battle for Zentrum Amberg is still for these guys. They just need to get up to that check. That's all they care
and they'll
about.
be happy. Yeah. Johnny, you've never had a down to the wire finish before the cutoff, or?
No, not yet. I did lose 2018. I was close to Graham. I messed up right near the end, whereas I was pushing as hard as I could, and it wasn't far. He won it. I think I was 2nd, but like literally it was
on the wire.
Yeah, 30 seconds a minute.
How many finishes were there? Just?
I'm not sure that yet, to be honest.
Okay, so there we got Wade coming into the picture.
That shows how steep that hill is. He's really thinking about it.
Yeah. Ooh, but how far is that from the finish? And can he get there in 12 minutes? That's the question.
Wow. Yeah, almost.
Yeah,
Matthew Green's just behind.
We could get 2 South Africans as the last 2 finishes, it looks like. And when we say last, I mean, it's 8th and 9th place. But, I mean, 500 guys started this morning. It's hard to fathom, right?
And permission to go hyperbole zone, but it's one of the most difficult ones. I think a lot of people just will agree with that flat out. And the fact that 10 finishers, that's not too many.
I wonder what, there's an issue with Wade, I reckon. There's something with his brakes, because he's super slow on the downhills. I know they're steep, but he's really taking it easy.
Yeah, that's not normal for Wade.
Yeah,
so Wade, also the youngest ever winner of the Roof of Africa at 16.
Yeah, that's when he came on the scene. I remember when he won that. And then the next minute he was in Europe racing.
So who produces more hard enduro just animals? England?
England.
Or 100%. South Africa?
And Wade's lying 5th in the World Championship at the moment.
He's taking this one steady. I wonder if he's got a brake issue or something.
I mean, based on what he's comfortable doing.
Yeah, he should be used to that.
There's definitely a problem. I think he's spot on right with those brakes.
So there's something going on.
10 minutes. 10 minutes and counting.
I'm pretty sure the Wade's going to make it to the finish.
4-hour cutoff. He just needs to make it down.
Because it's only downhill.
You see, he's got it in gear. He's got the back wheel locked up. So I think you're 100% right for the brake issue.
Huh.
Now, Wade would definitely have ridden down that.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think he's even contemplating it. I hope he's not gonna if he's got no brakes. Oh.
Doing a good job so far for Wade Young. Maybe gonna hop on. We'll roll out that last section. So Wade Young, now just 9 minutes to go.
I know he's off.
I don't think he knows how close he is and how little time he's got left.
He's got an issue there. There's definitely something. He's maybe got a starter problem, look. His bike's not starting. And he's got no seat on the bike anyways.
And no kickstart either. All electric start, these bikes.
They don't run a kickstart?
I could be wrong.
To come this far and then
not get the finish. He's strong enough. He could carry his bike from there to the finish.
That's not so crazy.
No, there's something.
He hasn't got a seat on.
So back
he's
on
still
the
got power.
Okay.
But I wish somebody could just tell him he's only got 9 minutes, 8 minutes and 10 seconds.
So making the shift to the roads. Okay, now hitting the 9-minute mark. Wade Young. He'll definitely make the cutoff. So no chance for Graham Jarvis. We had just kind of lightning in a bottle. A little bit of hope there, but
he'll keep pushing
Yeah.
until he gets told to stop. Well, no, to be honest, he'll probably just finish, I reckon. If they try and stop him, I think he'll just ride around them.
You're probably right, actually, in a weird, sad way.
He's not going to want to give up. I wouldn't want to give up.
Yeah.
If I got to Dynamite, I would just ride to the finish.
So Matty Green, I'm going to be gutted for him if he doesn't make it. He's not too far behind Wade, but I've got a feeling he's not going to make it.
Well,
don't be negative. We've got it. He's got it. He's going to...
Tank is always half full, according to John. You haven't learned that? So
the problem is there's so many levels here and it's so confusing. So we don't know exactly where he is. I mean, the arena might be right there, 2 levels down.
I know, but that's the far end of the prologue. They literally ride down this hill, the next hill, and then they ride all the way around. So I reckon he's got 2 minutes from there to the finish.
7 minutes left until we hit the 4-hour
he's from wheel.
mark.
Look how buckled his front wheel is.
Wow.
Oh yeah, there we go.
That's maybe his front brake issue.
Part of the problem. Maybe he's got no front or back brakes.
No seat.
Yeah, he should make it then.
So
yeah,
6.5 on the clock. Wade Young will just get under that 4-hour mark. Be tight. We don't know where.
I don't think he's got any. I don't even think he knows that the time is so little. He's oblivious.
Or do you? I mean, obviously you're not. You're thinking about time, but you're just thinking about the race you're racing and where you're at. Right?
Yeah, you just push to the finish. You don't really. He's kind of taking it easy, but he must know a little bit what's going on with that front wheel wobbling around.
He doesn't want anybody to pass him. He keeps looking back. I wonder if Matty's close by.
Now the final stretch for Wade Young. And right as you round this, you'll get good vision on the finish area.
I'm not seeing anybody in the background there. So, but
from that steep downhill, it's taken him nearly 2 minutes to get to there. So it's basically 2 minutes to the finish now. From that steep downhill for Matty.
So Wade's going to finish.
Just with 5 minutes to spare, Wade Young pulling in, South African. Pushing through.
Solid 7th place.
A lot of challenges.
It is a solid 7th place, that.
Yeah.
I guess he'll be super angry with his result, but he's raced well.
He's been
been
riding so strong this year, and just had a nice boost of confidence. So Wade Young gets the finish just under that 4-hour time. Words of encouragement from Mario Roman.
Here he is. Matty Green's going to make it.
Okay.
Awesome. Yes.
Here we go.
He's done it, Junior.
Yes.
South Africa.
So is that 8th position for him?
That's 8th. That's a solid 8th.
Look at him.
7th place.
So pumped.
That is awesome.
He's going to be absolutely stoked with that.
Yeah, that's and also he's leading the World Junior Championship. So I mean,
and like we were talking about, it bodes so well for the future of the sport that you have juniors.
Look how pumped everyone is for it.
Yeah, Matthew Green. Then you look at Letty.
He's such a good kid.
Yeah.
And he trains a lot with Manny, and he's good friends with Billy.
Yeah.
Well, that's a perfect ending. I mean, for me, to have Wade and Maddie both make it.
Oh, sheer exhaustion. You can only imagine. Such a gangster, Billy Bull. Throw to her right now. All right. Well, still in Carl's dinner, if you can believe it or not, is our own Leo. Leo, what is the situation?
To all the warriors who made it this far to come to me where I am here at Carl's dinner, you are my absolute heroes. I do not know how you did it, but you've done it. So congratulations to all those riders. I want to say thank you to you in the studio for being my constant guide throughout the day as well. It was super helpful and so exciting. For me, this is goodbye.
All right. Well, thank you, Leo, for braving the heat out there in Carl's dinner there. It has been a hot one, and you got front and center as Kabachev.
He's still got
a little farther to go. I don't know if he's going to make the time. He's going to have...
No, he's still got lazy noon.
Yeah.
He's got quite a bit to go.
Yeah.
You know what's annoying for them people that are in Carl's diner now? They've still got to get out. Like the cut-offs at 4 hours. Imagine if you're just like halfway through.
Yeah.
So you've either got to go all the way to one end, all the way back.
It's painful, but that's why you do it. That's why you do it. Well, it was great getting the updates from Carl's dinner, and you can see these guys still trying to make up. The center of the mountain there, just taking down all levels of riders. This mountain is just a beast. Have to find that.
They've got 1.5 minutes to pull that guy to that checkpoint so he gets the check. You reckon they've got it?
Yeah. Yeah. Doogie Lemkin back in the day said it hurts, it's painful, yet everybody comes.
It's so true.
Yeah.
When you finish the race, they say, I'm never coming back. And then after a couple of months, maybe we're going to go back.
The first time in the middle of the race for me, I was saying that. I'm like, what am I even doing here? I had no idea what I got myself into.
It's an abusive relationship with a lot of love and passion for a sport, is what it is.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
Yeah. Just now under the last minute here of 4 hours of the 26th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. And riders still trying to make their way up the first checkpoints, the early checkpoints of this race. Incredible day of competition. A lot of speculation on how it was going to unfold. And
we're waiting for the horns.
Almost time to clock out in 5, 4, 3.
We're waiting for the horns.
And there it is.
There we go.
There. An ominous sound to an incredible day of hard enduro. And you can hear that.
Will Hall
yeah.
is still stuck there.
Oh no.
John Richardson made it there. And then there's Jack Price, the 3 Englishmen riding together.
Oh.
And that can be heard throughout the valley here. That is one
crazy sound.
It's crazy how loud it is. Tell the workers when the mine is in, active mode. Time to come in, clock out. 4 hours from start to finish as we look at the Iron Giant in all its glory. Brings us to our current and final results here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. And Tristan Hart, the Canadian, grabbing that 3rd final spot. Mario Ramon grabbing 2nd, and Manuel Lettenbichler, his first time ever on the top of the podium here at Erzbergrodeo. What an incredible day. As the festivities are definitely going to continue into the night here in Eisenaars. As now that the dust is settling, time to rehydrate, take a knee, and wow, just chance for all these racers just to, I don't know, get some water.
Go home.
Yeah, go home. Sleep for about 2 weeks.
Yeah. I'm interested to talk to them all now and see the stories after the race.
Yeah, me too. We've got to head down there as soon as we get out the booth.
Yeah, and I did make mention of it on redbull.tv. Be sure to check it out in this week and the following weeks. All of Paul Bolton's in the field footage will be coming to you, and you'll get to see live POV as it was happening.
That's Chris Perry over there, and that was Brandon Petrie with him.
Telling each other stories. There's the 3 Englishmen, look.
There's your 3 Englishmen.
Yeah, the boys.
I hit a trick. I had 3 crashes in the first 3 hills, I think.
I'll have to take my seat. It's fucking hell, you have to stop.
I think we better bleep them ones out.
Apologize, a little robust, spicy language there. As you can imagine, spirits are a bit high in the field of play. As we're just awaiting, handing out the hardware here. So, yeah, and here's a thing that probably people have a hard time wrapping their head around beyond why people want to do this. But yeah, no money awarded, just a stone trophy.
Piece of rock.
A piece of rock is what you get for winning.
But Pat,
you know what?
That's why I've never won it, because imagine trying to get that rock home. I mean, like...
Oh, yeah.
I was literally about to say, when you it's the weight of your suitcase. You can't take anything home.
So how many have you got?
Not worth it.
How many have you got, Johnny?
I've got a 3. No, I don't know. I've got a few actually, like 2nd, 3rd. Yeah. I've got the prologue one. The prologue one's probably, I like that one. It's only small, but it's cool to have won it.
Yeah,
it's not easy to win that one.
No, it's not.
And these are the visions.
Look at the despair.
Erzbergrodeo that really are indelible. And
Ramon Brugoli,
he's still got to get out of there.
I was thinking that you got to get all those bikes off the mountain still.
Is that Graham?
I think you're right there.
Wow. So I know, obviously, not the ideal place where you want to be. You'd rather have been on the field of play, but
I'd rather race.
Yeah.
I was more nervous coming in to do this morning. I literally got up this morning and I was so nervous. I was like, I'd much rather be racing.
Well, may I say, I know I can speak on behalf of all my friends that are fans, and you killed it, and you brought such amazing insight. And you were smart. You didn't give the total keys to the kingdom.
Nah, I didn't want to say too much.
Yeah,
I didn't want to give any secrets away.
Keep it a little tight.
Nah, I hope I could help with a little bit of knowledge from what I've done on the mountain.
And there's...
I mean,
look at that. That's sick.
Who would want to finish first and take that big lump of iron home?
Well, it's hard for Manny. He's just driving home, so it's probably good that he's won. Whereas Mario's got to fly.
Good point. You just get hammered in extra baggage fees.
Exactly. No prize money, so.
It's not easy to win one of them rocks.
Yeah.
When I spoke to David Knight, when he first won it, he won a mobile phone with like a SIM card for Austria, if he wanted it.
So
imagine mobile phone back then.
So it's a little bit different to MotoGP and Formula One, right?
Well, so as to get him back to come to Austria so he could just use up the minutes.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Yeah.
So also when you finish, you get one of those flags.
Yeah.
And that's already like, quite something to get a flag.
Look at that soul, it's gold. Mine's not gold, mine's silver.
Really? Even with
Yeah.
the huh. So
I'll make you a sticker.
Spiced it up this year. I might spray it when I go home.
Yeah, we go.
Nothing Gold Leaf can't fix. But you made mention of David Knight. I think it's so great to see him. The likes of, Graham Jarvis, I think he is definitely an anomaly.
Who's older? David or...
No, Graham. Graham 47. David, I believe, is 44. 44, yeah. And there are your top 3 finishers. Manuel Lettenbichler.
Right, watch him lift this rock up now. It'd be so heavy to lift with one hand after just winning.
Yeah, especially with a bad wrist. And hats off too to Manny. Obviously, you guys talked about the tire setup, all the thought going into that, on top of a bike and what seemed like great, amazing, working order.
He put himself in a good position from the start. He was second position, I think, off the start, and that's like, if you get the start, that's, I'm not going to say it's 50% of your work, but it's quite a lot. Imagine trying to come through the pack. It's not easy. Like Mario was on the back foot from the start. He didn't get the whole shot kind of thing, but.
Yeah, it's half the job done, and I just have to keep thinking about Graham, of what he had to go through to go through the field and get as far as he did.
Okay. So the standings after the third stop of 8 of the FIM Hard Enduro World Championship. Billy Bolt on top, followed by Mario Roman. Manny Lettenbichler, by virtue of the win here today, moves into third. Graham Jarvis, still with those 2 third-place finishes, hanging on just outside of the top 3. And Theodor Kabachkev hanging on also into 5th. So unofficial at this point, but things are going to get a little more spicy as we move to the next stop, the 4th stop of 8. Avasone in Italy. So we welcome back everyone to the studio here. Wow, just a chance to exhale. I want to say once again, Johnny, thank you. I mean, it's kind of put me in kind of just the driver's seat, if you will, of watching these guys. Incredible insight.
Thank you very much for having me.
You appreciate it. And Daryl, as always, I mean, you've been coming to too many to list. We don't want to go. But what's your, Daryl? You've seen so many rodeos, Erzberg rodeos. Where does this one sit?
It's right on top there. If I go back and look, the other race that really stood out for me was the last Getson rodeo, when I saw how the pace guys were motocrossing it. So Manny and Billy, and then that pace now has come across here to the Erzberg, and it's so much more difficult. And if you look at the way that they tackled all the obstacles, it's so much different to 5 or 10 or 15 years ago. It's transformed completely. And where's it going to end? Yeah. The average guy can't finish this race. It's the elite. And the athletes that we have, like Johnny over here, they are just taking it to another level. Every race, year on year, gets better and better and better. And it's honestly mind-blowing.
Yeah, the evolution is happening, and fortunate for the viewers, the evolution is televised. I know they loved having you in the booth and getting your insight. I'm sure all the fans want to know. Tell us again, when can we expect to see you on 2 wheels and getting back in the mix?
Well, I'm hoping in another 2 or 3 months, I reckon. I want to get back for the Enduro Cross. I don't want to push anything because I don't want to, come back out. I've come back out early and re-broke my leg and stuff like that. So I'm old enough now to realize that I want a long career, not as long as Graham, but quite a long career.
Yeah.
So I'll take it easy and come back when I can.
Yeah, be sure to get into the Red Bull APC, do all the PT. We look forward to seeing you.
Live there.
Yeah, we want to see you back with the helmet on. I want to thank everyone involved, Daryl Curtis, Johnny Walker, the rest of our production team. It has been an incredible day, and we want to remind everyone, July 9th and 10th, our next stop of the Hard Enduro World Championship Tour. That's going to be in Avestone, Italy, July 9th and 10th. You do not want to miss it. On behalf of the rest of our crew, all of our cameramen for making the pictures so incredible, we thank you. We will see you next time. Take care. See ya from Erzberg.
Thank you.
Cheers, cheers.